care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turned a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me who hear the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, made destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Not a hard playbook, different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's my strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Sword action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't care but we prepare. Every boss another lesson, every win come from awareness. Trust over noise, that's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stake now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed man bows just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson get engraved. Repeat, refine, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean from with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. My strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions leading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, new and boy to play. Every loss another lesson, every leg on from awareness. That's the motto, everything. Consistency the mission, we just level up the place, yeah.
The information shared during this live stream is for educational and informational purposes only and should not be considered financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. All trades, ideas, and strategies discussed are my personal opinions and are not recommendations to buy or sell any securities. Trading involves risk, and you should always do your own research and consult with a licensed financial professional before making any investment decisions. You are solely responsible for your own trading results.
Top of the morning, traders, and happy Wednesday, June 17th, and welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trader Show, where we live trade, breakdown charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Today, we do have a major event. FOMC is today. Rate decision is today. Press conference is today, so make sure to tune in all day. If you do leave the stream, you want to come back in, you can do that, guys. We're going to have an extended stream, marathon stream. We're going to have the coverage of FOMC. We're going to do our regular show between 9:30 and 11:30. Look for our setups. Nothing changes on that front. And we're going to continue to go into the FOMC decision. We're going to continue to go into the rate decision and, of course, the press conference as well. And we're going to take some trades at that particular time. A lot of trades, that is, because of the environment is very risky. So make sure to tune in. I will share the strategy. So it's no secret. We're going to break down the strategy maybe at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, whenever the time is available. We're going to break it down. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm looking to do and what the criteria is. And when it comes into play, we will look to take advantage of that. So as you're coming in, guys, smash the like button. Good morning. And we might see a slight elevation in the IV, so keep a close eye on that front. So off the open, we're seeing Apple push to the upside. We're seeing Microsoft slide to the downside. We're seeing a lot of those names, Qs, SPY, open up right up at VWAP. The Dow continues, IWM continues to push to the upside. IWM is very sensitive to rates. So that name can start to push today. SpaceX, 210, guys, 210 SpaceX. So close to $70 move in 2 days. $60 move there. NVIDIA continues to push the downside. Palantir, I have a focus on Palantir today as well. Google, the usual suspects. And we do have some of the semiconductor names as well. Walmart dumping to the downside. ExxonMobil dumping to the downside. So no gap up or gap down. Let me check the chat. Do we have a gap up? Okay, nice gap update. So it's a small little gap up, guys. Small little gap up. So be mindful of that. Thank you for the update. Tiny little gap up. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. As you're coming in, smash the like button, smash the like button. Let's get the likes up. 100 likes, we will unlock a giveaway. So today might be the day, all right, where we get 100, 200 likes. Let's get it done, guys. And we need your help on getting it done. Screen is frozen. Give me 1 second. How's the screen now? Thumbs up if the screen is good now. Thumbs up if the screen is good. Thank you for letting me know. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We'll get to the YouTube chat here quickly, here shortly. Okay, Walmart wants to wake up here. VIX trying to bounce out that 16. Nice bounce off 16 on the VIX. Qs are trying to close below V up on the 5. IW is running, guys. IW is running above PMH. See if we can hold above PMH. SPY is kind of jammed in this territory here. Yeah, that's during the first 5 minutes, during the first 2 minutes is just insanity, right? Something can look good. Something can go from beautiful to atrocious in a matter of seconds, all right? Yeah, this will be recorded. I think I answered that question. Okay. Tesla falling off a cliff. That first 5. Okay. Microsoft falling off a cliff. Amazon falling off a cliff. Palantir falling off a cliff. Google holding up. Apple pushing up. Apple's above PMH. How's the screen now, guys? Give me a thumbs up on YouTube if the screen is back to normal, if you guys can see. Can you see my mouse going back and forth? Oh, I didn't know that. If you shake the mouse, the pointer, the clicker gets larger. You learn something new every day. So we're seeing Walmart starting to push the upside, right? Walmart, a name that's always forgotten, a name that's always providing opportunities, all right? It's in our rotation. MU falling off a cliff, Intel falling off a cliff, SMH, if it gives up view up, can start to slide. Okay, good. Good morning, guys on YouTube. Number 6, 24 to 26. The Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. Let the Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thy peace. Amen, amen, amen. Thank you for sharing that verse, Fishman. Amen, 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 amen. Good morning, Jose. Good morning, Sid. Good morning, Billy. Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, 2018. I'm here for the intro music. Yeah, SAT album will be coming out soon, all right? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, Log. Good morning, Venus. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning, Terry. When you talk about swap, do you mean a VWAP? So VWAP stays the same on all time frames. All right, intraday. Right, if you have an anchored VWAP, you can anchor your VWAP, but if you have VWAP out the box, right, it stays the same on all the time frames. The difference is VWAP can present two different levels if you have your extended trading hours on, or if you have just your intraday trading hours on. All right, so if you have extended post-market plus pre-market, the VWAP has more numbers to calculate. If you just have your intraday levels, the VWAP just has the intraday activity to calculate. All right, so it depends on if you have an anchored VWAP or if it's just an intraday VWAP. So we are using intraday VWAP, not anchored. Okay, so that stays the same regardless of the time frame. Okay. Speaking of VWAP, SPY going to test that VWAP. Keep in mind we're still inside. The one name expanding is IW, so I'm going to keep a close eye on IW, guys. IW, count me in. I'm not a bull. I'm not a bear. I'm an opportunist. I'm not a bull. I'm not a bear. We're opportunists, all right? Long-term, bulls. Long-term, you have to be a bull. But intraday, you're just a bandwagon fan. Okay, you're a bandwagon fan. SPX is half IV of yesterday, okay, but still high. See, so you start to see it's starting to fall a little lower. So we need SPX to get below 100. See if it's below 100. That'd be good. IW, guys, IW is waking up with some vengeance here, pushing to the upside. Bulls are buying this thing back up. IWM 295 do look appealing. That's calls. Exxon will continue to fall off a cliff. Some early names. NVIDIA is the name that we continuously got stopped out on yesterday. So again, if NVIDIA does present an opportunity, we'll look to take advantage of it. You have to understand, guys, what happened yesterday stays in yesterday. Okay, if you get stopped out on a particular setup, okay, coming to the next day, you can't be afraid to trade that setup. If that's your go-to setup, if that's your bread and butter, you have to take the shot. You can't, if you're the captain of the team, you cannot be scared to take the shot when the game's on the line. That's your shot. Regardless if it goes in or not. Amazon continues to push the downside. Meta continues to push the downside. Meta looking at you can go with the 580s. Puts, keep a close eye on that. Keep in mind these mega cap tech names, guys. These are 0 DTE mode today. It is Wednesday, 0 DTE mode. NVIDIA. That 207.50s. If you want to go 1 DTE, you can go 1 DTE. All right, that's a good idea. The Dow and small caps are leading the way. Mega cap tech getting hit hard here. Look at IWM, guys. The Dow and IWM. Okay, QQQ is actually coming to some potential support here. Okay, so SPY, we deemed this area a nice key zone. We got to treat as support until proven otherwise. Okay, Amazon. We did trade Amazon yesterday. Both sides, calls, inputs, worked out nicely. Which do you prefer? It depends. I actually labeled them two different things. I have VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. All right. If you were, we label those two types of VWAPs, VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. Most traders don't know there's two VWAPs. Sometimes they're very close to one another. Sometimes there's separation away from them. All right. So, but it's very important to know that you can have two different VWAPs. And at times as well, you can have the exact same VWAP. Okay. But from platform to platform, the VWAP number can actually be different. Keeping a close eye on Meta here. Meta does have some room to the downside in that quarterly open. Meta did make a push into that 600, failed to hold that 600. Q's testing that PML. SPY coming close to that PML territory. IW looking gorgeous. Continuation on the 5. Down goes Meta. Down goes Google. Palantir. That coincides with the Dow. Palantir, I'm looking at go with the 135s. Keep in mind the Palantir ones are expired tomorrow. Okay. So far, Palantir and IWM look good for the calls. Meta, possible puts on Meta. NVIDIA going the other way. NVIDIA a little indecisive. Amazon, possible start at the downside. SMH starting to wake up here. Qs are starting to bounce off that support territory. SPY back at VWAP. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Okay, today's the day. All right, 200 likes. Let's smash that record. Okay, we have over 1,200 people tuning in every single day. So it's not a tall task. It's very, very doable. Okay, if everyone's on the same page, we can easily get 1,000 likes. If you haven't already, guys, make sure to subscribe to the channel as well. Help us get to 5,700 subs as we get closer to our 6K goal. We're inching closer. Little by little, okay. Apple also a candidate. Okay, Palantir pushing to the upside. Palantir coincides with the down. Can someone tell me what sector Palantir is in? Put in the chat. Trivia. Okay, early morning trivia. What sector is Palantir in? Okay, what sector is Palantir in? So if you don't know, there's a great opportunity for you to go and study all the sectors, all the 11 sectors, and the top 5 names in those sectors. All right, yeah, you constantly have to be learning and be forever a student. Okay, you have to be a student forever. Apple is looking promising as well to the upside. Apple 302 50s, those are zeros. Okay, it looks like the Qs are starting to bounce off that support territory. If SPY continues to go get above daily open, it has a small little runway, guys. All right, runways are very tight. Okay, bumper to bumper traffic, scalpers paradise. Okay, defense sector. Okay, where in the defense sector? Where does the defense sector classify in the 11 sectors? So what category does the defense names fall under? Amazon falling off a cliff, Palantir ripping and roaring. From the lens of the 11 sectors. SpaceX IV, Palantir. Puts, now I'm looking at Palantir to the upside of the Dow continues to push. Tech, yep, it has a tech component. The interesting thing is the way they classify stocks, all right? You would think some of these stocks, like you would think, we know Google or Alphabet is a tech company. We know that, right? It engages in technology services. But the way it's classified is a communications name. It's classified in communications. Tesla is also, you can think of it as a tech company, but it's classified as discretionary. Right, so some of this classification of these sectors, some of these classification of these names, right, can be a little bit off, but that's how they classify them. Yeah, Amazon continues to push. Amazon does have a little bit of room at that 240, 201. If SPY continues to pump, guys, be careful shorting Amazon in that area. Okay, Palantir. See Palantir continue to push the upside. Google looks like one slide at the downside. Meta. Give me the alert on Meta, the downside here. We need broad market drop. Today, just take your time. Palantir continues to push. So you can hold above that, come back for that retest. Apple has a key level above it. Okay, SPY is currently breaking that level, guys. So again, keep a close eye here. IWM again. IWM. Okay, so you can come back into play. Palantir is gone. Palantir calls as the Dow continues to pump. SPY, it's very scalpable, but it's very, very tight. Very tight window on SPY. Very tight window on SPY. As SPY falls back below that daily open, Qs crumble under that VWAP. Meta to the downside does look appealing. I'm waiting for a pullback on Palantir. You want to catch Palantir? If you caught Palantir on that break, out of here. Out of here for the calls. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. We do have a little bit of traffic on NVIDIA as well above us, guys. We have that weekly up, we have that PMH, and we have that 50% retrace on, and that actually that daily 50% retrace right there. Good morning, Nico. Good morning. Good morning. Out 40% gain. IWM, beautiful job. All right, so the conditions that they're giving us, guys, very, very scalp friendly. See profit, take profit, run for the hills. Okay. See profit, take profit, run for the hills. Okay. Meta starting to break down. Meta starting to break down. Cross back up, Meta. Count me in. Watch Amazon for the breakdown as well. The breakdown on Meta looks a little more appealing. Okay, see Meta can tap me in right there. Meta the 580s. Let me pull up the Meta contracts. Okay, see Meta can push one more time to the downside. Okay, I'll take the Meta puts right there. Ooh, Meta's a little spready. So as soon as I got it, I was down about 6%. That's okay. A little spready there on Meta. So Meta, first trade of the day for the puts. Palantir, if you took Palantir, good, good, good. So for Meta's case, I want SPY to crack below that daily open. Okay, crack below that daily open. Palantir, guys. Palantir is out of here. Palantir is out of here. Okay, Meta puts currently down about 5%. We're going to need that broad market drop here. If you took Palantir, good, good, good. Google also setting up here. Down, out of here. So actually, IWM didn't go yet. No cross up. So Meta, if SPY can tank and start heading towards VWAP, and the Qs can fall under VWAP, Meta has a chance. If we continue to bounce out that territory, my stop on Meta is all the way up here. Look at Palantir. Anyone take Palantir? If you take Palantir, good, good, good. Meta getting close. So these are zeros. They're a little more aggressive. Okay, Meta possibly going to get stopped out here. Need SPY to stay within that area. Get below that daily open. Now close above that level on for Meta. It's trying to go tweezer bottom there, trap those shorts. A little front running on my side. SpaceX continues to push the downside. I want to see SPY crumble here. That is catching a bid, about to get stopped. Okay. If I get it close above that level, I got to get out. He did tap it. Okay, see if I can start to push the downside a little bit. SPY collapse under that daily open, have the chance. All right, so let's see if we can make one last push. One last push. SPY crack below VWAP. SPY cracks below VWAP, guys. Keep a close eye on Amazon. Okay, Meta. Let's start to rock and roll. Sat through some drawdown, upwards of 35%. I want to see a crack below VWAP. No bounce off VWAP. Down goes our friend Qs. If you're taking a bounce on Palantir, bounce coming in. Okay, for that retest bounce worked out beautifully on Palantir. I want to see a collapse below that VWAP that can possibly get us back into that area on Meta, but buyers continue to step in. Palantir bounce. Anyone catch that? On Palantir, yeah. Stopped at IWM. Beautiful, beautiful. Took Palantir. Good, good, good. So it looks like I took the Palantir was nice. I took Meta. Apple. Keep a close eye on Apple. SPY. I don't want to take the break here on SPY. A lot of overhead traffic. Okay, Meta, get back below this level. We possibly can be good to go. Google is starting to break down nicely. So a little early on Meta, no signal. Okay, see if you can start to go. Nvidia breaking those highs. Okay, a little bit of traffic there, so be mindful of that. So Meta's break even is possibly the lows of the day. Okay, because the time has passed slightly. Some time has passed. Palantir, guys. Palantir, gorgeous. Nice move on Palantir. SpaceX, that's not tradable so far. Let's see if we can. Google breaking down nicely. Ticker symbol GOOGL. Okay, we're getting very close to break even here. On Meta, I want to see a nice rejection off of this daily open. A complete collapse. 5 minutes inside on SPY. The Qs stay below VWAP when it's all said and done. That'd be great. Okay. Welcome first time viewers. Welcome Big Ang 001. Make sure to smash the like button, guys. Nvidia's starting to go. Nvidia's starting to go here to the upside. See if you can stay above that PMH. Google the slide to the downside. Palantir already went. My horse in the race is Meta, still in the position. No change, no close, no TP. Down about 15%. Did see drawdown upwards of 30, 40%, close to 40% at peak. Did tag that initial stop, but didn't get stopped out. If SPY can break below that VWAP, that gives us the best chance here, guys, for Meta to start to slide. Okay. Palantir, retest on Palantir, second time, double dip possibly brewing. We do have Amazon possibly brewing as well. Just be mindful of that 242.01, that weekly for 50% retrace. Okay, see if Meta can just fall off the face of the earth. That would be great. Qs, SPY continues to bounce off that VWAP. Okay, SPY continues to bounce off that VWAP. But we know SPY is jammed in this area, guys. We do have some overhead resistance. See if Meta can continue to push lower, guys. Take out that 584.85. That 585 cycle level is critical. We want the buyers to overwhelm the sellers there. Okay, see we get a nice little slide to the downside. 40 seconds left in this 5-minute candle. 40 seconds left. Okay, 40 seconds left here. On Meta. So a small victory would be, okay, Meta, the close rate to this 5-minute candle, stay below this level. Okay, stay below this level. My break even is probably lows of the day. Meta sometimes can be a little spready. So again, if you get the ask, it can be a little bit of a spread. The spread difference, you can automatically be down 5%, 10%, 5 to 7%. Okay, so now we're very close to break even. So I'll keep my risk the same on Meta. See if Meta can go take out those lows. All right, there is a danger of possibly going triple bottom. But what we need to see, guys, what can help us is the SPY breaking below VWAP. That can help us to the downside. All right, if you need to make an adjustment to your risk, if you're in Meta, do so. I'm going to keep it the same. All right, so if you're down, like say, hypothetically down 30, 40%, and then now you're only down 10, 15%, you want to modify your risk so it's a smaller loss. Whatever you need to do to manage the position, do it. I want to see if I can get a break below this view up on SPY. Okay, between now and 10 o'clock, I want to see if we get that breakdown below that level. We did get retail sales this morning. Okay, if we can close below 558, 585, 65 on Meta, that'd be great. We're trying to see buyers are trying to come in on Meta. Okay, see if they can get pushed back lower. So these are the zeros on Meta. They're very volatile. Palantir retest. That would be great. So he did get all the way back to break even, but still in the position. Okay, we can start to break here. Possibly can give Meta a nice little drop, push the downside it needs. Okay. See if that buying can be absorbed. Master Action, I start to become more profitable watching you. Absolutely. Congratulations, Anthony. There you go. Whoever started watching this recently, the guy's the real deal. Pay attention and start action. Absolutely, guys. Just everything here is for educational purposes, of course. But I promise you, okay, if you continue to watch, if you continue to ask questions, interact, all right, you will get better. Okay, you will get better. You won't get worse. All right, that's one thing I can deliver. You will get better. You won't get worse. Okay, spies collapsing below VWAP, Qs collapsing below VWAP, trigger on Qs, triggered on the Qs to the downside, see if it can stay below PML. Now Meta, fall off a cliff. Meta, join the party, okay? Meta, let's see if you can join the party. SPY, okay, SPY does have a little bit of support there, okay, if you're confident taking the shockwave to the downside with the broad market sell, all right? Just know where your risk is. Once it's allocated, guys, it's allocated. The Dow continues to rip to the upside. Okay, Meta back to break even. Okay, Meta back to break even. Go, 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 Meta. Go, go, go. Okay. I want to see a nice break below that 585, 584.85. All right, we're basically testing that 585 territory. All right, I want to see a slice and dice below that and just a complete fall. All right. Fall off the face of the earth, Meta. All right, finally in the green here on Meta. We're seeing some contention, of course. SPY is coming into the support territory, all right, so let's be mindful of that. So we want the support territory to get flipped, see if the shockwave can take effect. Shockwave on the Qs here. If Palantir can reclaim this territory, might be an opportunity there. As Palantir is falling off here, Amazon falling to the downside. Tesla falling to the downside. Okay, Dow continues to push to the upside. Nvidia falling to the downside. So full circle on Nvidia. Tesla falling to the downside. How are we doing, strikers? Took Palantir, took Nvidia. Good, good, good. We just need a slice and dice below this territory. We need shockwave to kick in. Meta stubborn buyers at 585. 585 is the issue on Meta. Okay, that is a major level on Meta. Okay, we need that close below that 585 if this is going to work in our favor within the next few seconds before that next 5-minute candle comes in before 10 o'clock. All right, did see a little bit of green, nothing worthy of taking off. I'll give it some time here because if we can't close below 585 and SPY breaks below these lows, Meta can have the chance to start to break down. Shockwave scale out on the Qs here, guys. Scale out on the Qs. If you're taking SPY here, see if you can hold below PML, flip that support into resistance. We're starting to see IWM come test that VWAP. Okay, I want to see a nice close below 585 on Meta. Okay, we can be in business if we can do that. We can be in business if we can do that. Just fold under 585. Okay, steamroll the buyers. There goes SPY, guys. Scale out on SPY if you took that. Okay, it is a support territory there. Just be mindful. See if that continue to push lower. So if it's at support, if you're going at support, just treat it as a scalp. Meta, guys. Meta is basing out here. All right, but I'll give it some time. I'm going to move my stop on Meta, okay, to this 5-minute candles high. All right, factoring time, so to 587. Okay, go, 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 Meta, go, 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 Meta, go, 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 go. Get that nice little drop on Meta. Okay. Look at SPY, immediately starting to bounce. That is support until prove otherwise. Okay, so I want Meta to close below 585. If SPY starts to bounce off the support, guys, then I'll have to start to take Meta off. But I want to give SPY a chance to go dead cat bounce and slide to the downside, stay below here. Okay, see Meta can start to slide. What's moving and grooving here? Nvidia, nice slide on Nvidia. Okay, nice wick on Palantir. Okay. So Meta is my horse here. Okay, there we go, Meta. There we go, up 4. TP if you need to, guys. Scale it if you need to. Okay, if I can get that close below this gray box here on Meta the next few minutes, I'm going to use that 585 as my stop. So at least as a break even, very close to break even, single digit loss. All right, okay, there we go, Meta. There we go, Meta. There we go, Meta. Up 9. If SPY starts to collapse once again, Meta can make another leg lower. Okay. Okay. See, go more draw to the downside on Meta. Give me that double digit. SPY starting to slide. Knock out these lows. While you stay below 585. Want to see double digits on Meta. Okay, 10% on Meta there. Go, go, go. 12. 14. I'm going to take a majority off right there on Meta. Thank you very much. At 14. Runners. 585 stop. Okay, 15 on Meta. They made us work for this one, guys. They made us work for this one. All right, make sure to TP, guys. Meta is very volatile. My trailing stop is going to be at that 585. No close there. No close back above that territory. If it doesn't close back above that territory, I'll let it drop to wherever it needs to get to. Ideally, 580. If you get to close back above that territory, I'll get a stop down on the runners. So quick 14% scalp on Meta. So no close above 585 when it's all said and done. That's the only thing I'm paying attention to. Okay, we get that close. I'll close out. Okay, I'll close out right there on Meta, so I can get that follow through. A good TP. Runners past couple days not really going anywhere, so I do like that. So thank you, Meta. And SPY starting to bounce off this territory. So again, Meta. So I did sit through some drawdown on Meta. We will review that just at the recap when we do the trade recap. So thank you very much, Meta. And now SPY. This morning we discussed with our team in detail, right, the importance of this territory. This is support. When it's support, okay. Can you short at support? You can. Okay, if support has not been proven otherwise, if you're shorting at support, tread lightly. Tread lightly. All right, tread lightly. Ideally, textbook definition, you want to let us break below that level decisively, hold below it, and see a broad market sell below that level. Okay. So thank you, Meta. Did get stopped on those runners. How we doing, guys? 25% Meta, good, good, good. So you probably had a better entry. All right, they're not giving us a lot, guys. They're not giving us a lot of room TP. So if you're looking for those major TPs, big TPs, and that's your bread and butter, when you get stopped out, make sure you get stopped out. Palantir gave a third time double dip if you took that. Good, good, good. Amazon falling off a cliff. All right, it's hard for me to short SPY right here. Because bigger picture, I know where we are. Watch for the flag off that hammer on VWAP, off the, watch that flag hammer on IWM off VWAP at 9. A lot of shake and bake. Anyone still holding Meta puts? Meta runners. Broadcom 20%. Good, 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 good. So Meta, guys, I did sit to drawdown upwards of close to 40%. Okay, so close. It came close here. Right, I wanted to see if we get that close above it, and it wicked right there. And now you can see Meta. If you waited, kind of front right out here, to be honest, right? But if you waited, Shockwave gave you the exact entry right there. Right, so. And he gave you that retest entry as well. Okay. But nonetheless, good, good, good. The Dow continues to push. Palantir come back home. Palantir did give a couple more opportunities off that level. I was just preoccupied with Meta. Tesla breaking. Yep, Tesla going back for that retest. What is Tesla bouncing off of, guys? Again, Tesla bouncing off weekly 50% retrace. So use that as a target. When you see a key level there, all right, 90% of the time, okay, use it as a target. Take a majority off because you're going to get some kind of response. And that kind of response can start to eat at your profits, especially with zeros, right? So for Meta, for Tesla, a lot of those names have zero DTs on Wednesdays. So be mindful of that. All right, so trade those zeros the right way. Tesla retest, of course, coming back in. Amazon bounced off weekly 50% retrace as well. SPY trying to build a base off of this major support. All right, look at that 15-minute candle here. Nice bounce, hammer, possible flag forming on IWM off that view up in that 9, plus the hammer. The Dow continues to push to the upside. So where's our friend Walmart? Walmart not doing much here. So good TP on Meta. This week, runners have not been running. Right, so runners have not been running. So in that event, when your runners are not running, right, if you continue to trade those runners, all right, if you get stopped out, make sure you get stopped out with those wherever your trailing stop is. All right, don't let those runners be a reason for you to re-add to the position unless that's part of the plan already. If it's a pre-existing plan that you're following, by all means, but you don't want to start to make up plans on the fly. Okay, you don't want to start to think of elaborate schemes and ideas on the fly. Okay, make sure it's determined, defined before taking any trades. Palantir continues to push. Nvidia coming for that retest, that PML. So you can see if you take this to the downside, okay, via shockwave, didn't give you a signal, but if you just took it, or we can treat it as a scalp, why there's major support there. Okay, there's major support there. We're bouncing off that daily downside breaker, prior day's lows. The Dow continues to soar. So what is dragging the Dow higher? Let's take a look. What is dragging the Dow higher? So, okay, what is dragging the Dow higher? The Dow composite average, okay. So financials. Financials are carrying the Dow. Okay, NASDAQ per usual. Names dragging it lower. A lot of flat activity there. Okay, so we see this corner of the market taking a hit. Some of these semiconductor names starting to wake up. And financials carrying us here. Financials doing the heavy lifting. Look at the Dow, guys. SPY is as messy as it gets. SPY is as messy as it gets. How we doing during the first 30 minutes, guys? How we doing? Who's done for the day? Anyone done for the day? As you're coming in, guys, smash the like button. First trade of the day, Meta. Sat through a little bit of drawdown. Almost got stopped out. Eventually worked out in our favor. Okay, took a majority off. 13, 14. Then eventually got stopped out on the runners. All right. Palantir was a nice push to the upside. Amazon, nice drop to the downside. Tesla coming for that retest as well. Google coming for that retest as well. Nvidia, nice retest, retrace, reject. So far with the data the market has given us, we can establish, right? Okay, the birth of a channel. That's what it's given us so far. Based on what it's given us, right? We can clearly see is what's going on so far. So let's see if we continue to follow that during the first 30 minutes. That's what it's given us. Let's see if we can continue to follow that. A retrace, reject on Tesla Brewing. I want to get above that level and get back below it. Same recipe. The Dow's out of here. The Dow might have made all-time highs, guys. The Dow might have made all-time highs. VWAP test brewing. Retrace reject VWAP on a SPY. We retest the VWAP on an IWM. Continue to hold VWAP there. Keep in mind, guys, we do have FOMC today. We'll have that coverage for you. It's going to be a marathon stream. All right, so we're going to be streaming as we're going to have the coverage for you. We're going to be streaming almost as long as up to the close as possible. We might go to the close. We'll get as close as possible to the close as possible. But we will have the FOMC coverage for you, so make sure to tune in. Make sure to get comfortable. So I'm testing out this Gemini Note feature on Google Meets. All right, I think they just added that, so let's see what the notes look like. Let's see what the notes look like. Okay. No trades to watch and learning. Absolutely, that's good. The main thing is don't take it to just trade your trade. The whole point of this, guys, is to give you the tools and resources for you to become the best trader you can be. Following your system. You can implement some of the frameworks that we use. You can trade the system that we use in addition to what you're doing already. But the main thing is being the best trader you can be by following your system. Okay? That's going to give you the best chance. Meta double dip, okay. So I didn't double dip on Meta here. NVIDIA looks appealing. NVIDIA, I do have the NVIDIA puts on my watch. Let me add, actually, I don't have it actually. NVIDIA, I might have to go with tomorrow's contracts. Let's see, maybe we can go with today's. If I want to scalp out of it quickly. Today's contracts on NVIDIA, 207.05. Obviously, we need SPY to start sliding to the downside. Q is rejecting off of that VWAP. Okay, Tesla, no breakdown there. It broke down, came back in, no reclaim back to downside for that slide. Meta starting to push. NVIDIA starting to push. So if SPY starts to fade off of this daily open, there might be a chance on NVIDIA back to downside. And if that's the case, I'm looking at NVIDIA 115s. Okay. Puts. If Qs emerge above VWAP, more than likely it's going to drag NVIDIA higher. So all the indexes are on the same page now. Nice bounce off VWAP at 9 on IWM if you do trade that style. One more push on NVIDIA. One more push on NVIDIA. One more push coming to PMH. Okay, I actually like it to get above that level and fall back under it. We've been using that entry model late, okay, mid-May to late May. That was the bread and butter. All right, so okay, we're starting to break here. We're back above that daily open. We're resurfacing above that daily open. Okay, it looks like SPY wants to break. SPY has a little bit of room at that weekly. Okay. Okay, see SPY can continue to push. SPY starts to fade. There's a double dip opportunity on Meta. Okay. We have to be aware of that 585 territory. There's a rejection opportunity on, of course, the Qs on Nvidia, and of course Amazon as well. So the same usual suspects. But we need SPY to start to fade. Okay, so nothing so far in SPY. If you trade this bounce off SPY, okay, you can win. That's a nice setup. Okay, see Meta. Take this off here. Give me that nice. Nice entry on Meta. We need that breakdown on SPY though. We need the support from our big brother SPY. Okay, we got support from our big brother SPY. You can see this right there. Okay, initial room into that 585 territory. All right. Initial room into that 585 territory. Stop all the way up here. If SPY breaks out, no setup on Meta. SPY breaks down, falls back under that daily open. Okay, or rejects off this weekly open. Goes double top up there, starts to slide back lower. Opportunity on Meta brewing. Same contracts, nothing really changes. Nothing really changes. Okay, SPY starting to slide. See if Meta can follow suit. If you took Nvidia, that's also possibly brewing. SPY stay below that daily open. Okay, I'm back in Meta here. Okay, now on SPY to start to slide. So second double dip on Meta. Now has a little bit of room into that 585. So second trade on Meta, same setup. Okay, see if you can fall under it. Starting to bounce slightly here, but it's gonna be predicated on what SPY does here. I'm giving it room until these highs up here. Stay below VWAP as well. Give it a little bit of breathing room. Now it's going the other way. SPY started trying to catch a bit off that daily open. I want that interaction to go south. All right, so the ultimate stop is all the way up there, conservative. And what will help Meta here is if the Qs get back under VWAP. Qs get back under VWAP, SPY start to create separation away from that daily open and go south towards VWAP. If it continues to push to the upside, starts to head towards that 751.75. I like how the VWAP on Meta is within our risk, so we can sit through that retest of VWAP, but if it gets above that, then I'll get stopped out. Above that dotted line, I will get stopped out there. So you can get that VWAP rejection to work in our favor. All right. Could have waited a little longer for that breakdown on Meta. Get that breakdown, get that close. So at this point, I'm already in. All I can do is just manage. Meta, see if we can withstand that VWAP test. Our stop was slightly above VWAP. If we can withstand that, that'd be great. So second trade on Meta. First one had to sit through a little bit of drawdown. It's this one as well, sitting through a little bit of drawdown as well. So everything is hard fought. Okay, so we'll be knowing when we get stopped out or that works in our favor. Keep a close eye on Nvidia as well. Nvidia, Google coming into play nicely, a little smoother than Meta. Want this to break that structure. Break what structure? This trend line support. And break that, and SPY get below daily open. That's going to be our best bet. Get below daily open. Worst case scenario, come into these highs and reject. If you're taking shockwave here, all right, you have a little bit of runway into that territory. If it's a parabolic break, you're going to see it get above that territory, but watch out for all those traps. Okay, watch out for all those traps. Okay, the Dow's starting to slide here. Dow's starting to slide. IWM starting to slide. Qs are showing some strength on that 5. SPY's teetering. So if the Qs start to fade, that can lead to SPY's pulling back as the Dow's headed towards that 9. So we just need the Qs to start to sell off here to ensure that this is a broad market sell-off rather than a rotation, because this might be a slight rotation on the 5 that we're seeing here. A rotation out of the Dow into mega cap tech. Right, if the Qs start to fade, stay below this level here, then it'll be a broad market sell that we're seeing. And that can possibly drive SPY lower. Okay, Meta. We'll be back in business if we get below this level, get that structural break. Okay, down about 7-8%. I want to see a double top here on SPY. Q stay below daily open. Now, Meta does have room to 585. It starts to go smoothly, right? 585 is going to be highly contested. Okay, it's going to be hard fought. Okay, shockwave on SPY. Be mindful to respect this weekly open. Okay, trade as a scalp initially. If you can hold above it, you can scale out there. If you can hold above it, leave those runners. So that's the first signal on SPY. Via shockwave, the Qs are starting to go. Okay, Dow's starting to course correct as well. So we just need the Meta to make its own move to the downside, break below these lows as everything's starting to pump. So we don't have the support from the market. So see if Meta can make an individual move to the downside as these names start to show some strength. If you did take shockwave here, tremendous confidence, guys. Okay, you have room into this territory up there. You should be able to scalp out of there here. Okay, if you're holding through it, manage accordingly. We're above that weekly open now. We have another level we're paying attention to, of course, that PMH up here. Okay, let's go Meta. Let's go Meta. Meta is up. Okay. Meta has room to 585. Okay, that's our first soft target. If you need to TP. If you need to move your stop to break even, do whatever you need to do. I'm going to keep everything the same way. Get that push into 585. I'll take a majority off at double digits. Okay, I'll take a majority off right there at 11%. Near that 585, holding runners. Same thing, guys. Stop at 50, up 14. TP where you need to, guys, all right? That 585 is highly contested, so we need to respect that 585. That's why I took a majority off right there. At 11, all right, I have to respect that 585. I can turn down that double digits. And if we can get below it, fantastic. If we can't, okay, that's fair. Because if we can get below it, guys, we're headed towards the lows of the day. And that's what the runners are there for. So we're going to have to get that break below 585 decisively, slice and dice, and we're in business. Those runners can start to make a push to the downside. SPY coming back in as well. If you took that quick scalp, good. Up 14. Who took Meta? Who double dipped on Meta? Stop down, okay. Who double dipped on Meta? See if we can get that nice break. So did yield up upwards of 14%. If you just called it right there, that's a quick 14% for you in a few minutes, less than 10 minutes. Slide under 585. SPY head towards the call trigger. Look at the Qs. Qs, what happened to my chart? Qs are starting to pull back here. We're spending some time at 585. Slice and dice under it. That'd be great. Okay, my stop was going to be no close back above this territory. Same thing as before, guys. I'm going to try to get it as close as possible to break even. Give it a little bit of a buffer. All right, but if you took it into that 585, that's 14-15%, depending on your entry. See if I can sit through this test of this territory. My stop is slightly above it. Maybe 2-3% is a stop. Keep it close on that retest on SPY. Get above this territory. If we get it close above this territory, that initial entry area, and get that alert, then I'll stop out on those runners as well. All right, so securing it, profit with the majority, giving the runners a little bit of room if they don't want to engage, get stopped out. All right. Now you can always opt to close the whole position. That's completely up to you. All right. So 2 trades today, Meta during first shift, both worked in our favor. Both sat through a little bit of drawdown. All right, but didn't get stopped out. So sometimes when you are in trades, okay, you have to sit through a little bit of drawdown, scheduled drawdown, okay, because you're still within, the trade is still valid. In the event that we get above my stop, there's no sense in me sitting through drawdown because the trade is no longer valid. In this case, we want this to translate to a trap and head towards that daily open. If you took the calls here, guys, scale out. All right. So Shockwave gives you this opportunity, and you also have that key level here as an area to TP. So at least you can squeeze from here to here, possibly anywhere from 10 to 15%. If you got all the way up there, upwards of 30%. Okay. So let's see if Meta can break down another leg lower into that 583.90, and now we can start to rock and roll. I want us to fail this 585 territory and see if runners can do the heavy lifting. Up 20. Okay, good. All right, sometimes runners run. We've seen our runners run before. Sometimes they just don't run, but you don't want to give them too wide, too long of a leash. All right. Secure your profits with the majority, per usual. Okay, how we doing, team? How we doing? So it looks like today, Meta is what we got. Good morning. Whose chart should I look at? So you have these charts available to you. SPY on the one. You have the SPY, QQQ, DII, WM down here. You have SPY in a higher time frame. You have our usual suspects here. Okay, for some setups, you have, of course, you have some trending names down here. Meta, let's break down Meta. Let's break down and get to 583.90. Okay, let's get down there. Okay, we want to create separation away from 585. What's really going to help us get out down there, guys, is if we see no buyers, pick this thing back up, and we fall below that daily open. I want to see a decisive close below 585 on Meta, and we're on our way to 583.90 if everything starts to sell off. Qs are headed back towards VWAP. SPY's looking to test that 9, up 16. Okay, go candle under candle, slice and dice. So we're using SPY as the gauge as we trade Meta. Get that break. Let's see. Take a look at the 5. Okay, the 5 is looking good. See if we can knock out those lows. 5 goes orange. There we go, Meta. There we go, Meta. There we go, Meta. There we go, Meta. Meta. Get to 583.90. SPY go to VWAP up 27%. Okay. I want that candle to close below that level, guys. There we go, guys. 29% on Meta. That's how we do it. SPY testing VWAP here. We want that VWAP test to go south as Meta heads toward the lows of the day. 37%. 44%. We're at the lows, right at our target here, guys. Want us to stay below there? Okay, I'm going to close right there at 42%. All out. Thank you very much, Meta. And that wraps up first shift. So first shift, 2 trades on Meta. First one, guys, if you recall, our runners didn't run. Second one, our runners run to 44. All right, so beautiful job with Meta. I'm done with Meta. If it wants to go below that 583.90, that's great. But beautiful extraction, taking it to target, talking about taking majority of a 585, walking through everything, and then eventually getting to the lows of the day. And I'm out there at 40 plus percent. Okay, close to 44% on those runners. All right, so thank you very much, Meta. Pleasure doing business. Does it have more to go lower? Sure. But I don't want to sit through another bounce into 585 possibly, and then a break back lower. All right, those are the zeros. All right, so that nice little bounce can start to take effect. And on that note, guys, that wraps up first shift. So first shift, 2 trades on first shift, 2 trades on Meta, 1 opportunity on SPY that was available for the scalp. We discussed the importance of treating these levels as support and resistance, or treating this as support until proof otherwise. If you're going to scalp this, guys, make sure to treat it as a scalp, treat that as a scalp, and you can still navigate through these conditions. We decided to go with Meta. A couple of honorable mentions, of course. Palantir. Palantir made a nice push to the upside. If you took NVIDIA's starting to work nicely. If you took Amazon for the puts, that's also working nicely. I decided to go with Meta for that double dip opportunity, and it worked out beautifully both times. But the difference is on both those trades, guys, we sat through some drawdown, scheduled drawdown. So it wasn't reckless. We didn't go beyond our risk, right? It was a little bit uncomfortable, but the trade was still valid. So we have to sit through it, and then eventually both of them worked out nicely. All right, so if you're holding Meta runners, you should possibly up close to 60-70%. Okay, and that is going to be the 2 trade we're going to take during first shift. So beautiful way to kick off the day and to wrap up the first hour of the day. How are we doing, guys? Took IWM, beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, just taking your time. Meta, 1 Meta contract, 60%. Beautiful job, Firefly. MRVL, let me on watch. Good morning. Who's Char? Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are we doing on YouTube? Folks on YouTube, how are we doing? All right, take your profit to run. All right, so for those of you enjoying the stream, guys, for those of you who are want to get the delay for ad-free stream, guys, make sure to click the link in the description, click the link pinned in the chat, and join our community. All right, so you'll have access to the delay-free ad-free stream and access to all the charts here as Meta continues to fall off a cliff. Let's admire the setup here. Okay, doesn't get better than this. So we took it to the downside here. I want you to see the difference. Okay, took it to the downside here. We extracted profits, 13-14%, and then our runners get stopped out. That's fine. I'm going to do the exact same thing this time around. If I see lows, I'm taking majority off. I'm targeting those lows as my ultimate TP. Right? I didn't have a lot of confidence to take a majority off all the way down here, as SPY was trying to push, so I took a majority off at double digits and then took the runners off at the lows of the day. Right? If I have a little more confidence, what I like to do is this, guys. I like to take a majority off into the lows and then see if there's enough room to the downside with those runners. Right? So either way, runners got stopped out initially here, and then this one works in our favor. Right? So if you're in this meta trade, congratulations. This one worked out much smoother. Again, my entry's a little early. Okay, so both those trades, I could have saved myself a little bit of headache, not sit through some drawdown, but eventually worked in my favor if I just waited for that signal to come in. And sometimes you might get into the trade a little early. All right, but even if you're early, it doesn't give you an excuse to extend, make your stop a little wider. Wow, Meta's starting to fall off a cliff. Those contracts are flying. All right, so congratulations if you took Meta. Congratulations. All right. All right, so do me a favor, guys. Smash the like button. Let's get to 200 likes as soon as possible. 200 likes is the goal. If we're at 100 before 10:30, we will do the giveaway. So every 100 likes, we'll do a giveaway, guys. We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. We have 230 plus people joining us this morning. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure to hit the like button. Okay, take a minute. So we have 240 people, 91 likes. So 240 minus 91. Okay, that's about 150, 149. Okay, 149. So 149 of you have yet to hit the like button, so make sure to do so. Okay, take a minute, hit the like button. Okay, so look at this trap above that weekly open. Okay, Meta, that thing fell another $1 and some change. That thing fell another $1 and some change. Okay. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? No trades for me. It's learning day. Unless buy breaks. That's a great thing to do, guys. Again, if you're not taking those trades, okay, don't be tempted to take trades based on the commentary. The commentary is there to train you. If you see your trades align with the commentary, your trades align with the setups I'm looking to take, use it as an indication that, hey, you know what? There's more confluence. All right, but very good job, Storm Jefferson. Okay. So we're back in this PML territory. We're back at that daily downside breaker. And look what's going on. So this morning we discussed the importance of watching this bumper-to-bumper traffic. Okay, the expansion is going to be beyond this territory up here. That's why it's so important to tune into the pre-market prep, guys. That's available in our private community. But anything in between, we have to treat this as resistance. Treat this as support. If we're going to short at support, tread lightly. Okay? If you're going to short at support prior to being flipped, tread lightly. If you're going to long at resistance prior to being flipped, tread lightly. What does tread lightly equate to? If you're green, trade as a scalp. If you get stopped out, you have tight stops, respect your stops. Okay? Respect your stops. Okay, the market is not going to respect your stops. You have to. 75% on Meta. Beautiful job, Firefly. I have to go 100% to get back to break even. Good, good, good. And the thing is, guys, if you're flirting with break even every single day, okay, be very, very encouraged. Okay, if you're not trading to the best of your ability and you're very close to break even a small red by the end of the day, by the end of the week, okay, don't be discouraged. That's very, very encouraging. Because now what that means is you have an ability when things don't go in your favor to still be very close to be winning. And that's a reflection of your risk management. Right? If things are not going in your favor and you're still 1 or 2 trades away from being green, or 1 or 2 trades away going in your favor from being green on the week, and things are not going your way at all, that's a great place to be. Because typically when things don't go your way, right, that's when everything starts to collapse. Right? See the puts can get to the lows of the day here. Second signal via shockwave. Okay, target the lows of the day. Same protocol. So tremendous, tremendous job, Firefly. Right? Be very, very encouraged, guys. Okay, so don't be discouraged. Don't be frustrated. It is frustrating, but don't let that frustration lead to you taking trades out of frustration. Palantir is coming back in. Look at Shockwave, guys. Meta, maybe making another leg lower. If you took Nvidia to the downside, you're laughing to the bank. If you took Apple to the downside, you're laughing to the bank. Palantir, we need the Dow to start to correct on Palantir. So I see Palantir can go to that VWAP, bounce off that VWAP and recapture that territory. Tesla's on the verge of breaking as well. Okay, look at SPY, guys. TP1 hit up via shockwave. So if you're disciplined enough to trade shockwave, treat this as a scalp, and then take this as a downside. Okay? Despite the price action, look how long you had to wait. You had to wait until 10:24, and then wait until 10:40. Nothing before that Okay, speaking of Shockwave, the Shockwave webinar will be hosted this weekend, guys, at 4 p.m. Eastern. 4 p.m. Eastern today. 4 p.m. Eastern today. Not today. 4 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. Now, the YouTube is to support the channel, guys, and access some of the videos. All right, if you're looking to join the community, that's on the website, smartactiontrade.com. If you want access to our Discord, access to the course that comes with your membership, and a host of other things. Okay. 75% on SPY. Beautiful job, Robert. All right. So if you're a first-time viewer, continue to enjoy the free stuff. Let us know where you're joining from. Subscribe and like. Usually, after 3 to 5 episodes, if you're in that category, that's when you want to join our community. Okay. And most people already make the membership via YouTube and then leverage the gain to pay for the community for free. Okay. Palantir. You're looking to take Palantir, John. See if you get a nice little hammer off Palantir. Again, you can see TP. They take out those lows to go back the other way. This is kind of what the FOMC trade is going to look like. Okay, mean reversions. That's what I trade on FOMC. I don't trade the breakouts. I don't trade the breakdowns on FOMC. I trade mean reversions. I trade the traps. I bet on the traps. Okay. So again, gives you a nice little opportunity here to the downside and to the lows of the day. The question becomes, what more do we want? Okay. What more do we want? Okay, Palantir starting to go here. Apple going for that retest. Meta continues to... Meta broke down beautifully, guys. That might be very close to 100% trade, depending on what your contracts are. Very close. So if SPY makes another leg lower. Okay, Meta's getting a little top heavy here. Another break back to the downside. All right, this is probably for folks who have runners. Right? If you have a runner and wants that breakdown. Okay, if I'm looking for an entry, this might be a little too shallow for me. Okay, at least come into this territory here, come to that 9, give me a hammer. Sometimes those shallow ones are the ones that do work because there's so much weakness, right? But I do prefer a little bit of a healthier pullback. Okay, so nice breakdown on Meta. Look at that, guys. So if you have the indicator, you take the puts there. It gives you what? $3.55 drop. So within that drop, you can take profits at 15, at 20, at 30, at 40, whatever your plan is. When it's all said and done, make sure you have more than what you came with as it pertains to this opportunity. Okay. So now let's look for our next trade here. So let's see. A lot of mean reversions are taking place. I might go mean reversion on SPY. We'll see. Haven't traded mean reversion on SPY in quite some time. I've been really focused on the expansions. Expansion setups. Okay, so poll question for today is, does SPY make all-time highs today? 34% of the chat said yes. 66% of the chat said no. So as long as SPY is jammed in this area, guys, I don't feel too confident about expansions. Okay, there's scalps available. There's mean reversions available. And I would even go as far as to say mean reversions are providing a better opportunity than those expansions. We're in a very, very tight range. Right? Brick wall trampoline. Look how close we came to that 50 EMA. Right? 50 EMA on the hourly. We come and tag it. We come into support. We're going back the other way. So as we go back the other way, do we have enough fuel to drive us back above that daily open? If we do we have enough fuel to get above this resistance? Okay, is there enough interest? Okay, if there is, that leads us into this area for possible breakout. What area are we talking about? This area. Downward compression over the past, since Monday. Monday and Tuesday's highs, along with potential highs upcoming here when that breakout gets, when this resistance gets tested for potential breakout. Okay, we're starting to dump here. Wow, we are dumping here. Do we get a catalyst? We might have got a catalyst. Look at this. Do we get some news? Do we get some news? Check your news feeds, guys. Let me check the news feed. Here we go. This must be news, guys. This has to be news. But if you're in those puts, you held on to those runners. There's a way for you to be there. And down goes Meta. Let's see if Meta felt that effect as well. All right, there you go. Boom. So Meta officially 100+% trade. The 100+% trades are doable, but you got to sit through a little back and forth. All right. That's a monster candle, guys. All right. Monster candle. We're testing the 50 MA. I don't fully believe it's selling, guys. We're testing the 50 MA on the hourly. ExxonMobil starting to push. So there might be some Middle East news. ExxonMobil starting to push here. Let me check the news feed. Okay, CIA. Okay, for the summit gain the support. Okay, there we go. Okay, CIA. Ratcliffe warned Trump that he is skeptical that Iran will honor the nuclear deal. Iran deal in question grows over Tehran's intentions. 1037. So something Middle East related. Whenever you see crude spike, indexes drop, something going on out there. Yeah, VIX also spiked here. VIX spiked into that above 17. Microsoft continues to fall off a cliff. This drop here is one of those trades, one of those events where you're just in the position and boom, you get blessed by that candle. In the event that you're going long here and you see a candle like that, sometimes that happens, guys. That happens maybe anywhere from 3 to 5% of the time. There's like I'll even say like a 3% chance. A 3% chance that you can get caught in one of these the wrong way at any given time in these market conditions. So these shenanigans candles do come up. When they work in your favor, they're nice. When they work against you, they hurt. But right, you have to be sized accordingly in your trade. Yeah, it looks like, yep, CL spiking, VIX spiking, SPY dropping, so more than likely some Middle East stuff. When do you have access in the Discord? Great question. So you have access to live trading, pre-market prep. You have access to the 5.5 hour course. Okay. This is what the Discord looks like. All right, everything you need is in there. Okay, you have access to breaking news feed. All right, so the news feed heard earlier. Okay, we saw the news coming right here. Boom. We didn't open up CNBC. We didn't go scour X for the breaking news. Okay, we didn't go follow anyone. It comes to us. All right, so you have access to that. You have access to our chat. Okay, you have access to AI trade ideas. You have access to flow data. Okay, you have access to our courses. You have access to the live trading, delay-free, ad-free, posted every single morning. You have access to the pre-market prep. Okay, you have access to all of our trading material, past streams. You name it, we got it. If we don't got it, we'll get it. Okay, if we don't have a tool or resource, okay, and you would like us to get it, okay, send me a DM. If I think it can create value for our members, guys, I don't mind adding it. Okay. Anything, but what we don't want to have is, we don't want to have all the bells and whistles and then get away from the main thing. All right, you can have the coolest Discord, have the everything automated, everything AI, get the alerts, get the SMS alerts, have all the fancy tools and indicators, and have all this stuff. But it doesn't mean, okay, you're going to conquer your goals. It doesn't mean you're going to become profitable. All right, all the other stuff we're getting is just to enhance the experience. But the primary thing is the pre-market prep and the live trading. That's the meat and potatoes. Everything else is just the sides, the dessert. Okay. Hood, let's take a look at Hood. Hood, okay, nice push on Hood. So if you trade Shockwave, Hood, you take the calls right there. Indicator tells you to take the calls, and boom. Okay, you take the calls right here at 10:06, and you're good to go. That magic number on Hood is, of course, is 100. We're above 100. That's a massive push on Hood. Let's see if this is broker related. Coin is a little more related to Bitcoin, so it might not be as applicable. Webull. Bull W. I think it's Bull indicator, ticker symbol Bull. So Bull, okay, seeing a nice move as well. So it might be broker related. So Bull and Hood are both seeing a nice push. You can see Bull doesn't have as much volume as Hood. So Bull broke above that 7. I believe IBKR is also publicly traded. IBKR. Yeah, IBKR. Okay, this might be a broker related move. Broker related move. All right, so there are about 13 or 14 spots left for the month of June. Okay, at that $69 level. So make sure to take advantage of that. First come, first serve. Dell. And for folks who have Shockwave, I still have to give you access to the multi-ticker dashboard. Multi-ticker dashboard, that's complete. All right, so you'll have access to that as well. All right, so make sure to attend the webinar this Saturday. Nice break on Dell. We're able to catch it on Marv. If you did, good. Manage accordingly. Manage accordingly. 5 minutes away from 11 o'clock. Let's get to 200 likes, guys. Let's get to 200 likes. If we're not at 150 yet, let's get as close as possible to 150. All right, we're going to have FOMC for you. I'm going to share my strategy, how we're going to trade it. We're going to look at some historical data that support that thesis or that setup. All right, we have a lot of things to go over today. It's a marathon stream, so buckle in. If you have to leave, okay, and you're going to come back later, you can do the same thing as well, guys. All right, we're going to be here very close to close, possibly until 3 p.m. Comprehensive coverage of FOMC. Okay. I'm waiting for access. Access to what? If you signed up today, guys, If you join the community, if you join the community, you have access automatically. If you do get shockwave, the indicator that gave this setup and that setup earlier, all right, that's manual. Send me your TradingView username. That's given manually. Now, what else is going on? Let's see. What's moving and grooving? Okay, Wolf up 16%, Hood up. We got AMC up. We got ARM up 6%. We have Lamb Research up. We got Webull up 5%. We have Broadcom up 4%. We have C up 4%. We have GE up 3%. We have Lucid up 3%. Who remembers Lucid? We have Intel up 3%. Okay, we're the biggest losers. We have Carvana taking a hit. Okay, well, if you're curious, why is Carvana's price $64? Wasn't it in the hundreds before? Yes, it was. Stock split. It's 10-to-1 stock split. We have Snapchat. That is a thing, guys. Snapchat is publicly traded, down 6%. We have Meta down 3%. We have thank you, Meta. We took 2 trades on Meta. Got the job done for us today. We have AT&T down. We have Avis down. We have Dollar Tree down. We have Adobe down. Adobe can't catch a break. That 200 hold is critical on Adobe. We have Alphabet. We have Kroger down. So a mixed bag so far. Sectors. SMH leading the way. And real estate, I believe. Communications, the laggard. Communications taking a hit. So nice retrace reject on SPY here. All right, so no trades during second. Second, looking for something here. Got SPY put at 180, stopped out at 240. Good. Now I'm assuming that's the trailing stop, Monty. Okay. 1 minute away from 11 o'clock. 1 minute away from 11 o'clock. One minute away. So surprisingly, 33% of you still may think we're going to make all-time highs today. Yeah, for TradingView. So if you purchase the indicator, I need your TradingView username to grant you access to the indicator as it's invite only. It's officially 11 o'clock. So I have a new top of the hour hourly candle here. All right, the bottom of the hour candle is still live. It's 30 minutes through. Okay, so now we're seeing buyers drive price below 50 EMA. Now sellers driving it below 50 EMA, but buyers saying, hey, we're going to pick it back up. That 50 EMA is right there on the hourly. That's the first test of the 50 after going golden cross. Okay. When we went death cross, okay, the first test of the 50, always look for that, guys. All right. So let me give you a quick setup here. All right, so write this down or rewatch this later. The first 50. So this applies on the hourly. You can apply it on the lower time frames, but treat them as scalps. So we know the golden cross, death cross takes place with 2 EMAs. Okay, so in an uptrend, the shorter dated EMAs must be above the longer dated EMAs. So this will be an uptrend. Okay, the extent of which the EMAs are creating separation is the extent of which the trend is the indication of how strong the trend is. So in this case, let's make this 50 EMA and let's make this 200 EMA. The death cross takes place between these 2 EMAs. These are the primary 2. Okay. So in this case, okay, what this suggests is we're starting to break. We go golden cross, And when we come back and test this 50 for the first time, first test after golden cross, that 50, keep an eye on it. All right, use more supporting evidence to support that setup. Like if there's any support in that area, price action, so on and so forth. But there's a good chance, okay? 65% of the chance, 65%, 70% of the time, it's gonna give you that opportunity to back the upside, especially on the hourly. So after that initial golden cross, right? Look for that 50 test. Combine it with price action, combine it with levels. Okay, so you don't have to catch it at the very beginning. Same thing applies. So golden cross, shorter EMA is above the longer EMA. The extent of which the extent of how far apart they are determines the strength of that move. All right. So in this case, if it's the opposite way, if we have these shorter EMAs, should the shorter EMA the 50, okay, cross below the 200. Same logic applies. In trading, guys, if something is true one way, it has to be true the other way. If it's not, then it's not a system. If something is true one way, it has to be true the other way. All right? So in this case, same thing. So this is referred to a death cross. You see the death cross. The first thing you want to pay attention to is, okay, we're starting to break down. Boom. Come back into it. How do the buyers respond? How do the sellers respond? What does that kind of interactions does that yield? If this is a legitimate breakdown, more than likely we're going to get this continued push lower. If it's a legitimate break, okay, more than likely we're going to get that continued push higher. Okay, so think of it as this: golden cross, death cross, or golden/death cross, first 50 test. That's how it works. All right, preferably on the hourly. Okay, the golden cross, death cross happens between those two EMAs. All right, so in the case where you see this, all right, let's say you see this. You see this. Let me try to make this a little more smoother. So that's the 200. And this is the 50. Remember, EMAs are used for what? Trends. All right? Say the EMAs are just jumbled up. If the EMAs are jumbled up, meaning they're crisscrossing and looks like spaghetti. Now, if it looks like spaghetti, okay, there is no trend. These rules do not apply. Okay? Because when the EMAs are jumbled up, what this is telling us is price is doing this. Okay? So golden cross, death cross, first 50 test. Okay, golden cross, death cross, first 50 test. This candle here kind of just throws a wrench into the equation because this one candle just overlaps everything. That 1 minute candle, not even 2 minutes, guys. It's one candle. We're in that one candle's range now. Low's the day for Meta. It continues to push, but Meta might have been the one just to let ride. Okay, I got my piece. Meta has room at that weekly open, guys. Okay, that has room. You can see that breakdown taking place nicely. Okay, so Meta is looking to turn into a monster trade. To give you context, I took my last bit of profit here for about 44% there. So this is definitely more than 100%, close to 200, 300%. Probably a little closer to 120, 130 because of the fact time is passing. All right. Does anyone trade Golden Cross, Death Cross? Okay. I make sure to like the video, guys, on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. We're at 128 likes. Let's get to 150. At 200 likes, we will have 2 giveaways. Okay, we'll do 2 giveaways at 200 likes. Yep, that's what happened here. So what I told the team here, guys, is watch out for that 50 test. Not the 50 test on its own. An EMA on its own is like a line on the chart on its own. Price is not going to stop because there's an EMA. When you start pairing multiple things together, the likelihood of price stopping or price making a move off that level increases. Right, so now we're testing that 50 EMA as we speak after going Golden Cross. We're in Death Cross. Last week, we fall off a cliff. We go Death Cross. First 50 rule applies. Look what happens. We actually get above it, and then we get below it. 15-minute candle closes. We break that below that 15-minute candle's low, and then we just fall off a cliff. Okay, so if you're playing these setups, you have to give yourself some time. You have to give yourself some contract time. So in this case, if we use that 15-minute candle, okay, get above these highs. Okay, there can be some validity to that setup back to the upside. Okay, that's going to require us to get back above that daily downside breaker, get back above that pre-market low. That'd be the marker. In the event we continue to sell off, we never reclaim it. All right, then we're probably headed towards this 200. Okay. Meta, anyone holding Meta, guys? Meta is all the way at that. It's 580. That's more than a $5 drop. More than a $5 drop. That might be the only trade for today that's diamond hand worthy. Okay, Apple is starting to look good too. Nice breakdown on Apple. If you caught that, good. Okay. $100, beautiful. You still holding on for $100, beautiful. Should be up above 100, or you got a re-entry for that nice baby flag break. So you can see the VIX is very close to that 17. Okay, VIX spikes above 17, starts to work its way back to that 17.08. More than likely, SPY works towards the lows of the day, because when we did see this drop on SPY, VIX spiked into 17.08. Okay. So Meta's the MVP today, guys. Meta's the MVP. So no trades during second shift so far. No trades so far. We're seeing Palantir. Palantir came with that 200, reject after 200 in the hourly. See if Palantir can resurface. If the Palantir wants to resurface, the down needs to hold that VWAP, create separation to the upside away from that VWAP. Okay, nice couple of scale outs there. IWM. Wants to make a move. IW, I'm looking at the 295s. Reclaim view up, get back above that level. Get bought back up. We should be very close to 50. Okay, very close. Get back above that 50. Okay. So that nice that candle we did see SPY drop off of kind of shocked all the indexes. All right, that sent a shock across the board. SPY complete mess. Qs compression break possibly brewing. See if the Qs can make one more push into this territory. Okay, SPY, complete mess. Broadcom starting to go. $50 and $200 on the hourly. 50 and 200 on the hourly. On the 1 minute, I slap the EMAs on the chart when the trend becomes very clear for any possible pullbacks, right? But don't pay too much attention to the EMAs on the 1 unless it's a very, very clear trend and I want to find a spot to enter that trend. There's a way to do that. Okay, Palantir starting to wake up. Palantir. This is tomorrow's contracts. Where's Palantir? Okay, come back in just a little bit, Palantir. Okay, if you took Palantir, manage accordingly, you have room into that 134.64. Okay. Initially, and if we get above that, you have room to 134.96, 135. Okay, QQQ. See QQQ, that rejection. VIX is starting to reject off of those highs. 17 territory. IWM also starting to brew. So I'll take a look at IW here. If you took Palantir, manage accordingly. Okay, see profits where you see fit. You're coming into resistance. Okay, we are coming into some resistance on Palantir. Who's done for the day, by the way? Who's done for the day? Who's done for the day? All right, let's get the likes up, guys. We have 250 plus people. Take a minute. Smash the like button if you're enjoying the content. First time viewers, drop a 1 in the chat. We want to welcome you to the stream. Let us know where you're joining from. IWM. Okay, good. Take a look at IW. That's the Dow. I'm looking at the wrong ticker. I'm so used to the IWM being here. I'm looking at the Dow. I'm like, IW is nowhere near the call trigger. So IW is actually a little flat here. IW is a little flat here today. Okay, still within that opening range. You can see. Okay, SPY going 212. Big test for SPY coming up. We got PML and VWAP. So SPY now going 212. That's that candle breaker on the 15. On the hourly, that's how it looks. That's how it looks. So buyers are picking it up off those lows. Okay, buyers are picking it up here. Let's see. We got these lows down here. That'll be the invalidation marker. Nice break on Palantir, guys. Anyone catch Palantir? Just quick question: are those options to show and change? Yes, there's a way to change the size of the text. There is, and yeah, if you want the break signal as well, right? I just thought it would be a little noisy, right? You can put that as well. So you can have. There's an option if you want to change the text size. You go all the way here, depending on the table. Say the table right there. If you want to change the text size, here, tiny, small, normal under shockwave table. If you want if you wanted to show you the breaks and the retests and all sorts of and the interaction with that level, you can just go down here, show break signal. So the show break signal does not mean it's not going to give you. It's not the same as the call or put signal. It's just going to show you where the breaks took place. Okay, and it will just show you breaks. You can see BRK, BRK, BRK. Okay. Break even on the day. Good, good, good. Let me know if that answers your question. Blue. I'm done for the day. Good, good, good. I'm done. Okay, good, good, good. So we're on the verge of a 15-minute reversal, but for this to continue to push. Yeah, scale out is there. Scale out is there. Scale out took place on this candle because this range is so tight. The scale out is not too far away from it. So you can see the TPs are not even too far. That just tells you how tight the range is. Whenever you see that scale out coming so quickly with the one candle, it's just an indictment of how tight the range is. The open range. So if you're going to take off the signal for scale outs and all that stuff, you can go right here and then click TP2 marker, scale out marker. Here, take that off. If you take off the scale out marker in style, we'll take off the scale out. You can even change the shape if you like. Is that what you're asking? Okay, so everything is customizable. So let me take off the break. Okay, so you can take things off, you can put things on, but out the box, everything shows up. You can have your journal down here if you want as well. You can have the Trade Assist engine here. You can have this as well. Everything is completely customizable. Everything is completely customizable. All right, so make sure to attend the webinar. Let me drop the link, guys. If you do have Shockwave. So no trades in second. No trades in second. Second shift is about 9 minutes away from conclusion. From concluding. Okay, this is the link to the webinar. This Saturday. Make sure to sign up, guys. If you already signed up before, you will get a courtesy email. If you're not sure, you can try filling it out and then seeing if it gets, because it only accepts one email, seeing if it allows you to sign up. If you already did sign up, I will send you the courtesy email. Okay, here is the free web webinar. Hello, I'm in 7490 DT puts, down 20%. Should I drop? That's completely up to you. The number one question to ask yourself is, are you still within your risk? Right? What is your defined risk? If your defined risk, if it's still in play, then follow your plan. If you're out of your defined risk, then you're left with two things: follow your rules or break your rules. Follow your rules, you'll cut your trade. Break your rules, you'll hold on to your trade. So it just depends on where you are in relation to your risk, in relation to your plan. If my stop was 20% and I'm at 20%, then I'll get stopped out. Right? If it gets to 21, 22, 23, 24, 25%, that would be I'm breaking my rule. All right? So you want to stay as close as possible to follow your rule as you can. Okay? You just want to basically shadow your rules. Be like a shadow. Whatever your rule says, you follow. Whatever your rule says, you follow. Okay, we're going to take our first quick coffee refill break here. Before we do that, guys, if you're looking to join our community, make sure to do so. Everything is available at smartactiontrade.com. On the other side of the coffee break, we will do the recap, of course. We'll do the recap probably closer to 12 o'clock. I do want to take a trade between 11:30 and 12:30 to see if I can take one more trade there. And if there is nothing there, we're going to automatically go down to lotto size, see if you can find a lotto for the day. If not, we're going to look for our trades during FOMC. All right, so at this point, guys, we're 2 hours into the day. You should have a good idea of where you are, right? How many trades you've taken, what your reads are like. Are you getting a good sense of the market? Are you locking in your profit? Or are you constantly getting stopped out? Right, so make that assessment in the next 6 minutes. If you're done for the day, be done. If you're sizing down, size down. Okay, it is a short week for me, so I'm still on that short week schedule. I know it's a full week for a lot of you, but the main thing is, guys, by the end of this week, when it's all said and done, you have to be as close as possible to being green, if not be green. All right, so make sure to make the right decisions, do the right things in the face of wrong. When things don't go your way, when you're getting stopped out constantly, all right, do your best to do the right things. Okay, when it's easy to do the right things, right, that's not really right. Yeah, it's right because it's easy, right? But it's truly you, or it's truly your system when you have the ability to do the right things when things are completely going the opposite way. Right? When things are completely going the opposite way. All right, so make sure to know where you are in relation to your trading plan. Okay, so we're going into the third shift now. 2 trades we took today so far, both on Meta. So yesterday we took 2 trades on Nvidia, both got stopped out. If you missed that recap, go check out that recap. If you want to see that full episode, go check out the full episode. The recap is just a teaser for the full episode. So if you want more context, all right, so make sure to watch the full episode. Okay, go back and you'll get an exact breakdown of why we took the trade, the rationale behind it. The recap is in hindsight, right? Of course, we're looking back, but the trades already took place in real time. All right, so when you pair those two things together, or if you watch live and then watch the recap, you really start to understand what having a system is like. And you're very capable of doing the same thing. Okay, you're very capable of doing the same thing. Not mimicking the results, okay, but mimicking the process. Taking that framework and implementing it to your process. Okay, we're testing that PML here. All right, so if you're looking to join our community, guys, make sure to do so. Go to smartactiontrade.com. We do have the summer, the starter pack special. That is the special we're going to run for the summer. $9.97. You have access to our community for 12 months. You have access to Shockwave 1.0, 2.0 for a lifetime. coaching call, boot camp, all that stuff available to you for one price. One price gets you all of this. This is especially the best deal if you're looking to get the yearly, if you're looking to get the lifetime indicator, right? Lifetime access to the indicator, all right? You might want to get this instead, right? There's a best bang for your buck. It includes 12 months of access to the community, right? So existing members, new members, take advantage. You're locked in for 12 months, locked in for lifetime for all of these shockwave related indicators, right? If you're looking to join the community, we have 3 ways to join. All are the monthly, of course, $69 a month. Take advantage of that. Use the code trial30. That gives you access to our full Discord. You have access to the yearly as well. That gives you access to full Discord plus a couple more features. You have access to 90 days of Shockwave as well. So 90-day access to Shockwave is included in the yearly, along with the coaching call, along with the boot camp. And for everyone on YouTube, you should be in the free tier. Free tier costs you nothing. Okay, you have access to the stock market newsfeed. You have access to a host of tools and resources there for you. Okay. The live streamers are posted there every single day. All right, so it gives you access to all those things there. So everyone on YouTube who's enjoying the content for free, this is a great complement to your experience up to this point. If you're looking to level up, go to the monthly, use the code trial30. If you're in the monthly, okay, you're gonna save 4 months. Okay, you're gonna pay for 8 months instead of 12 months. This is the natural upgrade. All right, and if you're looking to get the indicators, again, we're gonna phase out this quarterly plan very soon. It's gonna be yearly and lifetime only, so take advantage of it. All right, so for this time, we're giving you 1.0 and 2.0 for the time being, so take advantage of it. I still have to do some touch-ups on the back end, so make sure to take advantage of the Shockwave indicator, opening range framework. You can trade every single day, trade assist engine, built for busy and active traders. And now we have our key level indicator as well. Our strikers have access to the key level indicator, okay, for some time, and that's going to be available for sale as well, guys. All right, these tools and resources automatically do the things for you, okay? It does it for you. It's not released yet. It's only available to our members. All right, so make sure to take advantage, guys, wherever you are, whatever you need. It's available on the site. Go to smartouttrade.com. The monthly, I believe the monthly is pinned to the top of the chat. The monthly is pinned to the top of the chat. So if you're looking for to access our monthly community, all right, $69 a month. Use the code trial30 to save 30% for your first 30 days. Use the code if it works. Let's see if it works. If there's some spots left. Once that fills up, guys, once the spots fill up, the only thing available is a yearly. Okay. All right, so no delays, no ads, and pre-market prep. Okay, yeah, so it's available, guys. All right, $48. Absolute steal. You cannot buy. What can you buy for $48 in today's time? I mean, I don't think there's any contracts on SPY. It's like this. If you take the SPY 298 calls versus, that's what, $38 versus trial the community for 30 days. In 90 days, all right, which one is going to give you a better return? In 90 days, even if you get 500% return on that $38 contract, all right, in 90 days, that money you made back is going to go back. We know how that works. But if you commit to your education, if you commit to getting the tools and resources, who knows where you can be in 90 days? Is your life going to completely be radicalized in 90 days? I can't tell you that. But I promise you, you'll be getting better. Right? What we preach in our community, guys, is incremental changes for a long period of time equal exponential growth. You don't need to make leaps and bounds today. You just need to make incremental improvements that are barely noticeable. Time is going to pass naturally. All right? So you're not fighting time. You're using time for you. You're utilizing time the right way. Because now you're just letting time pass and you're gradually getting better. And before you know it, a lot of time passes. And then you're getting closer to your ultimate goal. Okay? That's what we offer here. Right? Okay, what hold, right? What do you use as a stop loss? Oh, that's for K. Okay, I'm here too. Okay, SPX doing what it does. I'm watching so far today, but was a pro trade on Meta. Good. Well, first time viewers, let us know, guys. We want to welcome you. Throw one in the chat. Where do you sign up for the free news? Go to smartactiontrade.com, go to the community tab, and go to join free. Okay, free news feed, 24/7 stock market news feed. All right. So that 50 MA, we're starting to create some separation away from it. Gradual push higher. We're going to make a run for VWAP here, see what kind of response we get there. And it's officially third shift, guys. Okay, third shift, no trades in second. Both trades came in early today, guys. During first, had to hold second one through second a little bit. Okay, the first few minutes of second. That was the goal. Yesterday we discussed. I want to try to keep those trades within first shift. So trying to be as active as possible during that time. Palantir took off, guys. If you took Palantir during second shift, you got rewarded. If you took no trades during second and you stuck to your plan, you do well as well. So no trades for me during second. So Palantir. Okay, you can see Palantir out of here. All right, so you can take Palantir with the majority into this territory up here. Ends up holding it, continues to expand. Now it's above 135, headed towards TP1 possibly if it continues to push, as long as it stays above this key level down here. All right, so Palantir, nice break on Palantir. Okay, that's probably the only name that took off nicely during second shift. So it took a brief pause after making a nice run up. IWM. Hold that level for me, IWM. IWM's IV can be slightly elevated, guys, because we're getting into FOMC. Okay, looking at the 293s on IW. Give me a decisive push above that level, IWM. So it looks like IWM has the most amount. IWM and the Dow have the most amount of strength. Look at the Dow, guys. The Dow is ripping and roaring, making all-time highs. IWM, let's pan over to IWM here. Okay. See as I continue push. Give me that retest IW. Retest for IW. Count me in. Give me that retest IW. No signal yet. Okay, give me that recapture. Where's IWM? Okay, looking at the Yeah, that were the 295s. 295 calls on IW. Keeping a close eye there. Want it to hold there. Get that continued push. Spies above VWAP. We get a nice hold above that level. No signal yet on the one. Come back in just a little bit IW. That's at the highs of the day. So there's the danger of going double top there. So tread lightly. So I wanted to have a little bit of room for us to push. Okay. So if you did take it, you have a little bit of room at those highs. SPY's on reversal mode around the 15. SPY's above that VWAP and that PML. SPY's above VWAP and PML. Who else is looking to recover? PLTR pulling back, falling back below 135. Apple still near the lows of the day. Nvidia near the lows of the day. Microsoft headed towards the lows of the day. Amazon sitting very close to the lows of the day. Meta headed towards the lows of the day. Google very close to the lows of the day. So nothing so far there. Can SPY hold above that key zone? Can SPY hold above that key zone? Right here. So we're starting to bounce. Or does it turn into a VWAP peekaboo? Okay, where do I sign up? Okay, that was go to smartaxtrade.com, go to the community tab, and once you get there, hit free community. AMC, I don't think I've tried AMC. For some reason, not showing up on my end. Okay, I don't see something. I'm seeing the break, but no call signal. Okay, SPY is starting to go. If IW can get above that call trigger right there, I'd be mindful of that double top. There's an expansion setup. There can be an opportunity to the upside. Dow starting to pull back slightly. Qs resurface above view up and hold. That'd be great. Can Qs resurface? %50 gain on SPY. Good. So SPY is starting to work its way back to that daily open. As that initial drop. So no trades on SPY today. No trades on SPY. No trades on SPY. Exxon. SMH still within that range. Walmart. If SPY starts to go, Walmart back the downside can come into play. IW starting to go. Okay. Stand up here for a sec. All right, we're within prior day's range now. We took out those lows. We're back in that range. A slow grind as we lead up into FOMC, guys. Slow grind. We're 20 minutes away from 12 o'clock. Qs are still below VWAP here. Qs still below VWAP. I didn't know about the code. Yeah, it saved you like $10. No. Small discount. So IW did have room at that PMH, not that PMH, into the highs of the day. Double top there. Qs are starting to slide. QQQ slide under that level. What level? We'll give you the exact level here. Back under. Oh, the reason why it didn't show up on my end is because of I have mine until 11:30. Okay, until 11:30. All right, so ideally you want to have it until 11:30, latest 12. After that, you can still use it, but the data don't have as much data on the setups there. All right, so this is for the opening range, for the open first couple hours. That's why it didn't show up. Okay, so if we take a look at that W now, it will show up now. Here we go. Makes sense. Now I know why. Here you go. You can see it's showing up now. It's because I had my indicator cut off at 11:30. Okay. So again, even if you took it here, you have room into that territory there. I'd love it to go to the moon, go to 300, but that's what they're giving us. So if you factor that in and you still want to play it at that weekly level, further data cons. Okay. That's why it didn't show up. That's why it didn't show up. QQQ. Slice and dice below PML. And put trigger 732. Targeting these lows and those lows of the day. Okay. Double top off the VWAP. Slightly range bound. Can send us to the downside if that comes into play. Let me go find the contracts. QQQ. You can look at the 730s, 732s. Spies on slow grind reversal mode. Spies on slow grind reversal mode. Microsoft is starting to go back the upside. Retest that initial breaker. Tesla back above that level. Okay. Are markets open tomorrow? Yes, markets are open tomorrow. Yeah, triple witching. Is this the third Friday of the month? Yep. So it is. Friday. On top of that, we have option expiration. Those monthly contracts expire. Tesla is on recovery mode. See if we can reclaim VWAP. On the 15, we're still in reversal mode on the 15, guys. All right, so if you took that reversal, we talk about that further data contracts, 212 above that 749.73. You have to sit through that back and forth with that daily downside breaker, that PML, and eventually goes to that final break up here. All right, now we're starting to create a little bit of separation away from that 200. Okay, now new 15-minute candle here, breaker is here. If we get above those highs, we continue to push to the upside. All right, so now you can see the first 50 test after golden cross. Right, intraday was successful. Intraday was successful. Intraday was successful. Okay. And you don't take any trades in second shift, guys? Second shift traders? Where's SpaceX? SpaceX. Let me take a look at the contracts on SpaceX. I can't wait to trade SpaceX contracts. Okay, IV's down about 100%. It's back to 156. Yesterday was at like 260, 270. All right, so dropping, which is good. Okay. So let's put the... yesterday I put the end of stream poll in the Discord, but I noticed that I had two reds. There was no green. All right, so for those of you who are green, I know you couldn't answer that, so my bad on that. So let's do the poll today, guys. Let us know how you did. My primary focus today was to really emphasize during the first 2 hours. Capitalize on the first 2 hours, especially that first hour, and to lighten the load into later during the day so I can take some of the lottos. Okay. So let us know how you did. We are past second shift. We are past that 2 hour window. Let's get to 150 likes. 200 likes to do 2 giveaways. Let's try to get there before 12:30. TP IW 7%. That's what the market is giving. Great job. You have some runners left. You have some runners left. Possibly can leave those runners to continue to push. Palantir fell off a cliff so quickly. And back in that range. What was that at 10:45? What happened at 10:45? 10:45, we did get some breaking news. Okay, CIA saying the deal between U.S. and Iran can be a little bit shaky on Iran's side. All right, and that kind of shocked the market there. And we're finally out of that candle's range here. It took us, look how long it took us to get out of that candle's range. It was a slow, we took it out right there. 47 minutes. This 1 minute candle, this one minute candle's move took 47 minutes to get back above it. 47 minutes, guys. 47 minutes. So IW, the last, okay, starting to push. If you took IW, dollar signs in the chat. Good. Let's get an update on the flow data. Okay, large push DAN, MU. We're seeing some call sweeps on MU. 150 strike. SpaceX call sweeps. Wow. 450. 450 strike on SpaceX call sweeps. Okay, about a quarter mil on the premium. 115.27. So these are further dated. So if these hit, okay, out of here. That's way out there. 450 strike. And you don't take IW? IWM, that is small caps. If you took that, good. Palantir and IW are the only ones that really went. During the shift, we have a potential, if SPY starts to crack back the downside, try to get back below PML structure, break that trend line support, and fall back under VWAP. Breakdown candidate can be Microsoft. TP 14%, good. You should be green now. That IWM trade. So now you can see SPY creating that separation slowly. 0 DTEs, you're going to sit through a lot of back and forth, but if you have those further dated, you can sit through this and kick back. You're directionally right. And if we can get above that 50.79, it has room into that daily open. Just a slow grind back at that daily open. Okay. SPY is starting to pick up some speed here. VIX rejected off that 17 after that spike. Amazon near the lows of the day. Nvidia flagging. Meta flagging. Microsoft flagging. Qs are above that VWAP. Small caps leading the way. Dow starting to sell off here on the 5. Dow starting to sell off here on the 5. Okay. Can we get back to that daily open here, guys, in the next 9 minutes? In the next 9 minutes, put a yes or a no in the chat. In the next 9 minutes, do we close above at daily open or below? So put above or below for your prediction in the next 5 minutes. Okay. As we approach daily open, the next 5 minutes before that 12 o'clock candle comes up, Did we close above that daily open, or did we close below that daily open? We're going to stay below it, or we're going to get above it and close above it in the next 9. Okay, below, we got to vote for below. Below, okay. So currently we're below it, right? So the below is probably plus 200 or minus 200. That's the favorite since we're below it already. We got to vote for above. We'll find out. Okay, so we're following this structure here. So bounce, bounce, bounce. We're going to eventually come back and retest this area here. We have VWAP, we have trendline support, we have shockwave level, we have PML, we have daily downside breaker. So major pivotal level here coming up here for that final test. Above, we got to vote for above. So it looks like we're split between above and below. Good. 15 minutes, starting to see a nice little wick there. Some profit taking. IWM continues to push to the upside. Okay, the Dow starting to pull back slightly here. Palantir might be coming into play here. Very close to that 12 o'clock window. After 12 o'clock, shockwave is off the chart. Off the chart. If you trade it after hours, all right, make sure to collect the data. Continue to do the same thing. But it's designed for that opening range. Microsoft looking to break down here, retrace, reject. Same as Meta. Meta headed towards the lows of the day. That weekly open is up for grabs. We got below it. Buyer stepped in, pushed it back above it. So Meta is looking to test that 580. Buyers did protect that 580. Treat that 580 very severe. If you're short at that 580, treat it the same way we treated that 585 earlier. Okay, treat it the same exact way. Nothing really changes. We're seeing Apple trying to push into that PML. 5 minutes away from 12 o'clock. 2 hours away from the rate decision. Okay, 2 hours away. In the meantime, guys, let's get the likes up. Smash the like button. Flag on Microsoft. We need that break. A little bit of a breakdown. Some signs of weakness on SPY. Failed to hold that VWAP. That would give it that push it needs lower. Okay, Palantir. See if they can give us an opportunity here. Palantir. Looking at the same contracts, and that would be the last trade of the day. Just break so fast. See if we can come back once again. By the time it alerted, so you can just pull back just a little bit. Look at that. If you took Palantir again, congratulations. I was looking to take it, but it just broke so fast. All right, the speed and pace of different names differ from time to time. So sometimes some names, they just go. Sometimes some of them spend some time, and it depends that they move at different paces. It's almost like they have different personalities. Okay, 4 minutes away. If you took Palantir there for that bounce, okay, it's already at that soft target 134.64. SPY continues to grind higher, 7 minutes away. We're currently below that daily open. Qs are starting to push. Small caps continue to push. So during this shift so far, third shift, small caps, IWM, and Palantir continue to lead the way. Apple on a recovery mission back to VWAP. VIX. Tesla has reclaimed that VWAP. Eggs on what looks like it wants to go. SpaceX cracked back below 200. SpaceX has cracked back below 200. $16 IWM, beautiful job. Slow grind, 100%. So IWM was a nice push to the upside, guys. Palantir, lots of scalp opportunities on Palantir. Okay, so Palantir, if we're going to get that breakdown, SPY needs to slow down. Keep a close eye on Microsoft. No horse in the race currently. And we are 2 minutes away. So far, the below camp. That was the favorite since we're under it. So far, the below camp looks like they're going to be right. The folks who said below looks like they're going to be right. Before we hit 12 o'clock, guys, let's get to 150 likes. All right, and then we will have that one giveaway locked in, and then 200 likes, we'll do 2 giveaways. Okay, so at 12 o'clock, I will take that coffee refill break. If you have any questions, drop your questions in the chat. And we're going to be 2 hours away from the rate decision. Okay, we're leaning towards 99% chance, no change, right? So we know 99% chance, no change. But what we're primarily paying attention to is the tone, okay? Is the outlook, the approach, the sentiment of the new Fed chair. Okay, you don't have a second chance to make a first impression. Okay, so this is basically first impression. Microsoft is starting to break down. If you took Microsoft, manage accordingly. Okay, you can start to trail, start taking some profits there. We just need a little bit of weakness on SPY and the Qs, and Microsoft starting to go. Treat everything as a scalp, guys. It is officially 12 o'clock. Folks who said below, you guys were absolutely right. The odds are in your favor, of course. We're below that price. Above, we couldn't get above enough strength to get above it, but we're definitely headed towards that daily open as long as we stay above that level here and we respect the integrity of this trend line here. All right, so Shockwave was officially in the books. Shockwave 12 o'clock. So in this case on SPY, Shockwave worked out to the downside, worked to the upside. Both provide some scalp opportunities. So we did take it on that front. Good. The trade that we did take today was Meta. 2 trades on Meta. We're going to break that down here shortly. Okay, Meta, you can see actually even dropped a little bit more after that last flag. We identified that compression break. And just like that at 12 o'clock, guys, it's almost like, hey, before we go to lunch, let's pump this thing up a little more. Before we go to lunch, let's pump this thing up a little bit more. Okay, the reversal train continues to push on the 15, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive 15-minute candles, bullish candles. We did see some pushback within that 15-minute candles life, meaning we did see some wicks, but by the end of it, when it was all said and done, it closed above the opening price. Okay, and we continue that bullish push on the 15. All right, we're going to take a quick break here, guys. Quick coffee break in the meantime. Smash the like button. I'm going to go refill the coffee. We'll be right back in a few minutes. Enjoy the SAT playlist in the meantime. Close on 20%. Beautiful job, Firefly. Way to stick with it. If you're done for the day, good. And great job on bouncing back to the green side. Has not been easy. Some weeks are going to really test you. All right, it's going to really throw everything at you. It's going to give you every excuse. Every excuse is going to be given to you for you to blow up. Okay, the market's going to give you every excuse for you to hold longer than you need to. Every excuse to overtrade. All right, so tremendous job on bouncing back. Trump speaking live at G7. Let's take a look at it. And we'll actually play that if that's live. Let's pull that up. Yeah, the G7 meeting.
But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would go down at levels.
Okay. President speaking, guys. Be careful. Thank you, Fishman, as always.
And you know, all the tough guys don't realize that this wasn't a 3-month deal. This was years in the making. You know why? Because I was the one that killed General Soleimani. And if I didn't kill General Soleimani, we probably wouldn't be talking right now about this deal, because he was a mad genius. They never were able to replace him. But a lot of people forget that. The tough guys, the tough guys that would drive the country right down the tubes. The past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of this historic agreement with many of our closest friends and allies, including the G7 nations and many presidents and prime ministers, as you saw. Prime Minister Modi was here. We had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal, every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. But I'm thrilled to report, and by the way, those last 2 days were brutal. $200 million worth of bombs. And, it is expensive too, by the way, aside from everything else. And they knew I was coming for a third night. We informed them we're coming for a third night. They didn't have their Navy, it's sunk. They didn't have their Air Force, it's gone, not one plane. They didn't have anti-aircraft equipment, so we got free reign. They didn't have their leaders. But they have a new group of leaders that I think is, actually, I think they're smarter. I think they're very smart. I think they're far less radicalized, and I think they're really good. They love their country. You talk about regime change. Nobody will say that, but I guess that's, look, their one set of leaders is all gone. Their second set of leaders is all gone. Their third set of leaders a little bit gone, but for the most part, and frankly, I think that's regime change. I think they're going to behave much differently. I think they see a different way of life that they were never exposed to. So the one thing I didn't want to see is I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down. They didn't like it. The people, the stock market is more brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage, other than me, of course. Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
That's a terrible statement. All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what, we're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter, very, very big. Tells you something. And I've studied presidents, some good, some bad, some great. Not too many are great. And some really bad. We had one just recently. And the one president I did not want to be was the late, great Herbert Hoover. I didn't want that. And who knows what would have happened. But bad things happen. So The past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of the deal with the closest friends and allies, heads of countries. They were all here, a lot of them, far more than the 7, as you know, a lot of them. And they put out a statement. I think President Macron, who did a great job, by the way, did a really fan, him and Bridget, they did a great job, but they all put out statements saying they love this deal because they want to see it over, and they love the fact that the hormones, don't forget, if we were going to drop bombs, let's say we went another month, another 2, 3 months, maybe weeks, could be another 3 months, could be whatever. What do you have left? That may be nothing, but you don't have, the strait will never be open, because people that own billion-dollar ships, these ships cost $1 billion. They don't like sailing ships or having their ships participate when you go up the coast and you go through the strait and there are rockets flying over your head. They want to protect their $1 billion investment. You wouldn't have oil for maybe years. These are stupid people. But nobody was tougher than me. Nobody hit Soleimani. You know, when I hit Soleimani, people thought that was the biggest thing to happen in the Middle East for 50 years. That was the biggest event. He was the boss of Iran and respected, but he was a mad genius. He was a genius, the father of the roadside bomb. When you see young men, and in some cases women, mostly men, walking around without legs, without arms, with a face that's been blown to smithereens, it's Soleimani, 95%, 96.2 they say or something, 95%. That was Soleimani did it. Happened to come from Iran, and I blew him up. You remember that? I blew him up in the Valley of Death. He got off his plane and we followed him, and in all fairness, because they've been wonderful to me, Israel, but they didn't want to do that attack. They were all set. The night before the attack, they informed me they didn't want to do it, so I had to make a decision. I made the decision to do it. But it was a joint venture, as we say in the real estate business. That was a joint venture between Israel and us. We studied it for a month. We knew what plane he was going to be on almost a month before. He only traveled on commercial airliners, the big ones with lots of people, because he knew we wouldn't shoot him down. He's very smart. But we knew he was going to be on that plane, followed him, and then Israel informed me that they won't do it. And I had to make a decision. I had some very good generals, and not the ones you see on television, very good. And I want to thank also Pete Hegseth and General Raisin Kane, who's phenomenal. Okay, these guys are phenomenal. They can't be better. But I had some good generals, and I said to him, well, if Israel's not going to do it, we're all prepared. Do we do it? Do you like doing it or not? He said, sure. If you want to do it, we can do it. How well? We'll do it just as well or better. Do it ourselves. We don't need anybody. So we took out Soleimani. One of the biggest events to happen in the Middle East, maybe ever, but they say 50 years, they say 100 years. I was with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He said it's maybe the biggest event that has ever taken place. It's like nobody could believe it. So that's when it started. It didn't start like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago. And Obama wouldn't do it. What Obama did was he did the JCPOA. He loaded up a plane with $1.7 billion in green cash from banks all over Washington, Maryland, and Virginia. They were stripped of all their cash. They had no cash to do payrolls. It all went into a Boeing 757, a wonderful plane, and they flew it to Iran. And they gave it out to people. They bribed people. They thought they were going to get it done. Then they gave billions and billions of dollars after that. And they got a deal that was a road to a nuclear weapon. I get so angry, I guess. I'm allowed to get angry when I watch the Democrats. They talk about it all the time. We had this deal done. You had a deal that was going to give them legal.
Okay, President is still talking. He did touch on the stock market a few times. And just be aware, guys, the president is aware when the market is dropping. Those timely tweets, those timely X posts are not a coincidence, okay? They're not a coincidence. All right, so he did mention that. He just touched on that. So just be on standby until he's done speaking, of course. In the meantime, we'll continue to listen.
That's from Hezbollah. But it's been an amazing partnership. But he will say, we're the big partner, and he's the very small partner, and that's true. So he came to the country, and he begged Barack Hussein Obama, the president, not to do the JCPOA. He said it could be the end of Israel, and it would have been if I didn't come along. And Obama didn't listen to him. Bibi actually went to Congress and pleaded with them, and he got nowhere. And they had this horrible deal. It was horrible for Israel, and that's where it stood. And then I came along and I terminated that deal. It had very little time left. It's a short-term deal. With countries, you need hundreds of years. You don't need 8 years and 9 years. This isn't like you're signing a lease on a candy store in the corner. You need hundreds of years. This was a short-term lease. It expired long ago. Had I let it run, it expired. You wouldn't have been around. A lot of people wouldn't have been around. But Israel would have been terminated. I think the whole Middle East would have been terminated. You saw that when everybody was shocked that all these missiles, they were aimed at these different places. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Think of it. Bahrain, Kuwait. They got hit. Nobody thought that was, even I didn't think it was going to happen. They didn't think it was going to happen. They were going to take out the entire Middle East, including Israel. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it within moments after getting it. So I made it very tough for them when I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama catastrophe. JCPOA, one of the worst deals. NAFTA might have been worse, but that was worse economically. It was really dangerous what he did. He gave them everything, including a lot of money, which we don't give them, by the way, just in case you have any question. We'll be giving this out so you can read it and you can see. And it's a memorandum of understanding. If it doesn't get done in 60 days, it's all right. We go back to bombing. I don't want to do that because it's so good. But we might have to, because we're never going to let them have a nuclear weapon. But they've agreed not to, and you'll see that very clearly in the agreement. But then the second phase of that was they were building, or they were enriching material, as they say. I call it nuclear dust. They were enriching material under granite mountains. Granite being, for those not in the construction business, granite being a very strong, the strongest stone. It's not as pretty as marble, but it's much stronger. It's a lot stronger. Like the new granite I put.
Okay, nice little bounce off VWAP. We're range bound in this territory between that daily open and that PML. We're basically stuck in this territory. We did emerge back in that prior day's range. 15-minute candle, we're starting to form a little doji there. We'll continue to monitor the situation as we continue to listen. Palantir did make a nice little move back the upside. We are seeing Microsoft trying to break down, still respecting that 9, so below that 9. We are seeing Tesla making a move to the upside now. Tesla looking to take out the highs of the day. The highs of the day do coincide nicely with the 50 MA on the hourly, so keep a close eye on that. So we'll continue to listen. No horse in the race currently for me, so we'll continue to listen here.
Nobody's going to get that for a long time unless we want to get it. We'll get it. But we're the only ones that can. And they say China has the equipment to get it, and we have the equipment to get it. And it's actually not valuable. Not a lot of value, but we like to get it psychologically, but nobody's touching it. We also have cameras. That's what Space Force is. We have the best, we have the greatest military in the world, by the way. But I'm proud of Space Force because I started it. We have Space Force cameras on every single door, well, there are no doors. They've been pretty well shattered, but every area of that. If somebody walks in and he's got a badge with his name on it, like Mohammed something, which is about a 50-50 guess, Mohammed something, they can tell the name, they can give you a serial number, we can see things you wouldn't believe, the quality of the stuff that we have. That's why we've been so successful. That's why our blockade will go down in the annals of history as being unbelievable. Nobody's ever seen a blockade like that. It's like a steel wall. So what happened is we then terminated that, and I call it the nuclear dust, and that was the end of that. But if we didn't hit that with the B-2 bombers, or if it wasn't successful, they would have had a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb at a very high level, not the highest, but it would have been a very high level. We have much bigger. but we hope that we're never going to have to use it. We have the most. Russia has second. China is very far behind, but going to catch up, unfortunately. You know, they're catching up. But we have the most. We have the most powerful. But we also have the most. But Russia's not far behind. And then you have China in third place, but within 5 years they'll be probably even. And we ought to make a denuclearization deal. It would be so great. We don't need all of that. We don't need to be able to blow up the whole world 300 times over. It's terrible. It's really, if we could do a denuke deal, I'd love it. And one of those two is very willing to do it, I will tell you. But the other one is less willing to do it. And you need all of them. So the deal we reached with Iran on Sunday will be signed shortly. Tomorrow, maybe the next day. Subject deals. My whole life is all about deals. That's all I ever did is make deals. And crazy things happen with deals. I've gone into deals where it's a guarantee. No way it can not be signed. And it doesn't get signed. And I've gone into deals that you have no chance of making, and they go like nothing. So, but we're going to most likely sign a deal. They want to sign a deal. And they've been acting very appropriately. They took a big 2 hits last week. Those were 2 very big hits. So, importantly, Iran has agreed that they will neither produce nor procure a nuclear weapon. Neither produce, because originally they said, they talk about the...
Okay, Spy's trying to get a nice little pump here. See if there's some legitimacy behind that move as the president continues to speak. 15-minute candle doji.
It won't develop. I said, what happens if they should buy? I don't know. It's very dangerous for somebody to sell, because whoever sells them a nuclear weapon will get nuked themselves. If they sold a nuclear weapon, only a few that could do it, they would be nuked. They wouldn't have that country long. So it's a very dangerous thing for somebody to do. But I wanted it in there. So it's develop, procure, buy, anything. And you'll see that when you see the agreement, but it's appropriate that we release the agreement. And we did send a copy to Israel, by the way. They've been a good partner. Again, I think they could do better with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when 2 drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And frankly, they could do a better job. I love them as a partner. They were terrific. But they could do a much better job with Hezbollah. On that, I don't think they're doing well. And I feel very bad for Lebanon. Lebanon's been, it was a great...
15-minute candle is about to go continuation as we head towards that daily open.
Maybe the highest in the Middle East for years and years, centuries. And for the last 50, 60 years, they have been just trashed. They have been living in hell. So they'll work closely with us to turn over the so-called enriched material that's very deep in the bowels of the earth, very deep. Nobody can get it. So it's not important that we do it quickly, but we could do it fairly quickly. When we have a chance, we'll do it. But in the meantime, we have cameras on every inch of it. Nobody can do it. And if they do, we'll hit them with Patriots, that's all. And they'll be gone. And they know that. Technical discussions on the removal of all stockpiles of enriched materials will begin immediately. We're going to start that immediately. And unlike Barack Hussein Obama, who sent Iran pallets of cash and any relief they receive under this deal, they'll have to get based on merit. And it won't be from us. We don't have to give them anything. But some people may want to invest. Like, what are you going to do? Say you can never, ever invest in a country? I mean, it's pretty tough. I don't mind being tough, but it's pretty crazy. You can invest in a country. You can invest in any country you want, but you can't invest there. Well, they need investment because we did $1.5 trillion, maybe $2 trillion.
15-minute candle is already directional. As we continue to push, slow grind higher. So no major wicks or no major shenanigans candle. As the president did touch on a lot of critical subjects here as it pertains to the Iran situation, the deal, the extent of the deal, and what the deal includes. So continue to listen. Let's check it on the chat. He's speaking in third and fourth person. Why doesn't he want to be Herbert Hoover? I wonder why. So Herbert Hoover, he's known for being the president during the Great Depression, right? So a lot of criticism on him not doing enough. I mean, it's tough in that situation. Market crashed. So he's probably drawing those two parallels, saying that, hey, you know what? If Iran did have the nuclear weapon, if they were capable, that could possibly send us into a tailspin, us into a possible Great Depression, and he doesn't want to be associated with that type of history. So I can think that's why he's making that correlation. Could be wrong, but that could be it. We'll continue to listen here, guys, and I don't know how long this is going to be, so we'll continue to listen.
And they all, 88 people, and I'm not proud of it at all, but the second group came in and they were very unreasonable too, and they were all gone. They were all gone. And then the third group, we've been dealing with them. Couple left this planet, but we've been dealing with them. And again, they've been fine. I mean, I've had a lot easier. I've had some easier ones. They're tough, they're smart. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is already
Tesla starting to rock and roll. Tesla starting to rock and roll at the upside.
a normal flow of energy will resume in the coming days, and trillions of dollars will be made by the world, and the stock market will, I believe, continue to rise. The only difference is that a player that's very volatile, very tough, very smart, frankly, they have, in one way, a primitive culture, but it's also a genius primitive culture. They're very smart people, very good negotiators, but so are we. So rather than possibly going into a depression, rather than having your favorite president be Herbert Hoover, I was always the one I didn't want to be. I wouldn't have preferred Nixon. I wouldn't have preferred, there are plenty I wouldn't prefer, but the one I always thought of, Herbert Hoover, and he caused it. He raised taxes too fast, and he raised interest rates too fast, all at the same time. And it caused the Great Depression. So I don't think I'll make mistakes like that. I lower taxes, I don't raise taxes. In fact, we just gave you the largest tax decrease, largest tax cut in the history of our country. So we'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean, they have to have some because other people have some. You got to have some. Somebody said you shouldn't give them one. And I have guys. I like some of these guys, but I don't think they're smart. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir. It doesn't work that way, you know? It doesn't work that way. And missiles aren't the problem. Missiles they hurt a little location, but they don't blow up the planet. So the Gulf nations will address the non-nuclear issues. We'll be talking about the ballistic missiles, and we'll talk also about the terrorist proxies that they have. That we don't want that to happen. But I want to thank our partners in both Pakistan and Qatar. These people work so hard. And they knew him a little bit. In the case of Pakistan, quite well. In the case of Qatar, they were sort of at odds. And, you know, Qatar was great because they had right next door. When I flew from there, from that location to Saudi Arabia, I'd fly for 40 minutes, and I'd fly to UAE for 40 minutes. Two great leaders there, by the way. In the case of Saudi Arabia, the father's still alive, and he's fantastic, and the son is going to be great. He's going to be great. The Crown Prince and Mohammed at UAE is an incredible warrior. He was dropping bombs. Last week I said, who the hell's dropping all those bombs? It was UAE. He's a good fighter, Mohammed. But every administration for decades has sought to get Iran to relinquish its nuclear ambitions, but the threat only got bigger. The words got bigger and bigger and stronger and bigger, and nothing ever happened. And Iran got stronger and tougher. If we didn't blow them up the first time and then blow out those weapons, they would have been unstoppable. This should have been, what I'm doing and what I did, should have been done years ago. Would have been much easier, much less firepower. But it wasn't. And again, I want to thank all those countries. I want to thank Israel and Bibi Netanyahu. So obviously the breakthrough would not have been possible without the unprecedented pressure the United States put on the regime over the past year and a half. But again, it started a long time ago. It started with the death of Soleimani. That was a big deal. No president in history has ever been tougher on Iran than I have, and they know that. And by the way, if they don't honor the agreement, some things aren't even mentioned in the agreement. It's a memorandum of understanding, but we have an understanding of certain things without writing it. And if they don't honor that, we'll probably go back to bombing them until they honor it. You know, it's amazing what bombs can do. So I say it. The Obama deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, and let's call it the Trump deal, was a wall for a nuclear weapon that the nuclear weapon could not get through. Nobody's going to get through it. We built a wall. They weren't going to have it, and that's what we have right now. And it says very clearly, the most important clause to me, too, number one, the Strait opens, but that's much less important than the other clause, clause number whatever, 5, 8, is a very strong statement that they will never have a nuclear weapon. And it doesn't say they'll have one in 5 years, or 10 years, or 20 years. With Obama, they were able to enrich very quickly. This agreement now provides Iran with a historic opportunity. If they follow the path of cooperation, will have opened for them. Their country will have a chance to survive. Now think of it. You know, they have 91 million people. People want me to bomb the bridges. What don't I bomb? I already did, because, you know, they went back on one of their promises and I bombed their biggest bridge, the equivalent of the George, that was the George Washington Bridge of Iran. We bombed that bridge, you saw that. One quick strike by an F-22, the most beautiful fighter jet ever made, by the way. In fact, we're ordering some more of them. We're bringing it out because it's so effective. It's incredible. It's incredible. Look, we have the greatest military in the world. Those B-2 bombers are unbelievable. Who would have thought they could handle? Each had two because the flight was so long, but they handled 3 of the biggest, heaviest bombs, hundreds of thousands of pounds, and they handle them like they're nothing. It's amazing. And also, they're undetectable. They flew into Iran. Totally, think of it, totally undetected. Now, Iran's waiting for them. They're waiting for them. And they never saw them. 1 o'clock in the morning, they never saw them. They're stealth. And we just ordered 22 more. The newer, upgraded version, which I guess is better. I don't know how you get better. But as I expressed to the world leaders here this week, it's my hope that the peace agreement will be the beginning of a much larger deal all across the Middle East. We're very close. Look at the job we've done in Gaza. Look at Hamas. Hamas has been very silent. You haven't read anything about Hamas. And we're trying to get them unarmed. You know, they grew up with a machine gun in their hand. I think they actually, when they were born, they came out with a machine gun in their hand. So it's not the easiest thing, but they've actually behaved pretty well, considering this was not the lifestyle that they were taught to have. But including an end to all Iranian aggression, they're not going to be Iranian aggression, and an end to war and terror in Lebanon. So the Lebanon peace is something we'll have to work on a little bit. It's a very small piece of the puzzle, actually, but it still makes a lot of noise. The big deal is the Iran deal. That's where the money is, where the power was. But they have Hezbollah, and we've got to get that done one way or the other. We'll do it. I think Israel can do a much better job on it. Syria would love to do it. I was very responsible for the gentleman in Syria that's now the president of Syria. He's done a tremendous job. He's put that country together in a year and a half. Sort of like our country, a year and a half, pretty similar size. They said, please don't put him there. He's a very violent man. Al-Qaeda. They said, well, I know one thing, a Boy Scout's not going to work. And he's actually done a very good job. He'd love to go in. You know, Hezbollah is an enemy of his, and he'd go in, but he wouldn't knock down buildings every time he hears there's somebody. He'd just go and get them with precision. But I don't know that people want that. Maybe they don't. Maybe Lebanon doesn't. We have to be guided a little bit by Lebanon. And by the way, the president's going to be coming, prime minister, president. going to be coming over to see us very shortly, over the next week or two. Good man is, man is living. What a tough life he's got, because he's got tough groups of people. And it's amazing. Amazing there is a Lebanon, all they've been through. They have been treated worse than just about, I think, anybody, disrespected incredibly. So the expansion of the Abraham Accords is the other thing that we hope we're going to get. And I think Saudi Arabia, if they lead the way, they'd be doing themselves a big favor, because everybody that's in it, UAE went in right from the beginning. Again, he's a warrior. And they never got out. Nobody ever got out. You think maybe during the war, they were all afraid of, everybody was afraid of Iran. And that's why we ended up with the original members. But then when the election was rigged, that's right, and I wasn't here at all, nobody cared about anything. The country went to hell in every way. That was the least of it. Middle East was the least of it. The country went to hell, allowing 25 million people into the country, unchecked and unvetted, many of them criminals, many of them murderers, 11,888 murderers allowed into our country. So this was the least of it. But the past 2 days have also provided an opportunity to discuss a number of other key issues with members of the G7 and our partners. Yesterday morning, we had a productive conversation on the war in Ukraine. I spoke with President Putin. I spoke with President Zelensky, and he was there. And President Putin I spoke over the phone with. And something's going to happen. There's a lot of people, a lot of soldiers, losing soldiers. Both are losing a lot. Russia's losing more because they're the offensive ones. And when you're offensive in war, you lose more. Pretty simple. But I provided an update on my call Sunday with President Putin and expressed my continued hope. We had a very good conversation with President Putin and a very, very good conversation with President Zelensky. I think they both want to do something. They just don't know how to do it. They want to do it, they just don't know how. In our session yesterday afternoon on international partnerships, I offered an update on how the United States is leading the world in response.
Okay, we're starting to slide here back to that VWAP here. Microsoft getting to the lows of the day, if not at the lows. Nice drop there. Meta's starting to drop back into the lows of the day. And see if SPY can stay above that VWAP, or does it crack back below it as the president continues to speak. On the other side of this, guys, we will do the recap. After that, that will segue us right into the strategy we're going to trade for FOMC. So make sure to tune into that. Scale it on Tesla, hit that PMH. Meta starting to fall off a cliff. Microsoft dropping hard. We are seeing the Qs and SPY both testing VWAP here. Both testing VWAP. They're currently above VWAP. See if it can hold, or if we slice and dice for VWAP and head back towards that pre-market low. Let me take off Shockwave here, as we're no longer using that. And then now we just have that nice clean chart for us to take advantage of. All right, so we just crossed into fourth shift. Just crossed into fourth shift. We are still in. So basically the entire third shift, guys, for an entire hour, we traded within the jaws of this pre-market low and this daily open. We traded in that range. We've been range-bound trading, even after that nice little drop that we did see, and that nice little recovery that we did see. All right, let's continue to listen. Again, guys, in the meantime, smash the like button. We will do the giveaway at 200 likes. We're already locked in one giveaway, so we have 2 giveaways to do at 200 likes. That will also be a record for our stream, so make sure to help us get there. We will have FOMC again, and we will have the rate decision and the press conference as well here shortly. We're less than 2 hours away, less than an hour away from the decision, and less than 2 hours away from the press conference itself. We're leaning towards 99% chance of no cut or no hike. So we kind of have an idea what's going to take place, but what the Fed chair, the new Fed chair, says is going to be very important. All right, so nice breakdown on Microsoft. If you took Microsoft to the downside, you got rewarded. If you're taking no trades, and there's nothing outside of Microsoft, there's nothing else that I'm seeing on our radar. We did see Meta fall off a cliff once again, but now below that 580 psychological level, which is that quarterly open. So Meta is now below that quarterly open, now below that monthly open, and now below that weekly open as well. Okay, so Meta continues to fall. It did peak above 600 yesterday. Got above 600 temporarily. After that 600 test, we are down more than 20 points on that 600 test. Let's continue to listen here.
And the stopping of drug trafficking, which is crazy, comes through Mexico, comes through the southern border, the little that comes through. They find a way, they put it, they're genius. If they would use that genius for good, they'd be very rich people. They have it in engines, they have it in hubcaps, they have it in areas you wouldn't even believe, they have it in the structures of cars. Most incredible thing. But we've done a great job on it. We have drugs coming through the border are down 61%. Drugs coming through water, the sea, ocean, sea, Gulf, down 97.2%. That's the ones that get hit. Just like we hit the Iranian minesweepers and mine droppers, they call them. They dropped. Who would have 28 mine droppers? Who has 28 mine droppers? They actually had them, but they don't have them anymore. We hit them just like we hit the drug dealers. But drugs are down by water, 97%, and over 60% they're down. And now we're going to go and focus on the land. They come through Mexico. Mexico has lost control of their country. The cartels run Mexico, and it's sad. And the president's a very good woman, but she's a very scared woman. The drug cartels are totally running Mexico. It's not even close. We agreed to accelerate our efforts to secure our critical minerals and rare earth supply chains, where we have great companies really going to town. We're going to give everybody a big run because we do it better than, and we had to get motivated. The G7 also agreed that the United States' new approach to international development based on the private sector investment is working at levels that they never thought possible. It's really working. I held a number of very positive bilateral meetings, including with the President of France. It was a very good meeting, actually. The Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim, who's, I tell you, I wish I could really know the guy. You know, some people say, well, he lived in that neighborhood. You can't be saying things that you'd like to have him say. He was fantastic on this, and he's been a fantastic guy in terms of energy and getting energy out there. President of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed, who's an amazing warrior. President El-Sisi of Egypt. Prime Minister Modi of India. We spent a long time together today. I spoke to Mohammed. I spoke to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia a number of times. They're all so happy that they're still. You have to have them happy too, you know. We're using their airports. Not that they could stop us if we didn't want them to, but it'd be nice that I went to get that little sucker. But I hate missing. But we spoke to all of them and many countries all over the world. So every country, I think Israel too. Look, think of what Israel's getting. They're not going to be nuked. It's very simple. I told Bibi, your biggest risk was that they'd drop a nuclear weapon into the middle of Israel. They'd only need one, and there would be no more Israel. Think of it, Bibi. You got the most important thing that you were asking for is that. So I think they're happy. Some people are going to be, not him, but there are some people, some writers, some that I thought were friends of mine, but I don't want them as friends anymore because they're either stupid or they're bad people. But we stopped nuclear holocaust, and it stopped too. I mean, there's not going to be any of that. So from the beginning to the end, it was clear that this week, America's back. It's bigger and better and stronger. We're more respected as a country right now, I think, than we ever have been. And we were a laughing stock 2 years ago. They would laugh at us. We had a man that should have never been there. You know that. A man that would walk up to a podium once every year, and they'd ask him, what flavor ice cream do you like? I like vanilla. Then he'd try and find the stairs, which he couldn't find most of the time, and he'd leave. This is very unfair reporting. And then you said you didn't know about that. You didn't know there was something wrong. We can never let that happen to our country again. To me, we had the worst inflation ever. We had the worst in prices and the costs. It's all coming down now because the oil is bringing it down. You're going to see numbers that are going to be amazing. But this evening, I look forward to a very special dinner with President Macron and his fabulous wife at the Palace of Versailles. I sort of like that palace. Has a lot of gold. I want to check it out. It's a beautiful palace, maybe the most beautiful of all. I hope you're going to get to see it. The ones that are traveling with me, I hope you're going to get to see it because it's amazing. But they asked me if I'd stay a little bit longer and go to Paris. So I'll get home a little bit later, but it'll be a nice dinner. But I'm interested to see it. I mean, that's the ultimate, I guess. It's the ultimate of its type. Louis XIV, celebrating the 250th anniversary of America's founding and America's oldest alliance, and we're celebrating that a little bit tonight. They'll have the biggest people in Europe at the dinner, and those people love our country, and hopefully Europe's going to find its way. Europe is having a lot of hard times. They're doing some things very badly on energy and on immigration. They're doing things very badly, and we'll be talking about that tonight. So with that all said, if you want to ask us any questions, feel free to ask the people behind me. Yeah? Peter?
Bonjour. You've been clear, President Trump, the United States is not going to directly pay Iran, but the U.S. is going to let the Iranians start making billions of dollars, selling oil, accessing this reconstruction.
Only if they're doing things right. Only if, Peter, only if, we're not doing anything. We're not putting up money. Only if they're doing things right. If they're doing things right, if people want to invest, they can invest. But they had this $300 million fund. It's only $300 billion fund. It's only if they're doing things right. Remember this also. When you talk about billions of dollars, they've had much more than $1 trillion worth of damage done. They got a long way. There'll be 15 to 20 years to rebuild what they have right now. So they have to behave themselves. If they're not behaving, they get hit again. You know, they'll be hit again because we can do it very easily. It's going to take a long way for them to build back their anti-aircraft stuff. It's going to take, and you know, the other thing I want to thank China, President Xi. I was with him, and he stayed neutral, totally neutral, and I appreciate it. And I want to thank Vladimir Putin. He was very neutral. They could have made it much more difficult for us. And I want to say it. You know, somebody would say, "Oh, that's terrible. He's thanking President Xi of China." Well, let me tell you, I had a long talk with him. You know, they have shoulder weapons to knock down airplanes. It's not like the real deal, but they're accurate. They're fairly accurate. I said, I would really appreciate you not giving or selling any of that stuff to Iran. And you know what? For the most part, he didn't. So I just want to thank them because they made it a lot better.
Explain, though, what the difference is between giving Iran U.S. dollars and unfreezing U.S. dollars.
Well, the unfreezing is an easy one to answer. We have taken a lot of their money, and we have their money. We have taken their money. It's not our money. It's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back. You know, if we didn't give it back, nobody would ever invest in the dollar again. If you took their money, because I thought about it, you know, I'm not the most perfect person. I said to Scott, why don't we keep their money? What the hell are we giving it back to them? But, you know, people from lots of nations, some nations we don't agree with, they have their money. The dollar's become very strong under me. And they don't want to have a little conflict with somebody and end up having the United States just take their money. So if you do that, you really don't have a system.
A wise man once said in January of 2020, Iran never won a war, but never lost a negotiation. That wise man.
Who said that?
Donald Trump.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say.
How do you go back to the United States and convince a skeptical American public that this deal
Well,
is a...
look, here they lost militarily, okay? It's very tough because I know that no matter what, if I would go, by the way, if I'd go another 3 or 4 weeks, those same people that are critical would say, he went too long, he should have done, you know, no matter what. If they raised the white flag of surrender, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. We totally concede, we totally give up. This war is over, we have failed. the New York Times and CNN and a couple of others, they're not all that dishonest, they'd say Iran had a great victory, okay? They practically do that. You know, it's amazing. When we knocked out their last ship, they had 159 ships. When we knocked out the last ship, the Times refused to do a story on it. They said, "What would you? They don't have a Navy, and you don't want to do a story on it. They don't have an Air Force, you don't want to do a story." We need a fair press. And that's why they're all doing so badly, because they lost credibility. When I win in a landslide and I had 93% bad press, they take good stories about me and make them bad. But the only reason that happened is because they have so little, the media has so little credibility that the people voted for me. 93% of the stories on network, ABC is horrible. I think ABC is the worst. NBC is terrible. And CBS is terrible. CNN, obviously. And I never get good stories, no matter what I do. I could do the greatest thing. I won't get good stories on this. I'll get it from fair media. I'll get it from all over the world. They're running good. But no matter what I do, I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just...
Okay, we're still hugging that pre-market low. Back in that zone. We did fall back below VWAP here. See spike can start to slide potentially back to the downside. 15-minute candles inside. So a lot of chop here. Meta took another leg lower going to TP2. Microsoft continues to sell off. We're starting to see Exxon will push the upside as we continue to touch on the situation in the Middle East. The Qs are getting very close to the lows, getting very close to the PML there. We have IWM still above that initial call trigger. The Dow is as flat as can be here. All right, so now we're just waiting for the rate decision. Rate decision reaction along with the press conference, right? So this is going on for a long time, but we need to listen to it as it does impact the market. Anyone catch Microsoft the downside? If you did, good. If you're done for the day, let us know. Okay, I thought it would spike. Okay. QQQ starting to break down as well via shockwave after hours. ExxonMobil pumping. All kidding aside, I'm getting back to the Fed meeting and the market not telling much. But if you look at JP Morgan stock on Monday, it seemed like Jamie Dimon is gonna like it here. Just speech, I forgot I was on your YouTube channel. Absolutely, Trevor. I'll continue to listen here, guys. Not a lot of action. I have no horse in the race, no positions. Just watching, waiting for the obvious rate decision, but we're playing the reaction and, of course, the press conference here. All right, let's continue to listen.
Then all of the bombing raids where we dropped $1 billion worth of bombs on Iran. The blockade was so incredible. The naval blockade. The admiral, the whole thing, not one ship got through. That meant no money got through. They were dying. They had no money. They have inflation that's 250 or 300%. They have no money. We have tremendous leverage. We have the leverage of the economy, as an example. We'll get that done. That's a small one, and we'll work with Israel and get it done. But I'd like to do it. I mean, you have people living there. Buildings are being dropped on top of them or right alongside of them. How would you like to live there? It's so unfair, especially Beirut. You know, you go into Beirut, and I looked at the scene 2 days ago, yesterday, where they hit. That was a big hit. That was unnecessary in my book. Yeah, please.
Two questions. If you could clarify something you said just a few minutes ago. One of the goals of Epic Fury going into it, you said was...
Say it again. Speak up.
Sorry. One of the goals of Epic Fury, you said going into it, was to destroy Iran's ballistic missiles and its capabilities to build more.
Yeah.
Why is it acceptable to you now that they keep some of that capability? And Iran is...
What are they keeping? What are they keeping? They have less than other nations now. We knocked out probably 84, 85% of their missiles. The rest of them are underground. They can't even get them out. You know, the other night's raid, I think it was on the first night, we knocked out hundreds of their missiles. Actually, by mistake, we were hitting an area, and you can sort of see when the bombs are going off, and then you see one that looks like, wow, what happened? A lot of missiles knocked down. No, but what are you going to do? Let's spend another 2 weeks and give them they don't want to be firing missiles right now. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. And if people from the Middle East, if people want to invest, and again, they don't have to invest at all. But if they do want to invest, it does have oil. It does have probably a future, but it's going to take a long time. But are you going to let the 91 million people starve to death? I mean, one of the things I was very intent on, they have water desalination plants, very good ones. I could have knocked them out in 5 minutes, just like I knocked out Cargill, and I knocked out everything but the oil. I said 25, it was so complete. The only thing there is the pipes coming with the oil, because I didn't want to ruin the world market, because they do a lot of money. But I didn't want to do that, no. It would have been so easy. It would have been easier, and I would have satisfied a group of 10% of the people, but it would have been the wrong thing to do. And it could have caused an international depression. Maybe not.
Iran's position has always been that their nuclear program was for civilian purposes. If they come back after the signing of this and say they want to continue to have a civilian nuclear program, is that acceptable to you?
Well, I've said to them always, I say, look, you have probably the 3rd largest oil reserves in the world. What the hell do you need nuclear for? You need nuclear for some electricity. So I've always felt that way. So we've been pretty tough in that. It is a little hard, though, when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please. New York Times, please.
Thank you, Mr. President,
Thank you.
for the question. Now that you're approaching a new phase in this conflict with Iran, can you now say whether you will hold anyone in your administration accountable for the strike on a school that killed more than 100 children on the first day of the war?
No, if it was a fault, and as you know, that's under investigation. It's such a strange question to be asked at this state. It's talking about a long time ago, but nobody did that on purpose. I guess you'd have to say about them, what about the thousands of soldiers that they blew up when they opened their car door? What about the thousands of people that were killed by Iran? No, mistakes are made. The war is nasty. But I know it's under investigation, and I could have a report for you tomorrow. Or I would ask Pete Hegseth that question, because they have it under investigation. Please.
Mr. President, you've been saying all week that this deal permanently prevents Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, but the drafts of the deal that have been floating around barely mention Iran's nuclear program. So can you explain how exactly the deal achieves that goal?
So when I say permanently, it should be permanently. But if it's not permanently, we will bomb them. They will be bombed, just like I bombed them on Wednesday night and Tuesday night, and was going to bomb them on Thursday night at a level that was 3 times greater, and they knew that. I will bomb them. Now, that's with me as president. If you have a weak, pathetic president, maybe that doesn't happen, but I can only do the job that I have to do. I have a long time to go. I have almost 3 years, close to 3 years. Time is going fast. But our country's become we're the most respected country in the world. Those leaders today, they said, we used to laugh at you. 2 years ago, the same guys, they'd laugh at the country. And now they say, you're the most respected country anywhere in the world. Militarily, even military. Take a look at what happened look at what happened in so many different locations. Afghanistan, that horrible retreat that these people made, leaving equipment behind. They weren't under any pressure. You take your time. You can get out. I was going to get out. We were going to get out with dignity and pride, take 100% of the equipment. I was even taking the tents down. But then they got in and they just left. They left all the equipment. I may get all that equipment back. Now, here's the thing. More symbolic, because it's a little old now. But we may get it all back. Afghanistan is kissing our ass. You know that?
So you're threatening to bomb Iran if they don't comply, but there's nothing enforceable in the deal itself. Is that correct?
Doesn't have to be. I let them know. I said, look, if you don't adhere to the agreement, I don't want to do that, but we're going to bomb the hell out of you. And I don't think that they're going to veer from the agreement.
Okay, so we keep hearing the back and forth. No reaction by the market so far. No reaction. I guess the market is used to the verbiage being used, so nothing new being priced in. So we're close to 1 o'clock, guys. We're still at that PML, at that daily downside breaker, prior day's lows, 15-minute candle. Let's take a look at it. 15-minute view. We're still jammed in this area, guys. We're still jammed in this broader range. Okay, between this pre-market low and that daily downside breaker. 50 MA holding us up on the hourly and staying below that daily open, along with that weekly open, that pre-market low. So still very tight range that we've been trading in all day. The only clean move really took place here. All right, this trap above weekly open was a nice move to the downside. Okay, and it was exaggerated with this nice candle to the downside as well. Okay, we had some news about the situation getting a little bit unstable on Iran's end not holding up their end of the bargain for the deal. Dropped nicely and got quickly bought back up, and that's where we are now. That's where we are now. All right, so now we're just counting down until that FOMC. Less than an hour away. Less than an hour away. Okay, so I don't know how long this is going to go, guys, but if we do see any spikes, that's going to take place. It's probably from the comments. Since I started trading, okay. So who's done for the day, guys? Who is done for the day? Who's done for the day? Our poll is already in, guys. Poll. Looks like 67% of the chat is green up until now. 68% of the chat thinks we're going to be not make all-time highs today. Let's end the poll there. All right, so I will discuss the strategy I'll be looking to trade here in just a few. We do have to do our recap as well. Recapping those trades so I can post this later on YouTube. And let's put up a quick poll question on YouTube. Daily performance. All right, if you just jump in, we will have a FOMC, the rate decision coming up. So we'll have that coverage for you along with trades. Green, red, yellow, and no trades. So take a minute to answer the poll question. Now on YouTube, let's get a feel for everyone is doing. All right, just hanging on to this zone right here. Hanging on to this zone. Hanging on. Now, what did break down nicely was Microsoft, guys. Microsoft, if you took that, that played out nicely. Okay, you can see this flag that we were discussing earlier, compression break. Wait for that compression to break. Starts to break, slides to the downside, lows the day. So when something starts to slide, guys, all right, so say something, we have a nice leg to the downside. When it starts to do this, when it starts to do that, it starts to slide, there can be some opportunity to the downside. Give me one quick second here.
Affordability crisis. I'm the one that got it down. Remember, highest insurance rates in history, highest rates for everything. Eggs, remember eggs? They were 4 times more expensive than they were in my administration. And I got it down, Peter, very quickly. Our secretary did a good job of agriculture. Brooke, she did a great job with eggs and everything else. And now that the oil is coming down, you're going to see everything follow. Everything follows the cost of energy. And we're going to end up having the lowest energy anywhere in the world. Please. Yeah. No, please.
Thank you.
You're from ABC. You're fake news. Go ahead.
To follow up on oil, can you confirm, will Iran be able to immediately sell their oil to market? And will U.S. sanctions snap back immediately if there is a delay or collapse in the talks? And then relatedly, is there any safeguard in this deal to prevent Iran from charging what they say could be fees after the 60-day extension?
The thing that's going to stop them from doing that, because you can't cover everything in a document, is common sense. They don't want to get bombed. They don't want to get hit. As far as sanctions are concerned, at some point, we have sanctions which will never let them rebuild. They would have no money. They would be in poverty. The 91 million people would starve. So something will happen as soon as they behave. When they behave, we're going to let that go. We're going to have to. I put sanctions on a lot of people, and then I let them go. A lot of countries. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Shinji Abe. I'm a Japanese Yomiuri newspaper company from the Washington Correspondent. My question is about the Strait of Hormuz. Did you ask other G7 nations to send military force? And what specifically are you asking of Japan? Or
Where are you from?
I'm from Japan.
From where?
Japan. And is military support?
I just left your prime minister. Japan's doing very well. She's my biggest fan, I have to tell you. She thinks I did a great job. You have to call her and ask her.
And,
She's doing a very good job, by the way. Go ahead.
And military support is no longer necessary.
Yeah, but what do you want to know? Go ahead, just tell me. What do you want to know?
Okay, my question is, did you ask other G7 nations to send military force? And what specifically are you asking of Japan?
To send the Air Force? For what? Oh, other countries, not just Japan. No, we don't need it. Oh, by the way, they all want to do it. They all want to do it. Every single one of them. They want to go be a part of it now. Not while the war was going on. I was a little disappointed. The UK, I said, yeah, it would be nice if you sent ships. I didn't put a hard sell on, but I said it would be nice if you sent some ships. And the Prime Minister said, they'll be there, sir, as soon as the war is over. I said, did he just say that? I couldn't believe it, actually. Japan has offered to get in.
Okay, finally breaking below that daily downside breaker, prior day's low, below that PML as well. You can see on the 5, the selling continues on the Qs and SPY. IDM is looking to join that selling party as well. We have a 3 15-minute candles back to downside. We do have some room to drop as long as we can hold below that prior shift's lows into possibly lows of the day, or even possibly targeting 748.62. So if you're waiting for that breakdown, it finally took place, and now it's starting to slide to the downside. So now we're less than an hour away, guys, from the rate decision. 99% chance, 99% chance that rates remain the same. No cut or no hike. No cut or no hike. Okay. We're just going to see how the market reacts to all that. And expect the IV, guys. Expect the IV to start to tick to the upside now. So again, contracts are losing value. IV's increasing, so they're going to be more expensive than usual during that time. Okay, so we're 40 likes away, guys. 40 likes away from 200 likes. If you haven't smashed the like button yet, let's hit the like button before 130. Try to get as close as possible to 200. We're within striking distance. We're at 160. If we can get to 200, we will do 2 giveaways. We're already eligible for 1 giveaway. We will do 2 giveaways when that time comes. So what I was touching on earlier before I took a pause here was Microsoft. Okay, so Microsoft, we were discussing when you're looking to trade. Of course, we know the first leg, same price is range bound for some time, and then it makes a leg lower. Okay, once you see that leg lower, in the event that you don't catch this leg to the downside, so say price is range bound here, and it finally breaks below that range, and it starts to move to the downside. The first thing you want to pay attention to, of course, is there's multiple things you're gonna see. But the first thing is you're gonna see a second leg. A second leg means you're gonna start to see some accumulation. And there's a couple of ways to look for it. Basically, bear flag, colliding with those EMAs. So let's say in this case it's a shallow push to the upside. All right. And now when you start to take the structural break, you're using those prior lows as potential targets. You're using those prior lows as potential targets. So if you have those short dated contracts, if you take this breakdown, all right, your first target, okay, your soft target is going to be these lows down here. Right. So if you take this structural breakdown, rejects off those EMAs, you take the puts there. So what you're keeping an eye on is by the time you enter, all right, this is your opportunity to take advantage of that scalp. This is your opportunity initially. All right. So as it continues to build some steam, as it continues to drop, you're going to target the next level as well. All right. You're going to start using those prior lows as your potential targets as it segues into, right, the low of the day in the event it does push it to the lows of the day. Because at each of these pivots, we can see buyers step in and try to pick price back up and draw it back into some highs, but you want those highs to be, of course, lower. But any push into a high, even if that high is lower, it does depreciate those contracts dramatically, and you can start to sit through some drawdown and give back some profits. So very important to understand how that targeting works. In some sequences, we do see price not have as many lows. It just goes like this, right? It just makes those moves. So now we can use this low as your soft target, eventually taking to the lows of the day. That's what I like to take advantage of. So again, knowing that, hey, you know what? If I'm going to take this breakdown, I do have an opportunity, if it works in my favor, to take profits here to avoid the double bottom. If it gets past this point, okay, this all has to be determined before I jump into the trade. If it gets past this point, I have my runners to capitalize off this territory here. If the idea is to hold into past these targets initially, right? If that's the idea, then you hold it through the idea. But you want to get into the habit, especially in the beginning of your journey, not discounting, taking profits at targets, because those do add up over time. All right. So I do want to share that with you as it pertains to the what took place on Microsoft. So you can see on Microsoft, right? So again, we can see Microsoft here. We get that structural breakdown. Okay. We were discussing Microsoft breaking down. It starts to break down here, and then when it starts to break down, your first target is going to be this territory right here. All right. The first target is going to be this territory down here. Okay, and then you can start targeting the lows of the day. Okay, you want to break, but you're basically going to break one trade into two trades, if that makes sense. So from here to here, you have your double digits. Okay, from here to here, you can start to manage those runners, take some more runners off, and if you have runners left, you can manage that for the rest of this breakdown down there. Okay, so you can treat it as three separate trades, although it's one position, and you're just scaling out at different times, or trade this whole thing as one. Okay, if you're trading this whole thing as one, you probably need those further data contracts. Okay, if you can't get those further data contracts, then you have to play this game then. You have to treat these three things as three separate trades. You have three separate things to take place. Okay, we're selling off aggressively now here, guys. Okay, something might have been said. Let's take a look.
One more? Go ahead, Peter. Let me finish with Peter, because he's been better to me than he's been to Biden.
Thank you, President Trump. I have a question about this weekend.
Look at that
Why
wick.
not stick around?
Look at that wick. Look at that wick. Look at that wick. Look at that wick. And where do we go to? We go right to this right here. So there's your profit target that we just discussed. Okay, so we're just giving you that example, that lesson on where to take profits, and it comes right to it and immediately gets bought back up. Within a matter of seconds, guys, we drop for close to $1 and immediately wick back up for close to $1. All right, that just evaporates within seconds. All right, so massive wick there. Okay. Hood ripping and running. Continues to push to the upside. Came out the gate hot. Look at this, guys. Hood just massive push. Gets above dead upside breaker. Retests it. Continues to accelerate. Hood 110 is a realistic target here, guys. If it continues to push, Hood 110 can get there. The only thing between us and 110 is this triple top, quadruple top formation up here. That's the only thing holding us back from there. All right, so if we can get above that, we have room at that 110 territory. If we fail, this can reset us and neutralize us, and possibly send us back into these lows down here. Right, so let's pay attention to what does take place there on Hood if you're paying attention to Hood. So the move on Hood already took place. So this is somewhat of a second leg approach on Hood. The first leg already took place. Okay, we did have some smaller micro legs take place within the structure as well, but this is to see there's another move left on Hood. So be mindful of what takes place there. Okay, so now we're less than an hour away from the rate decision. Look at that immediate response off those lows. Let's continue to listen as things start to get volatile.
And spend a lot of time coordinating drug trafficking and stopping of drug trafficking, which is crazy. It comes through Mexico, comes through the southern border, the little that comes through. They find a way, they put it, they're genius. If they would use that genius for good, they'd be very rich people. They have it in engines, they have it in hubcaps, they have it in areas you would.
I think we already heard that part. We already heard that part, guys. That's a replay. Previously aired. Okay. Okay. Done. All right. So that's done. They're just rerunning that over and over again. Okay. And now we are less than an hour away. All right, so who's still trading? So let's discuss. That was brutal. Yeah, that was a nasty wick right there. You don't take profit, market will. All right, so there was targeting those lows. We're back at that hourly 50 EMA. We discussed the importance of that level. We took up price shifts lows. And now let's start jumping to the 15 here. All right, we don't want to get caught up in the noise. Just jump over to the 15 on the lower time, on the lower charts down here. Strikers give us a better view. And I'll jump this to the hourly. All right, so we get a bigger view, broader view of what's taking place, and eventually we'll jump this to the 5. Okay. So now it's going to be lotto time here shortly. So the idea with the lottos, let's take a look at. First, let me look up what took place the last FOMC. Can anyone recall the last FOMC date? I'll look up the exact action that took place. Let me actually look it up right here real quick. All right, so we do have that available to us. The last one was April. Okay, April 28th. All right, so you can go to our chat, go to market recap, and we have everything tracked there, guys, for the entire year. April 20th, let's roll all the way back. Let's go back in time. Let's go back in time, April 28th. Okay, nothing beats this archive. April 20th, April 23rd, April 27th, April 28th. Okay, here, 29th. Here we go. Here we go. So this is where we took the trades here. If you recall, we took the puts in this area. We took the calls down here. So I'm looking for the same thing. Nothing really changed on our end, guys. We're looking for mean reversions. All right, mean reversions. We didn't get much of a reaction. Last decision was no decision, right? We were trading between. Right? We were trading between first shifts. We were actually trading between this 710 psychological level. If you recall that 710 psychological level, we did have that daily downside breaker all the way down here. We had that daily downside target and very close to the lows of the day. All right, so I'm looking for mean reversion setups very similar to this. So what does that translate to today? All right, so let me make this screen a little larger so you can see. I want to see a grab of these lows, simply put. Okay, simply put, I want to see a grab of these lows. If we get driven aggressively, get that drive lower, start to show some signs of life, get back above that level, count me in. Okay, I'm targeting these lows down here. So I'm going mean reversion. I'm not going a continuation. So looking for calls on the reclaim or that initial grab down here. Looking for puts up here. Okay, grabbing those highs or looking for puts up here. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Very, very simple. Very, very straightforward. All right, but I want to give you a very important disclaimer. If you don't trade FOMC, this is lotto time. This is a very dangerous time to trade. You can lose everything. You can wipe out everything. So it's very, very important that you just watch. It's a high risk event. That's why we're trading those lottos. Looking to risk very little bit to make a large percentage gain. All right, so I want to share the strategy as well. Rather than just talking about it, we can just trade it with very little size here. All right, so if you don't feel comfortable, have no experience trading FOMC, don't touch it, just watch it. Okay, trade vicariously through me. Okay, so you can kind of see what it looks like, what those percentage gains look like, how the market is moving, what the IV is doing. All right, so you can see it take place in real time. All right, so that's what I'm looking for here, guys. Very straightforward. Stop upwards of 50-60%. All right, I'm looking for double digits. Okay, the triple digits, 100% plus, 70% plus, depending on how that shapes up. But there's no 10%, 20% TPs. All right, these are large gains that we're looking for. So this would be a shallow grab here. This would be the deeper grab here. Okay, back into that territory. This would be the deep grab here. And if this ends up being the lows of the shift between now and 130, this would be the shallow grab here. So I'm going counter. Everything is counter. I'm not going continuation on FOMC. All right, because during FOMC, the algos look to take charge. The algos look to rebalance. All right, so a lot of the algorithmic trading principles start to come into play. All right, if you don't know what those are, make sure to review the ebook. If you remember, you have access to the ebook. Okay, there's literally an ebook. I wrote an ebook called the algorithmic trading principles. Okay. All right, so let's get the likes up. Let's be eligible for the giveaway. Let's make a new record on the channel. All right, we are less than 30 likes away, guys. This is a huge milestone. So every like, every subscription, okay, every member counts, guys. We're building this up from the ground up. We're building our community. We're building our team. We're building everything up from the ground floor. We're building it the right way. We're leading with education. All right, if you're a first-time viewer, hopefully you're enjoying the content. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Any prediction for FOMC? Any predictions for FOMC, guys? Any early predictions? Right, I don't get too much involved in politics, but I do have to say this. Iran was an adversary that needed to be addressed. Okay, that was the elephant in the room. You can disagree, you can agree. Politics is not what I'm here for. The elephant in the room had to be addressed. Okay, and it has been addressed. So, take it or leave it. The elephant in the room had to be addressed, and it was addressed. Because if it was the other way around, right? If it was the other way around, what I mean by that is if we were the elephant in the room and Iran was a superpower and they had the chance to eliminate us, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? All right. You guys know my stance. The U.S. has to stay number one. Right? Is it perfect? It's not perfect. It's far from perfect. But this is as good as it gets. This is as good as it gets as far as managing 200 plus million people. All right? This is as good as it gets. If it was another regime involved, if it was another regime at the helm, I promise you, you won't have half the rights you have today. Are a lot of our rights getting taken away? If we can make that argument, we can make that debate. But generally speaking, I don't want to live in a world where Iran dictates the pace, where China dictates the pace. So by default, okay, I have to be on the side of this country as a must, because you don't want to imagine what that looks like. All right, so the elephant in the room has been addressed. Okay, their capabilities have been taken out. And that's how I see it, guys. Okay, the one thing I do like about it feels like FOMC is gonna. It's whoever can address the situation, right? To me, left, right, doesn't really matter. When is FOMC? So 2 p.m. is the rate decision. 2:30 is the press conference. So we're primarily focused on the press conference. Might be a flat initial reaction to the decision. I totally disagree with you, George. China is way more diplomatic than America, and so is Russia. Okay, we can agree to disagree. We can agree to disagree on that one. We can agree to disagree. Okay, any early predictions, guys? Any early predictions? Do we pump? Do we dump? More than likely, my prediction, rate decision, maybe a muted reaction. We're still range bound, and that press conference can get a little bit shaky. All right, we can see some more volatility once we get close to the press conference. Also, pay attention to the IV. Okay, the closer we get to the decision, guys, the IV on SPY is 37%, despite the fact that VIX is only at 16, very close to 17. So usually VIX 40, okay, usually VIX 40 takes place, usually IV 40 takes place when VIX is near 20, above 20. But now, rate decision actually gets factored in, guys, into the contracts. Can someone tell me the Greek, okay, trivia, which Greek is responsible for pricing and rate decisions? Which Greek, option Greek, is responsible for pricing and rate decisions? Okay. They do have one. Believe it or not, they price everything in. Okay, SPY's slightly below that daily downside breaker, prior day's lows. See if that continue push lower, or we just starting to go to these lows down here. I want to see a grab of these lows down here. All right, very similar to what we took last time. If you recall, last rate decision, look at this, guys. Mean reversion, take those lows out, push to the upside. Now, I actually gave it like a triple opportunity. Okay, take it here into that territory, take it here into that territory. I forgot what the return was. It was a massive return. Go back if you want and watch April 29th, 2026 episode on the channel. Wednesday, April 29th. Go back to there. That episode is there. You can kind of dissect how those trades played out. Okay, I don't recall off the top of my head. All right, so the closer we get to 2 o'clock, guys, let's get the likes up. Smash the like button. Below Vega, yep, Vega. So Vega is the one. So is the volatility risk. That's what increases the IV. The Vega increases the IV because it prices in the rate decision. Theta is the time decay. So IV starts to increase before the press conference, all right, as Vega starts kicking in. After the announcement, after the press conference, then IV starts to quickly collapse, and those contracts start to get inflated and deflated very quickly. All right, so there's an additional layer of complexity that comes with trading during this time, but you can't see because it's under the hood. So the Greeks are under the hood. All right, so think of the trading options as you're looking at a car, right? When you're looking at a car and you're not too savvy with cars, you don't know exactly how they work. You just know that they can go straight, they can back up, they can turn left, they can turn right. That's all you know. But under the hood, where all the mechanical components are, there's every feature that you see, okay, is determined by what's inside the car. What makes it reverse? What makes it go forward? What helps it turn? Same thing. When you start to lift up the hood, you can start to see what really drive these contracts forward, backward, side to side. And Vega is the one they're going to focus on during this time. Okay? I think fake higher than dump or triple witching or exact opposite. Good. I want to look for a suspension of SLER like in April 1st, 2020. Market can dump when SOXS hits 618. Then I'm all in. Okay, good. So everyone making their plans. All right. So 2 p.m. Do we drop, pop? Is it a fake out, trap? So 55% of the chat on YouTube is green, 24% red, yellow, 14% no trades. 14% no trades. Okay, so who's not trading FOMC? If you're not trading FOMC, let us know in the chat. If you are trading FOMC, put a a 2. If you're not, put a 1. If you're not trading FOMC, put a 1. Spot continues to chop around, still caught up in that territory. Microsoft's starting to catch a bit off those lows. Bounce right off of that 3, just before that TP2, it's 383. Okay, so the 380s below 385 seem to be where the buyers are. Tesla continues to push forward. Tesla 405 coming up. Okay, you're not trading FOMC. Good. Not okay. Good. So you don't want to be indecisive. You don't want to come into it not knowing what you're going to do, because when you come in not knowing what you're going to do, you're susceptible to FOMO. Okay, FOMO is going to lure you in, and before you know it, you blink a few times, you're in a trade with 20 contracts that you didn't even plan for. All right, so you have to make these fine lines. You have to draw the lines very, very finely and outline them multiple times to yourself. If you don't, if you give yourself a little bit of wiggle room, all right, more than likely you're going to do something that you didn't even expect doing. All right. Okay, these are the areas I'm looking to go short. These are the areas I'm looking to go long. I'm just in charge of monitoring the interaction. So what I'm predicting is not too much of a reaction during the decision, maybe a couple of back and forths. All right, last time here, okay, of course, what happened last time does not necessarily have to repeat this time. I'm just using all this information to give me some idea, not necessarily say, since this happened last time, this is going to happen this time, but just to give you an idea of how things panned out. Okay, what kind of movement that we did see. All right, this technique we've been using it this whole entire time. We probably have traded the last, I would say, 5 meetings. Right, initially, early on, I was against taking any trades during this time. Okay, if I was trading by myself, I'll take it. But when we do have a lot of people watching, right, just to make sure that we're good stewards. Okay, not taking any trades during that time. I don't want you guys to get lured in. But now I trust that you're doing the right thing and not looking to gamble at this time. And if you don't know what you're doing, you do nothing. I trust you do that, right? So that we did start to trade that at this time. Okay, so yes for Lambush, no for Ranto, no for Sid. Okay, good. Make it clear. Let's quickly record the recap before I forget. The recap we took on the trade we took on Meta, 2 trades on Meta, and then we will take a quick break, and we'll jump right into the decision. We'll jump right into the FOMC trading. These might be the lows for the shift here. All right, so those are the 2 areas. Boom. For the calls down here, for the puts up there. Based on the interaction with those levels. So today we took 2 trades. Very simple trade, very simple day today. Simple from the standpoint of we didn't do too much work, and that's the plan for today, coming to today. All right, I want to do majority of the heavy lifting during first shift. Okay, got to strike when the iron's hot. Okay, so now let's go over the trade on Meta. Let's go over the trade on Meta here. Okay, this recap will be posted on the channel. All right, so again, look out for this recap. Should take us a couple minutes here, and then let's start here. This is your trade recap for Wednesday, June 17th. On this day, we took 2 trades on 1 ticker, and the ticker was Meta. The reason why I like Meta, we did show weakness during the day right off the open. It was trading below that daily downside breaker. It was trading below VWAP, so we decided to use Shockwave to see if we can get a momentum break down to the downside. And the put trigger was right at that 585.66. The first thing we do at all times, guys, before we take any trades, is define our risk. So in this case, my risk was I don't want to see any close above that level. And as price was coming to that territory, we decided to take it to the downside Initially, guys, I did take this fill here. I did take this break here, right? I didn't wait for the signal. I got an early entry, sat through some back and forth. So if you go back and watch today's live episode, you're going to see that I sat through some back and forth, sat through this, but didn't get stopped out. And eventually, it started to work in my favor, right? It took some time and eventually started working in our favor right there. As it started working in our favor, we extract profits right at near the very lows of the day, a little past that territory, take a majority off at double digits, and then give the runners a little bit of room. Give the runners a little bit of room, okay? But I'm giving it a little room. That I don't want it to get too out of hand, but I believe we can continue to break down. We might have some good runners in our hand. So it continues to push and eventually starts to climb back up, and I get stopped out on the runners. So the trade works out in our favor nicely. Runners couldn't really run, and they get stopped out. So in this case, we take it once again. It comes back to our radar. This time around, we're starting to push the upside. We're starting to see this compression. And we're starting to see a little bit of weakness on the major indexes. So now, if it comes into play, there's a few names we're paying attention to. NVIDIA, we're paying attention to NVIDIA to the downside. Tesla to the downside at that time as well. There's a handful of names we're paying attention to if the market shows a little bit of weakness. But what I want to see is I want to see that interaction with that VWAP go south, and now look to take it to the downside, and that's exactly what I did here in this case. So we took it to the downside right here. Again, a little bit of early entry again. So if I just decided to wait a few more minutes, Shockwave would have gave me the entry. So I sat through some drawdown, eventually try to work in my favor. But if I exercise a little more patience, I wouldn't have to sit through as much drawdown. I want to work in my favor. But either way, once the risk is allocated, guys, if I don't get the ideal entry, once the risk is allocated, I'll get the timing a little bit off. Okay, as long as I don't get stopped out, I'll give it a chance. If I get stopped out, okay, move along, move it to the side. So in this case, worked in our favor again. So this time we take it for the second time. So first worked in our favor, stopped out on those runners. So the plan is the same. Let's go around. Again, we take it to the downside here, sit through a little bit of drawdown. So second time in a row, sit through a little bit of drawdown. Difference is here, the stop was the same. But at least this time around, the VWAP, I can incorporate the VWAP within my stop. Incorporate the VWAP into my stop so I can sit through that VWAP rejection if it comes into play, as opposed to this time when the VWAP is above me and I don't want to stretch my stop all the way to VWAP. So again, it gives me an additional layer of maybe the price coming to that VWAP and rejecting. But again, my stop is slightly above that VWAP, staying the same. So we sit through a little bit of drawdown here, same thing. And what I'm looking to target this time is, guys, at the lows of the day. Okay, you guys know by now. Okay, lows of the day is going to be my target with a majority. Okay, come very close to that territory. I can extract a nice double-digit return. And I'll see the runners can do the same thing, but work in our favor this time around. Okay, we come to that area. We start to work in our favor. Again, if I just wait a little bit more, all right, we can see the signal comes in. So sat through a little bit of drawdown. Okay, so I like to call that scheduled drawdown as part of the trade. And then it starts to work in our favor. We start to push the downside, and boom, we start to take profits right there. And then we hold the runners past that point. Okay, it gets a breakdown. So this time around, this first attempt, runners got stopped out. Second attempt, runners start to work out beautifully, and it goes all the way to those lows down there. And I was able to close the runners for 44+% on those last runners. All right, so last bit of runners there. As it continues to push the downside, we got that TP1. If you decided to hold all the way through, this thing goes all the way. But again, it takes its time. I was using those zeros at this time, so I wanted to take it for what it's given me. I don't want to sit through another pushback the upside. And this finds a nice landing spot at that weekly open. So again, 2 trades on Meta. First one both worked out in our favor. First one, the runner got stopped out. One thing I can improve at this time is just being a little more patient, right? Getting that nice confirmation entry as well. So the lesson for today is this: just because something didn't work the first time, it doesn't mean it's not going to work the second time. So say for instance, your system goes as follows. Your system, right? You guys know my system is I like to use those runners. I like to take majority off. All right. Say your system is you take a majority off, all right, at the next target, double digits, you take a majority off at 20%. Okay, so you take your trade off at 20%, right? Say in this case, if you're trading 100, we'll just say 10 contracts for this case, all right, and then you take 8 contracts off and you let those last 2 contracts run. When those last 2 contracts come back into this territory and you get stopped out, all right, you don't necessarily have to completely abandon your way. If that's your way, do the same thing. Okay, do the same thing. All right, unless you're looking to trade something completely different, do the same thing. Right, just because it doesn't work here, it doesn't mean it's not going to work there. All right, the whole point of high probability setups is letting the stat work in your favor. The only thing you need to do is when it doesn't work in your favor, okay, get rid of it. That's the only thing you need to do when it doesn't work in your favor. But eventually, if you take it enough times, it will work in your favor. You have a proven system. So this was true on Meta. So the runners got stopped out, very close to break even. And the runners second go around, okay, I could easily say I'm not going to have those runners, but I intended to have those runners. So again, it works out nicely in our favor for 40+%. All right, because now when you start to change, when you start to say, I'm going to use runners, I'm not going to use runners, I'm going to take 5 off, I'm going to take 10 off, I'm going to take half off. When you start to constantly change your system, okay, the stats are not going to work in your favor because you're not constant, you're not consistent in doing the same thing. So if you do the same thing, win, lose, or draw, and if you have a strategy that's high probability, eventually you will win. Okay, eventually you will win. But at the times where you're not winning and you're getting stopped out, okay, and you're engaging those setups and they're not working in your favor, okay, remain firm. Okay, it's just the coin is not flipping in your favor. Eventually, it will start to flip in your favor and it will start to work in your favor. But the times when it's not working in your favor, you need to remain poised. You need to remain within your risk parameters. Because if you don't, guys, if say for instance the traders go in my favor and I take a loss way beyond my risk, it doesn't matter what happens here. It doesn't matter what happens here. Now I'm not letting the stats play my favor. All right, if my risk reward is 2-to-1, okay, and I'm looking to take trades that are 2-to-1 and take majority off at 1-to-1, if that's my system over a course of 100 trades, but all of a sudden for 50 trades, if my risk goes to 1R, 2R, 3R, 4R, it just completely messes up the system. All right, so continue to do the same thing. Continue to stick to your system. All right, don't let the market make you completely overhaul your system. Can you make some tweaks to capitalize off moves, especially as we are leaning towards scalping conditions? Sure, but you don't need to completely overhaul a working system based on the conditions. Just make some fine tweaks. Okay, just make some fine tweaks. All right, if you live in a place where there's you experience the 4 seasons, all right, you're not going to get a completely different vehicle in the winter and get a completely different vehicle in the summer. What you're going to do is you're going to have a reliable vehicle, and then when it's winter time, you're going to put winter tires on the vehicle. Okay, you can't just constantly change every season. All right, it's not sustainable. All right, so same thing, guys. That's what I'm going to leave you with. All right, so again, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. Hopefully you found value. Make sure to tune in to catch these trades live, the breakdowns every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So 2 trades on this day, both worked in our favor on the same ticker. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you. Okay, that will be posted, guys, on the channel as we prep for. I didn't want to forget doing that, so I've been doing that every day for quite some time now. So go back and watch those recaps. All right, they're filled with lessons. They're filled with the breakdown of the trade. And then when you pair that with watching live, right, it really starts to make sense, guys. It really starts to make sense, and you really start to soak in the information. All right. So I'm gonna take off your shockwave. I'm gonna take this off. We're past that point. Okay, let me take this off as well. All right. So now we are 20 minutes away from the decision. 20 minutes away from the decision. Minutes away. F-22s received upgrades earlier this year. Okay. The F-22s. When I used to work in the oil field, I used to work in a facility called Cold Lake, which is also a military testing ground. All right, so we would periodically see these fighter jets fly over us, and you can hear the sonic boom, because not too far away from our work site was the military weapons testing ground. Right, so it's a huge facility, but they happen to have some oil on that facility as well, so they decided to take some of that out. But that sonic boom is a different thing. Right, those fighter jets, when you see them when they're flying really low, man, it's mind blowing. Mind blown. Remember the market is closed on Friday. Market's closed on Friday. Let's take a look. On the night, is it Friday the 19th? Market closed on Friday. Let me verify. Yes, Juneteenth. Okay. It's closed for Juneteenth. Okay. Yes, market is closed on Friday. I completely forgot about that. All right, so market is closed on Friday, guys. So tomorrow is the last day of the week. So that gives you another reason to be done for the day. All right. Another reason to be done for the day. And we're getting very close to breaking our record, 200 likes. Let's get it done. If we can do that, we'll do 2 giveaways. Let me check where we are. Let's see if we can get to 200 before 2 p.m. $177, guys. We're closing in. $177. After this week, I need a long weekend. So again, take advantage of these 3-day weekends. All right, 3-day weekends, 4-day weekends. Take advantage. All right, you don't have to. Everything waiting for the big moment. Absolutely. I'm a big proponent for taking micro breaks rather than taking 3 weeks off, 2 weeks off. That doesn't work well for me. Right? Taking like 2 weeks off, 3 weeks off, that's too big of a gap. Right? After 2 days, it's enough. Right? So take advantage of these shorter dated 3-day, 4-day weekends. All right? You can get a lot of things done in a short period of time. All right, I'm a big proponent of momentum. Sometimes when you take too much time off, right, you lose momentum and you got to build it back up. All right, so we're about 17 minutes away. Let's hit the like button if you're just jumping in. We did take those 2 trades. Recap will be posted. Meta was a winner for us today. We had a handful of names present some opportunities. Palantir went, Microsoft went recently, IBM went. Okay, so we will be trading our strategy here at FOMC. Again, everything you're seeing on the channel is for educational purposes only, guys. This is not a signal service. We're giving you the tools and resources to properly train you. There is a delay on YouTube if you're looking to join the community to bypass the delay and the ads. I know the YouTube ads are getting out of hand sometimes. All right, you can do that by joining our community and accessing all the tools and resources that are available. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I didn't get a chance to take a break during the press conference. I was watching it. In the meantime, let's take a listen to our playlist, and hopefully by the time I get back, we will have 200 likes, and then we will do the giveaway. 2 giveaways today. Okay, if I have 200 likes, I'll also make a record. All right, so we'll be right back. We'll be back probably by 1:55. So hang tight. Rate decision coming up in 16 minutes, 15 minutes or so. 2:30 press conference. We'll have that coverage for you as well. And we'll be right back.
Smart action trading is my strategy. Stay the course. The fruit don't grow the day you plant the seed. Stay the course. The market can bless you. The market can humble you. Stay the course. Green candles dancing, got the whole room alive. 3 wins in a row, got me feeling like I can fly. But I've seen euphoria turn a blessing to a curse. When confidence outruns discipline, things get worse. When the streets whisper, you don't need the rules today. That's the same voice that slowly pulls the wise astray. The market don't care about the wins from last week. It rewards preparation, not the highs that we seek. Smart action trading. That's why strikers on the school, learning how to stay grounded when the day turn green. Because the danger ain't the losses everybody fears. Sometimes it's success that blinds your eyes and clouds your ears. I used to chase results, now Now I focus on execution, because consistency is built through process, not emotion. Every chart a classroom, every candle got a lesson. Every session starts reminding me to stay invested in progression.
Back to the process, back to the way, back to the habits that carry the day. Green days come, green days go. Wisdom decides what remains when they go. Back to the process, back to the plan. Forever a student, that's who I am.
I remember empty rooms and talking to myself, building brick by brick when nobody else helped. Now the numbers look better, the blessings got larger, but success can become an even tougher teacher, because pride grows quietly. It don't knock at the door, but slips in through winning streaks and starts asking for more. Proverbs on the desk, coffee by the screen, reminding me humility is stronger than it seems. The fool says,
I'm thinking it out.
I arrived. The wise man keeps learning, keeps the curiosity alive. Every loss paid tuition, every win paid rent. Both of them teachers, if you listen to what they meant. The crowd loves prediction. I respect preparation, because tomorrow's opportunity belongs to dedication.
Back to the process, back to the way, back to the habits that carry the day. Green days come, green days go. Wisdom decides what remains when they go. Back to the process, back to the plan. Forever a student, that's who I am. Lord, if the blessings grow, don't let the roots go shallow. If the winds keep coming, keep my spirit walking narrow. If the doors swing open, keep my heart in place. Let gratitude grow deeper than the prophets that I chase. Because euphoria fades, but wisdom remains.
Character is revealed
When success starts to reign,
the ant stores grain before the winter arrives. Preparation keeps her.
vision alive.
Small steps repeated become stories we told. That's how ordinary days become silver and gold.
Some chase the spotlight, some chase applause. I'm chasing consistency, honor under the cause. Small action trading, SBI striker standing strong.
Teaching traders discipline long after trends are gone.
The market will change,
The seasons will turn,
but every cycle leaves another lesson learned.
so when the green days come, I enjoy them with grace and show up tomorrow and return to my place. Ain't no
Go back to the process, back to the way, back to the habits that carry the day. Green days come, green days go. Wisdom decides what remains when they go. Back to the process, back to the plan. Forever a student, that's who I am. Smart action trading, wise strikers, stay the course, stay the course. Plant the seed, wise strikers, trust the word, stay the course. Ever learning, ever growing. Smart action trading, stay the course. Every striker, stay the course, stay the course.
They told us chase fast money, worship greed, panic with the crowd, build on fear,
Distraction and emotional slavery.
but discipline,
Patience,
wisdom,
That's how you escape the system.
Smart action trading.
Yeah. Jericho walls falling when my faith get louder. Used to trade emotional, now my spirit stronger. Joshua rebuilding while they doubted every step. Now the pressure build diamonds every time I get tested. Escaping Babylon.
I can live, shade of fear.
Market full of idols.
I just walk a vision clear.
Planting seeds of silence.
While they chase attention.
Labor bring the harvest when you move with intention. Used to chase every candlelight and move with salvation. Lost inside the noise, trapped in desperation. Babylon system got the masses moving blind. Over. Hold on through the valley. You gon' make it. Yeah, mama used to ask me why I stayed up so late. Staring at them candles like they choosing my fate. Laptop light glowing all across the room. Trying to make a way before the rent come due. Had dreams bigger than the town I was in. But pressure make it hard just to trust within. Everybody see the wins on the green days. Nobody see the tears on the red days. Nobody see the losses I was hiding inside. All the nights I questioned God and my whole life. Would've quit 100 times if it wasn't for faith. Cause David had valleys before giants got slayed. And ain't it funny how the strongest look calm, even while they're carrying the weight through the storm. Used to think
think success was catching every big move. Now I know survival just mean knowing when to lose. On the red days, I still pray. God kept me through it, heartbreak, walk valley, fall giant, still standing even through the silence. And one day we gon' smile at all this pain. A special makeover from the rain. Yeah, grandma said, boy, don't let money control you. Kept the matter more when the world don't know you. That hit different after blowing them trays. Humility came after ego got flame. See the market teach lessons like scripture do. Pride come quick when the winds get huge. Then one bad week make you question your gift. Like Peter in the water when his goal gets slipped. Friends stopped calling cause they didn't understand. Why I sat alone in charts and trading plans. But every dream requires sacrifice and pain. Even Joseph had presents before the rain. Now I see allowances wasn't really losses. God was building wisdom through every process. Had to learn patience, had to slow down, had to lose myself before I got found. Through the valley, I learned who I was. Not every closed door mean failure. On the red day, sometimes God protecting you. Sometimes the loss ain't punishment. Sometimes it's preparation. Oh, on the red days, I still believe. Even one your market took from me. 'Cause giants still fall when faith's stronger than it all. And someday we gon' tell the story proud. How God pulled us from the valleys out. Hold on, you're too close. Don't quit now. Don't quit now. Hold on. You're too close. No. Don't quit now. Don't quit now. Yeah. 5:30 in the morning. Jobs blowing, coffee cold. Another trader chasing the market. No structure, no discipline. Just emotion. Until everything changed. Yeah. Shockwave 15 changed the way I see the charts. From chaos to structure every morning when it starts. One system, 1 hour, now the pressure comes. Used to taste candles, now I wait till price confirmed. No more gambling at the open. Shockwave 15 emotions. Turn confusion into gear. Master trading the open, now my mindset different. Used to trade with emotion, now my execution scripted. Used to wake up anxious, forcing every move. Twitter saying break out, so I drunk with no proof. Green 1 minute, red the next candle. Account swinging wild, couldn't handle the gamble. Fake breakout, stop hunt, flush down. SP wild with both sides, now I'm emotionally shut down. Revenge trading lunchtime, trying to make it back. Oversized positions, turn my focus back. Every morning, same pain, same cycle. No rules, just dopamine and survival. Watching other traders post profits online. Meanwhile, my confidence dying inside. Market open, sounding like war in my head. Heart racing every candle, turning red. 4 more inches off a 5-second move. No patience, just hoping the market approve. Then chop hit, and the profits disappear. All week green, then Friday bring fear. Couldn't trust myself. Every click was emotion. No consistency, just random commotion. Slow down. Wait for confirmation. Patience brings clarity. And retry 1. Then I found structure inside the chaos. Shockwave 15 gave the market a language. Or be highs, or be lows. Suddenly the drum started speaking in code. 9:45, opening range lock. No more random entries, chasing every pop. Midpoint clean with the borderlines map. Now I know exactly what price react to. Roll confirmation, keep emotions out. And retest, what conviction about? Trade assistance, you guiding every move. Now the system filter what setups approved. Dashboard glowing gold, over matte black. Markers sing sure when momentum intact. Gets me why QQQ hicks alive. Now I'm trading with context, not a gambling mind. TP1, TP2, wonders breathe. Risk management, finally KVP. Smaller size, but the consistency grew. Cause discipline paid more than lucky move. Shockwave 15 changed the way I see the charts. Okay, I structure every morning when it starts. One system, 1 hour. Now the pressure gone. Used to chase candle, now I wait till price confirm.
Okay. We are back. Coffee cup is reloaded. We are ready for FOMC. We are ready for the rate decision 99% chance we get no cut or no kite or no hike. Everything stays the same. We're currently back within prior day's range, back above that PML. We have these highs up here, very shallow rejection point, liquidity wrap point here. More of a healthy territory up there, shallow, healthy as well, along with those key levels. All right, we're 4 minutes away. 4 minutes away, guys, 4 minutes away. The first time you use it, this is no show on the screen, YouTube, and that's my honest opinion. I don't get freaked out with all the technical stuff. That one too. Yeah, the music. If you guys like the music, the album, I'll drop a soundtrack at some point. It's going to be some great music to play in the background to keep you focused, to keep you inspired while you're navigating the chaos of the markets. On the other side of chaos is where the opportunity is for us. So we essentially live in the chaos. Okay, we live in the chaos. We built our house in the chaos, and we just look for clarity in the chaos. Yeah, that first song was called Back to the Process. So we have a song called Red Days, right? We have a song called Back to the Process. So kind of keeping you right in the middle, right? When you have those red days, we talk about every time when we get a chance, all right? Don't get too low. When you get too high, that's also a danger as well, guys. For the rate decision, we're going to keep a close eye on these four things, guys. These four things are very, very important for us to pay attention to. We're going to pay attention to the 10-year, the 5-year, the dollar, and the VIX per usual. So I actually have the 10-year, the 5-year. Let's put the 10-year here. The 5-year, I should say. Here. The 2-year and the 10-year. I like the 2-year and the 10-year. Okay. Who's ready for the SAT album? Okay. Okay, any forecast. I grabbed 55% of the cheap SPY call. That means it runs up for everyone else. Nice, nice, nice. Good, good, good. So this is Lotto Hour. Anything can happen at any time. Think of this as lottos, okay? Lottery ticket. So don't use anything you want to create separation away from. You're basically going into these trades willing to lose. Market, I think the market is closed on Friday. We'll be closed Friday for Juneteenth, okay? Market will be closed on Friday. So tomorrow will be our Friday. All right, so keep that in mind. As you're coming in, guys, smash the like button. Let's get the likes at 200 before 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock decision coming up. Let me just pull up Forex Factory here. We will have the press conference as well. So hang tight. So 37 seconds away. 3.75 was the previous reading, the previous rate. Forecast 3.75, 99% chance that we don't get a cut, don't get a hike, and the new Fed chair is making his debut. Kicking off his rookie season. Okay, kicking off his rookie season. Dollar dumping, VIX dumping in this last 5-minute stretch. 4-year, 2-year all dumping. These are things you want to pay attention to. And here we go. Let's rock and roll. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. 3.75. 3.75. On top of that, we have triple witching as well. Okay. Or OPEX. In this case, it might be double witching, because when it's triple is when the quarterly, triple, that's triple. When the quarterly, monthly, and weekly contracts all expire. Look at that candle. All right, so how do we respond to these lows down here? Are there any buyers? If there are, that will look at the IV, guys. 41%. If there are, I'm looking at the 7. You can go with the 755s if you want. You can go a little closer. I want to see a reclaim of that territory. So I'm looking for this to go 200%, 100%. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm in the calls. Targeting these highs up here. So this is the idea. No close below there, all the way back into these highs. Okay, up 20%. All right, so you can, if you want to take 20%, you can take 20%. I'm looking for the continued push higher. If we get a close above that level, that'd be great. Dollar is actually spiking here. Dollar is actually spiking. VIX actually gapped up. There might be a little more selling left here. We shall see. So this is our first pre-press conference trade. See if the buyers can start piling in here. So you notice how the contracts are going up even though the price is going down is because the IV is going up. You notice that? The IV is all wacky. Okay. You might be saying, hey, it's going down, but the contract is going up at 30%. See if you get a nice push. Okay, if you want to take that TP at 2030, that's up to you. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a continued push. No strong close below there. I'll give it up to 50% stop. Might even have to extend it. See if we can wick out of there. If we start to break below there, guys, we have no intraday levels. Position is still up 10%. Might have to take it all the way down here. Okay, break even. So I'll give it until here. Okay. Wide margin of error, possibly back into this up here, close to 1-to-1, close to 1-to-1. All right, so currently break even, nothing too major. But one thing is, guys, dollar just shot up to 99.99. VIX headed towards 18. So this will be the fine line in the sand. Fine line in the sand. Let's see if we can get out of here. So 2:30 is the speech. This would be it. So no, nothing below here. Okay, so we have some work to do. Look at small caps. Small caps falling off a cliff. Qs, mega caps falling off a cliff. S&P falling off a cliff. Dow falling off a cliff. SPY falling off a cliff. So this is a bigger reaction than I anticipated. If you look very closely, it did knock out those highs up there. Right, last minute massive drop. If you're going the opposite way, you're doing well. We have about a 50% stop on this. From a directional standpoint, completely wrong. Completely wrong. All right, see if we can be right from just a risk standpoint. That wide of a risk. Wanted this to go here and go back up. Did see 30%. I want 100% plus. Down 40. Okay. So stopped out 40%. So stopped out 40%. I wanted to see a nice grab with these lows, see if they can continue to push. Got a nice little push there, but just completely fell off a cliff. Okay, so 40% stop out. Couldn't get 100% push the upside. and it's below this 50% retrace to monthly. All right, this sell-off is looking aggressive. Everything's falling off a cliff, guys. VIX spiking. If VIX gets above that 18, continues to push. See if the dollar can start pulling back slightly. The dollar reject off that 100. VIX reject off of that 18. You guys see that drop? Graph 55%. Okay. I want to try to resurface. So I'll have one trade for before, one trade for after. So during this before period, what all I'm looking for is this range. All I'm looking for is this range. We're trying to bounce off that 200 EMA. All right, for us to course correct and go the other way, VIX stay below 100. VIX stay below 18, reject off that 18. And the dollar stay below 100, reject off of it. We did see a spike in the 10-year and the 2-year. Okay, if they'll start to fade, we can start to push back the upside. So this, from a directional standpoint there, completely wrong. Stop was wide enough to withstand it, 40% stopped out. Okay. Well, if anything, guys, welcome to the FOMC. Welcome to FOMC, where you're going to see a drop of this extent. We're starting to recover here. Mess that up. Trusted the new Fed push stocks up. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to push it back up. But the key thing with if you're trading FOMC is just have wide stops. Wide stop, less size, so you can sit through it if you do decide to trade it. All right, and I wouldn't put full size on FOMC. That would just be a complete, because the moves are so volatile, it's so easy for you to shake it out. Not for me. Yeah, the IV is close to 50%. Close to 50%. So tag me out here. Now it's starting to go back up. Maybe you might have shaken everyone out. Starting to course correct. Okay, so now we have a good idea of the range. So look how close it came right there to this high. But what you'll notice is right before that, you could take out this high right here. Right? We know those shift highs are so important. So I'm not saying that just because it's in hindsight. But this shift high came into it right away. So very shallow push there, and it grabbed these highs and then dumped. Now it trying to grab these lows and then pump. Just when you think it's going to dump, it pumps. Maybe could have sat through that. All right. But that is just, that's how volatile things can get. So during the press conference coming up in 20 minutes, let me pull that up. You guys see how volatile things are, guys? You see how volatile it is? Okay, we'll have that available. If you want to watch the press conference, it's available. The source I'm using is federalreserve.gov. All right, the official site. The official site. So we'll have this on the top right-hand corner. Okay. So what color tie is Kevin going to make his debut wearing? Guess the tie. Guess the tie. So decided, got a nice little shakeout, I should say. VIX is starting to coil back to the downside, rejection off that 18. So, right, could have possibly used that as a way to gauge that sell-off. Wait for that 18 rejection. We're closing in on 5,700 subs, guys. We're 25 subs away from doing that. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure to do so. We are at 183 likes. Okay, we are 17 likes away. So make sure to smash the like button, guys. Let's get the likes up. 200 likes before 2:30. Before the press conference, take a minute to like the video. We will do 2 giveaways. We're eligible for 1. We will do 2. Just like that. We're going back the other way. But the dollar's above 100. Dollars above 100. 10 years ripping. Okay, 4.4. 10 years spiking. Starting to pull back slightly. 2 year also spiked into 4.15. So when you think of the, you probably heard of the inverted year curve, right? That happens when the 2 year, 10 year crossover. So when the shorter dated treasuries outperform the longer dated treasuries, that tells us that there's a lot of pessimism looking forward, and everyone is front loading into the short term. So we're not seeing that. The only time we did see that, and we weren't live at that time, was during the time when they redefined what a recession was. You guys remember that? When they redefined what a recession was, they changed the definition under the previous administration. Yeah, that FOMC, that was a nasty FOMC. FOMC, yep, NVIDIA took the liquidity high right before FOMC, dumped into the demand at 2, and looks like it could be getting ready to reverse. Good. So shot my shot here on the FOMC trade. Did see profit upwards of 30%, but I'm looking for 100 plus, all right? Give me as close as possible to 100. I'm willing to let that go. All right, because my rationale is this. I'm not going to take this much risk for 30%. I'm not going to put myself in a line of fire to this extent for 30%. Granted, it's lottos, but still, with those lottos, you need to get, 70, 80, 90, 100 plus percent. That's why I turned that down. Okay. We can get 30% regular trading. %30 is doable without engaging in this type of terrain. All right, so everyone's on standby for the press conference. 15 minutes away. 15 minutes away. We're less than 15 likes away. Now 14 likes away. All right. So the countdown to 200 likes before press conference kicks off is on. So if you're a size to 0, maybe you can sit through that, right? You can definitely sit through that. If you're a size to 0, that's understandable during FOMC. Outside of that, I'm not a big fan of sizing to zero. Okay. 7 likes away. 7 likes away. We're going to hit the illustrious 200 like milestone. All right. We took our time, and eventually we're going to close in on that with your support. One thing is, guys, we're not going to rush anything. We're going to go at our pace. We're going to grow at our pace. All right, there's no, with our community, with our system, okay, we're in a blue ocean, all right? If any of you guys read the book, Blue Ocean Strategy, we're in our blue ocean. We're not competing in the red ocean. So we do things at our time. We don't look left, we don't look right, we just look ahead. Booked 500% on that drop. Beautiful job, 1036. Been a while since I've seen the chat. Hope all is well. The countdown after the press conference versus do we get 200 likes? All right, who's going to be the 200th liker? If that's a word. Just like the twice. Recover all of my losses from the accidental sizing issue I worked out a couple weeks ago. Wow. Tremendous job, doctor. It's not easy. But that just goes to show you, right? You have that ability to recover. I can't stress the importance of that, guys. When you get punched in the face, can you fight? Can you claw your way back to where you were and beyond? All right. And that, time and time again, the more you do that, the more confidence you'll start to have in yourself. So when you do go through a period of, even though that was accidental, right, and you did recover, all right, that's such a big win. Now you have to be able to absorb the blows from the market. And if you can, and if you have a response for it, regardless of how long it takes, okay, you're meant to play this game. You are meant to play this game, guys. All right, 11 minutes away. So I did take my first trade. Stopped out 40. The classic, stop me out and then go. The classic combo. Check your size and direction, 100%. I got hit by $700. Massive climb back on small size. I took way more trades, but look at that. Look at that, guys. Right, and the temptation to size up to get there is always going to be there. But tremendous job on sticking to the recipe. Right, it's very easy to say, hey, you know what? I made an accident, lost $700. Okay, so it's not even about the dollar amount; it's about the percentage, guys. $700. If you have a small account, if you're using a small account to grow it, it can be a ton. Okay, but it's very easy to say, hey, you know what? Let me just size up and try to recover it and start deviating away from what got you to that point. So kudos to you on doing that. Okay, so we are 10 minutes away. 10 minutes away, 10 minutes away, 10 minutes away. So it looks like, okay, we're at 199 likes, 199. 199 likes. Yeah, 23%. So that's huge, guys. 23%. That's basically a quarter of the account. So great job on recovering and sticking to sticking to the plan. Right, the ebbs and flows are real, guys. The ups and downs are real. Okay, see if we can crack 200 before 2 p.m. And we will do 2:30 p.m. Eastern, and then we will do 2 giveaways post press conference. Okay. Let me refresh real quick. Where are we? We're at 199. Okay, look, it says 299. That might be a typo. Sometimes YouTube. I think we're at 200. Let me refresh. It says 299. Okay, 199. All right. 199. So giveaway on the line, 8 minutes. So we dump, we pump, we probably retrace, close to 50% retrace that move. Okay, you can see we're right at that 50, slightly, right at that 50 point. Okay, 50% retrace. Okay. And boom, 200 likes, guys. We did it. We're going to do 2 giveaways today. And let's make 200 the standard now and try to climb to 300. Just like we did 100 likes. 100 likes was our goal. We started at 20 likes. We started at 50 likes. Now 200. We're going to try to make that the support. Okay, we want to hold above that, make that the support, and continue to bounce off that on our pursuit of 300. All right, so tremendous job, guys. Team effort to get to that level. All right, so now 8 minutes away. 8 minutes away. We will do the giveaway post press conference. We have the press conference pulled up here. We'll have that coverage for you. Okay, let's see if we can get past 200, 206. So we're not doing the giveaway quite yet. So thank you for the like, KB22118 for that 200th like. Any thoughts before we go into FOMC? Any thoughts? Okay, we're starting to reject off of these lows here. That's first shift's lows. Double dip down. If you are looking to trade FOMC, size all the way down. Use lotto size. All right, so use like 10% of your regular size. So that means if you usually trade 10 contracts, okay, use 1 contract. If you trade 100 contracts, use 10 contracts. So the damage is very, very minimal. If not, don't touch it at all. Okay. Six minutes away. So we came into this level. We came into it. We're starting to reject off of it. See if I can dip again for this grab here. So I'm taking all the mean reversions. All right, I'll do a better job on timing it with the instruments we're paying attention to here. Okay, comes to that 50, comes to that key level, starts to push the downside. 50-50. Look at that. Exactly. It's not going to be what he says. So again, it's going to be how he says it, what he doesn't say. A lot of these things in between, right? The in between, the not so obvious tone. So he basically came in to cut rates. All right, that's why he came in. So get the job done, and his definition would be to cut the rates. All right, so we'll hear the rationale behind that. And Powell, if you missed the last press conference from Powell, so for the history of our stream, guys, we've been covering this, the press conferences, and we've been covering Powell. Right? I think Powell did a decent job, tremendous job. I like Powell's demeanor, like him or not. Okay, he didn't get too much involved in the politics. He just got the job done. Navigating the U.S. economy during COVID. Okay, put any Fed chair in there. Not every single one is going to come out successful. That's not easy at all. So just by that, I got to give Powell tremendous credit. And the job is not easy as it looks, guys. Okay, it's not as easy as it looks. Okay, there are two people who can make the market move instantly. Okay, before it was Powell and the commander-in-chief. Now it's the commander-in-chief and Kevin Warsh. So it depends. Does cutting rates have a positive or negative effect on the market? So when you think of interest rate cuts, think of the dollar being cheaper. So think of these large companies being able to acquire more debt at a cheaper rate, right? I know it kind of sounds weird how you can get money cheaper, right? So when they're borrowing the money, if the rates are lower, they can do more borrowing, more investing, more aggressive deployment into new projects. So it's gonna be favorable for those names that operate on debt. So names in small cap land, names for mega cap tech names that they want to borrow money at a lower rate, right? So it stimulates some of that growth, right? Since when we kind of overgrow, we're at a point where we overgrow, we kind of sometimes keep rates the same. We sometimes hike rates to slow the growth down, right? So it just depends on which side of the equation you're on. And what side you're looking for, what side of the rates you're looking at it from as well, from a company perspective, from a consumer perspective, right? But from a company perspective, that's what it means, all right? So they can get money at a cheaper rate. Money becomes cheaper, right? When money becomes cheaper, they can utilize leverage, okay, to do more things. If it becomes more expensive, if rates continue to go up, right, then more than likely those companies that rely on debt, all right, that rely on cheaper money, right, they're not going to grow as fast. So companies that are not profitable yet, their growth really tanks or really slows down. Okay. So rates impact a lot of things. Rates impact a lot of things. So we came at that 200. We tested that 200. We are 1 minute away. So guess the tie color. Tie color. All right, we're 1 minute away. I will let Kevin do the speaking here. Okay, we'll interrupt periodically to let you know if I'm in any trades, but I'll let him do the speaking, and we'll just do the listening, and we'll just do the watching of the interaction of price with the levels. All right, keep a close eye on DXY, VIX, 10-year, 2-year, blue tie. Any other guesses? Okay, he's making his debut here. I'll go with black tie. Oh, red tie. I'll go with red tie. Red tie. All right, so first ever press conference, late. 30 seconds late. Who remembers how Powell used to open up his statements? Here we go, guys.
Good day. It's an honor, a true honor to be back at the Federal Reserve and to take up this duty at a time of such consequence. I've been especially heartened by the warm welcome of old friends and new colleagues both. and I've listened closely to my fellow FOMC members. Heard a lot of new ideas, new thinking, and genuine interest in moving the Fed forward. This week's FOMC meeting exemplified the very best of the Fed's traditions: rigorous debate, open-mindedness, commitment to mission, responsibility, and accountability for performance. In this business, they all add up to one thing: getting monetary policy right, or as near to it as we can do. That is our North Star. My colleagues and I are here to serve our legislative remit, which you've heard us say before: price stability and maximum employment. And these objectives guided our business in the meeting just concluded. As you saw a few moments ago, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the Fed funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75% in support of the Fed's dual mandate. The committee also reaffirmed its policy of maintaining ample reserves in the banking system. Economic activity is expanding at a solid pace, despite elevated uncertainty that owes in part to the conflict in the Middle East. Productivity growth and capital investment both strong. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate
Look at the level
has
2
changed
time and
little.
sale.
We recognize that inflation has been running well ahead of the Fed's long-stated inflation goal of 2%. That's been going on for more than 5 years. Persistently high prices are a burden for the American people. But the recent past need not be prologue. I am pleased to report that members of the FOMC are unambiguous and unanimous. This committee will deliver price stability. At any institution, a change in leadership is a natural and timely opportunity to reaffirm its mission, to review current practices, and to consider whether those practices best meet our objectives. My Fed colleagues and I will be working in close collaboration to ask what changes might improve the conduct of monetary policy. On that score, you might have already noticed something: a difference in today's policy statement. It's a bit shorter, a bit simpler, and it dispenses with some older language. That statement just gives you the facts as best we can judge it. Absent also is so-called forward guidance, which we agreed was not well suited to the current policy conjuncture. This afternoon, you also received the usual summary of economic projections. It's been the practice of this committee for participants to submit these projections, and I have encouraged my colleagues to continue to do so. I, however, have refrained from offering any projections of my own, consistent with my long-held views on the SEP, at least as currently structured. In the median projections, real GDP rises at 2.2% this year, 2.3% next year, and total PCE inflation runs at 3.6% this year, 2.3% next year. The unemployment rate stands at about 4.3%. The median participant judges that the appropriate federal funds rate to be at 3.8% at the end of this year and 3.6% at the end of next. Let me turn now to a few words on a key initiative that we're announcing today. I'm appointing a task force in each of 5 areas that are central to the broad conduct of monetary policy. First, Fed communications. Second, the Fed's balance sheet. Third, our use and reliance on existing data sources. Fourth, productivity and jobs in an era of transformation. And last, the Fed's inflation frameworks. These subjects are timely, consequential, and in my view, worthy of a fresh look. My colleagues and I discussed them with energy and purpose over the last couple of days. For each of these independent task forces, I'm enlisting some of the very best minds both inside and outside the economics profession. They will be supported by subject matter specialists from our superb Fed staff. And they'll have a straightforward charge. Start with first principles. Ask hard questions. Examine current practice. Consider alternatives. And ultimately, propose next steps for policymaker consideration. Since last summer, my colleagues discussed possible improvements in the form and function of Fed communications. This new task force will build on that effort, and I expect to propose some well-considered changes, including the SEP I mentioned a few moments ago. The second task force, the one on balance sheet policy, will review the benefits and risks of the current ample reserves regime and the composition of the Fed's balance sheet. They will assess alternative frameworks for the conduct and operation of monetary policy. The third task force, the one on data, will evaluate new information sources and consider methodological changes to improve data gathering, with the aim of giving policymakers more accurate, relevant, contemporaneous, and perhaps most important, actionable information on the state of our economy. Fourth, the task force on productivity and jobs. It'll survey the pace, the reach, the economic impact of new general-purpose technologies, including AI, and explore the implications for the Fed in pursuit of our employment and inflation mandates. The last task force, the one on inflation frameworks. That'll examine the drivers of inflation, first principles, and weigh the full range of ideas for delivering price stability in a changing economy. You'll hear quite a bit more about these task forces and this overall initiative in the coming weeks. Enough for now to make a simple statement. Each task force will serve an objective shared by everyone in the system, shared by everyone around that table that I sat with over the last couple of days. A Federal Reserve that is clear-eyed about its mission, fit for purpose, and focused on the future. And with that, I appreciate your attention. I'm happy to take your questions.
Hi, Chair Howard Schneider of the Voters. Good to see you again, and welcome back. This is a lot to be putting in motion so fast. What is the timeline you have in mind for each of these?
So I think it'll depend on the task force. It also depends on the urgency in which we need clear answers. My expectation, I'm still in the business of recruiting and finalizing them, my expectation is the task forces will begin work in the next couple of weeks, and we'll start to get some more information from them, some more framing of how they see things starting in the fall end, hopefully most, if not all of them, concluding by year end.
And just specifically on the inflation framework, you talk about first principles. Does this include a review of the 2% target itself? You mentioned that things to the right of the decimal point don't matter. Should this be starting from a premise that 2% as a point estimate is too strict?
Let me break that into two pieces. First, on the inflation framework review, their remit is what are the drivers of inflation? What's the Fed's responsibility for inflation? In part, how do we measure inflation? But that'll overlap with my data group. On the 2% inflation objective, that is the Federal Reserve's long-held objective of 2%. You've heard me say before, I tend to focus on the left of the decimal point. Well, the 2 is the left of the decimal point. For now, 0 is to the right. I see no reason until we have reestablished our commitment and ability to deliver on the 2% inflation objective to revisit that. So that'll be outside the scope of what we're taking on.
Thank you so much. Colby Swift from the New York Times. You've in the past said that inflation is a choice, and in the policy statement, it includes this pledge to deliver price stability, as you've reiterated today. But looking at the SEP, the bulk of your colleagues expect core PCE to run around 3.3% by year end, and for the 2% inflation target not to be reached until 2028. So I'm curious how patient you think the Fed can afford to be at this juncture in terms of waiting for one-time inflation waves to wash through. and for allowing inflation to step down after so many years of inflation running above target, and under what circumstances you would support the Fed taking some action and raising rates.
Sure. So quite a bit there. Let me try to break that into pieces. First, we have the capability and commitment to deliver on our price stability objective of 2%. That's exactly what we're going to do. In the Fed's review of its strategy over the last any number of years, in January, the Fed, including the strategy that we're still bound by, the Fed statement says that inflation is primarily determined by monetary policy. You bet it is. I've said for years inflation is a choice. You bet it is. And today I'm announcing that this committee unambiguously and unanimously have decided we are going to deliver on that. The rest of your questions sounded like an encouragement for me to give forward guidance. We've dropped forward guidance. Some along the committee, I think, dropped it, I suspect, from our discussion the last couple of days, because they said at this moment in time, it doesn't feel as though providing forward guidance is right. Others have, I'd say, different views and think as a general proposition, forward guidance isn't the business we should be in. But that'll be taken up by the Task Force on Communications and my policymaker colleagues. We're going to listen hard to what the experts say and make our own decision. But I can't give any forward guidance about what we're going to do next. The good news is we'll be meeting in 6 weeks.
So just following up, I guess, on the current policy settings, then I am curious how restrictive you think things are at the current moment, given the flow of data that we've seen and forecasts that are coming down the pipeline.
I've heard characterizations both inside and the Fed about that. I'll give you my own. It's uneven. If I look at the housing markets as one example, Fed policy isn't the single determinant of the state of the housing market. But broadly, I would say there, Fed policy appears to be somewhat restrictive. I would have a hard time managing to say those words if I were to see what's happening in financial markets. So I'd say it's uneven. That's perhaps a function of different transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, whether monetary policy is coming from our interest rate tool or our balance sheet tool. But the good news, we have a task force on that too, and the balance sheet task force will be looking more at that subject.
You said you don't like forward guidance. You dropped it from the statement this time, but with the dot plot, 9 members suggested that they want a rate increase by the end of the year, and the markets have taken that as forward guidance. So what does this mean in terms of how you guide the markets and in terms of what the dot plot's future is?
I'm going to have to give you the same answer I gave to Ms. Smith. We've got a task force for that. I'll give you a little bit more. I reviewed the dot plots, and when I saw the submissions, I noted that all the submissions were coming in with pencils, those kind with the big erasers. That's to say that I think my colleagues around the table, when they submitted their dots, understand the world is changing quite quickly. And they didn't feel bound by them 6 weeks from now or 6 days from now in the event that their circumstances change. I'll note a couple other things. What I heard around the table was, as they submitted their modal forecasts, to be clear, this was more likely than not. This was more likely than their other scenarios. So I didn't hear tons of conviction. What I heard was the kind of humility that I think we should have. I did not submit a dot. For me, it's not helpful in the conduct of policy. I suspect by year end, as I mentioned in my opening statements, there'll be a review about communications broadly, press conferences, dots, meetings and the like, transcripts, minutes. This will be part of that. I don't want to prejudge the outcomes there, but I'm pretty open-minded about what they could be. And I was just incredibly impressed over the last couple of days. My colleagues over the last 2 days, and frankly over the first 3 weeks I've been here, they've been very open about changes. Change isn't easy, change is filled with risk, but our number one goal is to get monetary policy right. The way to get monetary policy right is to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us, to deliver on price stability, and there was no disagreement on any of those points.
At the risk of possibly getting the same answer about task forces. Communications, what is your feeling about these news conferences? Are you going to continue one after every meeting? Do you find them useful? What is the future for the way Kevin Warsh will communicate?
Well, this one's probably got another 15 or 20 minutes in it, so I don't want to prejudge the outcome. Press conferences can be a very useful way to communicate with households, businesses, and more broadly through using the likes of you. I had a great old mentor named George Schultz, and his mantra was press conferences are useful, but when you have one, you want to make sure you have something important to say. Today, I think we had something important to say about our commitment to deliver on price stability, our commitment to rethink practices with an eye of moving the Fed forward, and to give you and the American people a sense that these aren't idle thoughts, these are concrete thoughts, that we're going to seek out the best minds, both the best thinking inside of the Federal Reserve and the best people I know in business and economics and the academy and technology and the rest to share their views. That's what we're going to be doing here, the pursuit of truth. I think we're going to come up with some new and interesting things. We made some changes today. I expect more changes to come. And some of those might well be worthy of a press conference.
Hi, Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. Thanks for taking our questions. Could you give us a sense of how you see inflation more in the long term? I know you may not want to comment on the ups and downs, but is this mainly driven by energy prices in the Iran war at this point, or do you have any concerns about underlying inflation pressures in the economy? Thank you.
So I can't do much better than the committee just did, so let me restate it. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal, in part reflecting supply shocks that have driven price increases in certain sectors, including energy. The paragraph goes on to say, but to be clear, the Fed will deliver price stability. My own judgment is the committee spent quite a bit of time, not just in 2 days, but over iterations of a couple of weeks. That's what we're prepared to say about inflation, but the commitment to deliver is strong, unanimous, and unambiguous. And that's, I think, an important message. We've missed for 5 years, and we're going to fix that.
Well, great. And then just on the data task force and everything else, I mean, generally speaking, I think people feel the Fed looks at everything already. Certainly that was the sense from before. Is there data that you feel is not given enough weight? I mean, you mentioned the trend to the mean in the past, but again, that's well known to certainly most Fed members. So what is that task force looking at, and what might be, I mean, I know you don't want to prejudge the outcome, but are there examples of data that you expect might be given more weight? Thank you.
So you're answering my question, so let me say I don't want to prejudge the outcome. I also don't want to say too much about what they're going to do because I still have a phone call or two to make before I've nailed down the people that are doing that. I'm interested in what the outside experts' view is on the subject. I'll say this generally. Most of the data that central bankers and other government officials in the United States consume come with old-fashioned survey methods, national accounts of what the U.S. economy looks like. It looks very little like the U.S. economy in 2026. Survey methods that don't have response rates that we need, asking questions that might have been quite applicable a generation ago that are less applicable now. So even inside of official statistics, I would be open-minded if the task force and our own best thinking had recommendations how those official statistics can be brought up to a standard of our time using new analytic methods. I'd also say this, almost every private company CEO that's running his or her business are doing so with real-time information that isn't subject to much revision, that is telling them what just happened at that very moment. As you know, there are normal, long and variable lags in the conduct of monetary policy. What we're really interested in is what's happening right now. What we're less interested in is echoes of history. And you're hearing from my answer that some of the data that we receive, that we're waiting on, the first Friday after the month of the payroll index or something else, that might be an echo of history that's quite useful on its third revision. We need to take those error bounds down because we have to make hard decisions in real time. I'm really open-minded that there is a lot of new data sources that we can learn from the private sector, from reforms in the official sector, and new analytic techniques that are far more refined than asking a simple question about whether something was core or non-core.
Thanks. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So if you don't give a lot of ongoing forward guidance, won't the markets have more volatility, and should Americans have more access in what you're thinking going forward?
So I think financial markets perform best when they react to incoming data. I think the financial markets work less efficiently when they ask a question, how will the Federal Reserve react to that incoming information? The more that markets are paying attention to what's happening in the real economy, deciding what's good data and what's less good data, the more financial markets can price what they believe is the most likely and what are the tail risks. Financial market prices are probably the most important source of information to guide central bankers. But when all the financial markets are doing is reflecting back what we've said, then we're taking the most important source of information and we're being blind to it. I'd like us to create a system where those blinders come off, where markets are following data that they efficiently think is reliable, and they'll be watching data, we'll be watching data, they'll come with better information through market prices to us, we can make more informed decisions. But ultimately, the goal that I said at the outset, deliver on the price stability objective that Congress told us to do, and that we've got to get in the business of doing.
If I could take you in the meeting a little bit, your first meeting, the board members seem fairly hawkish when you listen to, in general, when you listen to what they're saying. Was there any discussion of a rate cut going forward today?
There was one proposal on the table. There was no discussion of any other proposals. The discussion on that proposal, I would say, was quite limited. The group was unanimous and unambiguous on it. It has been the practice of this central bank and others to have a range of alternatives. Today we had one. I thought it furthered the discussion, deepened it, and made it clear what we needed to do and how we needed to deliver. I wouldn't prejudge what happens in the future, but there was only one big subject for us. We took it on. We had a good family fight on it for a couple of days, and we ended up, I think, in a better place.
Thanks a lot, Claire Jones, Financial Times. Coming to this blind, reading this very nice short statement that I think we've all appreciated in the room, one might wonder why you didn't raise rates today, considering what you're saying here about the risks to US inflation and your mandate. I guess, why not, and what would you need to see in order to get to that place? And secondly, on your task forces, are there any best practices at the central banks that you'd consider looking at? Thank you.
I'm glad they're in the practice of giving you two questions, because my answer to your first question was to be very curt. I've got nothing more to say than the statement itself. And to the point of the question I got before, market reactions to what we say unfiltered, I think is more helpful than having delivered a statement at me and improvising further upon it. Best practices of task forces. This is a subject I've thought some about. I've been on a task force or two in my life. Best practice, find the best minds. Ensure that the task forces have a range of people, both by backgrounds and predispositions, so they too can have a bit of a family fight. Make sure when you establish a task force that the group that's going to be the recipient of the information feels as though they've got some equities in it too. That's why we're looking for, haven't done the final roll call, some of the most significant talent we have in the building and across the reserve banks on each of these, and in some sense seconding them to this group for a period of some number of months, so that the leaders of the task force know what the most analytical central bank in the world thinks about that. They can reflect on it, and a final best practice, we're not outsourcing decisions to anybody. administrations past and present, reserve banks have chosen a group of 19 people around the table. These will be our decisions. We can agree to some of the recommendations, disagree with others, have a good family fight about it. But what comes from them will, I hope and believe, make the discussion we have internally better, stronger, more of a dialectic, so that we can finally deliver on that price stability objective.
Just a quick follow-up on your market's point. If you look at 2-year yields, they're really suggesting that markets think more tightening is needed. Would that be your read on what the 2-year yield is saying as well?
We're in such a good place. This is why we don't do third questions, I presume. I'm not going to offer any commentary on market reaction over the last 30 or 60 minutes. What we've given markets is a new chapter for the central bank, some fresh thinking. What we've given markets and households and businesses, I think, is a commitment to ask ourselves hard questions such that we can deliver on the promises that we've made before. This is a lot of change for financial markets to digest. I wouldn't be particularly intrigued by how they react in the first several minutes or even first several days. What I think is most important is that financial markets, and at least as important, households and businesses know that this central bank will deliver on price stability.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Brian Chung with NBC News. Thank you for taking our questions. So when you say that we've dropped forward guidance for the layperson, that might sound like the Fed's going to say less or offer less insight into where their borrowing costs might go. So for the person that maybe you might run into at the grocery store, where the price tags are rising at a faster pace than their wages at the moment, how would you explain it to them? I don't know if task force might be the answer there, but how would you kind of communicate this era, this chapter of Fed?
If I told somebody in the milk aisle that I had a task force for that, I think that would be doing a very poor job, so I appreciate it. If I saw somebody in the grocery store, what I would say to them is that we cannot have a very significant effect on particular prices. The price of oil in the markets today, or even the price of a dozen eggs, that does not have first-order consequences to what we're doing. But we do a really important job there, and it's to make sure that those changes in oil or beef or eggs or milk don't broaden the economy, don't have second and third-order effects. That's our job, that's our commitment, that's our capability, and we're going to deliver on it.
And then is the Fed's relationship with the Treasury also under review? There was the normal breakfast meetings with the Treasury Secretary. Is that something you intend to continue doing? And have you had conversations with the President since you're swearing in?
So on the President, I don't have anything for you. With respect to the Treasury Secretary, he has been posting pictures of our breakfast, so I don't think I can deny that. The long tradition at the central bank is that the Fed chairman and the Treasury Secretary meet weekly. I think we've pulled off 3 of those so far. I believe he's overseas this week, so this will be the exception to the rule. I think they're very useful discussions. The central bank's objectives and our roles and responsibilities are quite delineated from the fiscal authorities. And in my view, monetary policy is independent in the conduct of what we do. But that doesn't mean we're not interested in what's happening with the fiscal authorities. The way I think about it is this central bank needs to have a wide lens, but a narrow remit. We need to be quite interested in what's happening in the world. I won't be breaking any news here to suggest I'm quite interested in what's happening in the Middle East. That does have some effect on our day job. It doesn't mean it's our responsibility, but I think we're going to keep a wide lens, and my meetings with Secretary Besson to this point have helped widen that aperture, so we're aware of things that could affect our day job, even if it isn't.
Steve Leachman, CNBC. Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You had said in the before you became chairman that you thought productivity was a reason why the Federal Reserve could lower interest rates. Do you still believe that to be the case?
So the committee had a discussion of productivity today. AI came up. The way I thought about it before and socialized with the group is that artificial intelligence, the latest generation of general purpose technology, is perhaps as important a change in the economy and business and households that we've had in my adult lifetime. It is filled with both a huge opportunity and with risks. I take both of those very seriously. You may have heard me say before that AI is shorthand perhaps for American ingenuity. That doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. That certainly doesn't mean it's not going to be disruptive. But over the long term, my conviction, and I heard quite a bit of support for this around the committee today, is the United States is a winner as we go down this. The United States is ultimately going to be better off in that. Now, to bring that back to the conduct of policy, timing, scale, speed, implications for output and employment, it's one of the things we have a task force to do.
If you don't mind, a follow-up from the other side, which is that when you look at the strong job growth that's out there, the elevated inflation, GDP seems to be going pretty good, and the stock market seems to be soaring. Do you look around this economy and see the funds rate being restrictive?
So that's your second question. I'm going to give the same answer that I gave before. I'd say as I think about the conduct of policy, what matters is what's the effect of policy. Not what do we say, but what happens. And the best way I can describe it is it's uneven. I do see some restrictiveness in things like housing. It's hard to use those same words anywhere else. I'll just make one other point. You talked about one of our dual mandates on the employment side. I don't believe that we have a cruel choice. I don't share the view that was expressed a few generations ago that Federal Reserve chairmen show up at a podium like this and say, you got to choose. And you're going to have to decide whether you're willing to tolerate higher inflation to put more people at work. I don't believe in that. What I believe is if we do our job, we can make strong growth, low prices, and strong employment mutually compatible. And so what you heard from the committee today is we've got some work to do on this price stability front.
Thank you, Nick Timmeros with the Wall Street Journal. Chairman Warsh, you've said repeatedly credibility is earned by delivering. If credibility requires delivering, then the move would be to tighten or at least to threaten to. Now, you didn't do that today. Why not?
That judgment you expressed was not expressed by any of the 19 people around the table. We'll be meeting in 6 weeks. We'll take up the issue again.
And if I could ask about AI, the build-out is generating enormous demand right now, CapEx, data centers, power. The productivity payoff may be further out. So in your judgment today, is AI adding more to demand or to supply?
It's a good question. At the central bank and economics profession, what we spend most of our time doing is counting demand. It's easier. We can see it, we can count it, we can check it, we can revise it. What we do, though, is we infer supply. You'll notice in the second paragraph of what one of your colleagues describes as a very short statement, we have a sentence on the demand side and a sentence about the same length on the supply side. They're both important. Just because we can count one better than the other doesn't mean we're going to favor one more than the other. With respect to AI and the growth of data centers and infrastructure around it, we're counting the demand side, and it is no doubt showing up in GDP figures. We can be less certain when we infer the timing and extent of the growth in the supply side. It may well be an intuition the supply side is going to expand, but it'll take longer. Just describe it this way. There's a race between supply and demand. Milton Friedman says the only thing we know about economics is that there's a supply line and a demand line they ultimately cross. When they cross, and what are the implications for policy? The good news for you is we have a task force for that.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It sounded like on the task force on data that you were looking at overhauling or completely overhauling the system of national accounts, the way the government minds the economy. Is that your ambition?
In a word, no. In a few words, much of this data gathering happens in other government agencies to which we owe a tremendous amount of respect, tremendous amount of deference. But if in the course of this we come up with recommendations, which Fed staff have already begun to develop, about things that they could be doing to help inform us as policymakers, we're not going to hesitate. Again, I don't want to try to delineate the four corners of the research of the task force on data, but I do think there will be a review of official statistics, and at least as important, a view of bringing the best practices from the private sector and new analytical tools made possible by AI, so we can forge these into a fabric that gives us better real-time information. So as I mentioned before, when we're making decisions that we'd say are real contemporaneous data, not data that we call contemporaneous, that's really an echo of history.
Okay. Thanks. The other question I wanted to ask is related to the building renovations. Are you considering any changes to the renovations, the projects, just in light of the fact that they became kind of a political football in the last year?
I heard something about that. I don't think I'm breaking any news, but my view, when you show up at a new institution, you should go meet with the Inspector General, just as a matter of good practice. It's a practice that I hope to continue. I've had one meeting with the Inspector General, and he told me what I believe the world knows, which he'll be coming out with a report on the building and the building projects at some point later this summer, and I'll be interested in reading the report. From my perspective, with a forward-looking glance, is there anything that we can be doing or should be doing from this moment until the completion of the project to do what we can to be good stewards of taxpayer money and to make sure that we're delivering on the promises that we made. Some more work to do. You might not be surprised in the first few weeks. I've been somewhat preoccupied on other matters, but I promised to get to the full breadth of the Fed's tasks in the weeks ahead.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. So I know that you did not submit a forecast, but you are the person who is authorized to speak on behalf of the FOMC. So I'm wondering if you could tell us in the SEP the increase in the expectations for inflation.
It's officially 3 o'clock, guys. We're officially in the power hour window. We only took that one trade during FOMC. Only one came into play. Second one didn't come into play yet. And the closer we get to the close, the less the likelihood of me taking that trade continues to decrease. This is kind of usual, typical time on how long the press conferences take. It's only been 38 minutes, so I'll continue to listen. And I'm surprised, very muted reaction so far. All right, very muted reaction, not too much. We did see that initial decision lead to that nice little drop, but we're still in the decision candles range. Decision candles range, we have not broken out of that decision candles range. A lackluster FOMC, lackluster press conference so far from a technical standpoint, and we'll see if anything changes in the next few minutes. All right, so make sure to like the video. Let's continue to listen.
I think that my colleagues are very attentive to incoming developments between now and then.
And can I just quick follow-up on the SEP? You said that you're still encouraging your fellow committee members to submit forecasts even if you're not doing it. So what do you think is the benefit of them doing it even if you don't?
That's the commitment that the FOMC made, and it's a commitment that I hope we live up to. Commitment we made was to deliver price stability. I expect us to live up to it. By the time we get to the end of this year, as I mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a new communications framework. There were some changes to the SEP. That's a committee discussion, a robust discussion. I think we'll have it. I believe we're going to come to a better mix of communications to deliver on what we promised, but I don't want to prejudge what those are. But between now and then, I would continue to expect colleagues to submit their SEPs. Some of them, I think, believe that the practice is currently structured is okay, but I heard a lot of interest in real reform, generally about all these topics. You didn't ask it, but I'll answer. It was a pretty gracious couple of days, and it's been a pretty warm few weeks. The institution wants to figure out how we can do better. The institution is going back to first principles, and I'm encouraged that what we've done in the statement, what we're thinking about doing with respect to the SEP, that instinct towards a new chapter is a real one, and by the end of the year, I hope we can put some points on the board, both in form and in substance of delivering.
Could I end up for the last question? reporter in Bloomberg News. Could you guide us through, please, some of the principles that guide your own reaction function, and tell us a little bit about the kind of conditions that you think when the Fed should respond?
It's going to be a very unsatisfactory answer to the final question. The Federal Reserve has a lot of responsibilities, not just in monetary policy, but in supervision and regulation, consumer affairs, and payments. My own view is our credibility comes from delivering on what we're saying we're going to do across everything we do. I've devoted more time in my first 3 weeks to monetary policy than all those things. But the more we deliver on our promises as good supervisors and good regulators, the more benefit we get, the more credibility enhancement we have in monetary policy. When we deliver on our price stability objectives, which we will, the American people will feel as though the hardships that they've been living through in part because of inflation the last 5 years are in the rearview mirror. And that credibility will have dividends across what we do. And the institution will come to press conferences like this, always with an impetus to reform, always with an impetus to do better. But we're going to put some points on the board.
On labour data in recent months, how would you sum up labour market right now? Do you see it as stable and potentially a source of inflation? Thank you.
Yeah, so the committee, if I were to try to capture how the committee thought about it, the committee thought that the labor markets were stable. There were some people around the committee who thought that it was trending better than that. Trends matter more than data points. What's happening over 3 or 6 months matters more than any one data point, any one data release. And I'd say the jobs data has been moving in a good direction. If I heard one other thing around that subject over the course of the last couple of days, what I heard was that strong productivity-led growth is not something that we fear, but something we embrace. Thank you all very much.
Okay, there you have it, guys. First press conference in the books. All right. We did get that nice little reaction to the downside. We're still in that reaction candles in the jaws, that reaction candle. And we are in the heart of power hour, so second trade could not come into play as we did not trigger these lows. For those calls, we did get the nice little structural breakdown, but muted reaction to say the least. And these kind of times when we don't get that reaction, the IV's elevated, there's going to be a lot of theta decay. There's going to be a lot of contracts that lose value because of the muted move. Okay, so again, there you have it. That is the initial response. Okay, we did see a nice little push back up, slide back down, and we're very close to the lows of the day. We did see the dollar get above 100. We did see the VIX spike into 18. Now it's back at that below 1750. We did see the 10-year push to the upside, highs very close to the highs of the day, and the 2-year actually ran up very close to that 4.2 territory. And as it continues to push the upside. All right. So we're basically in the heart of power hour. We're done trading. That one lotto trade we did take did work in our favor. The other two regular trades were the meta trades we took. That recap will be posted here shortly after the stream ends. Let's do the giveaway here, guys, and we'll look to wrap up the stream. So again, put your names in between now and 3:20. Okay, very tight window for you to put your names in the chat. All right, to do the giveaway. And we will look to wrap up the stream. All right. As always, guys, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you found value. So in the next 5 minutes, names in the chat. We'll explain what the giveaway is for, and then we'll look to wrap up the stream. Okay, so got you, Jake. Jake R. Joe P. John G. Jennifer. Between now and 3:20, names in the chat. We're going to start off with the members, of course. So members: Lily, Colin T, Monty, Judith. Monty, Judith. Okay. We got Colin T. We got Brenda and Brandon B. Brandon B. Put your names on YouTube as well, guys. I'll explain how to be eligible for the giveaway. Strikers, put your names in first so we have priority. All right, until 3:20. So I got all the names on Google Meets until Lily. I got all the names on in the Discord until Brandon B. Okay, now let's check the names on YouTube. On YouTube, we got Brandon B, we got Brian B, we got Brian, we got Aaron. Remember, 2 winners today, guys. We got Manny M. We got Jackson G. We got Tariq. We got Angie. We got Vin. Okay, so I have all the names until Vin. Okay, 2 more minutes. 2 giveaways today. The giveaways are bootcamp ticket for strikers and Getting Started Day Trading course for YouTube viewers. Okay, this is the giveaway. All right, you're getting access to the 5.5-hour day trading course. All right, Getting Started Day Trading, technical analysis, foundation, support, resistance, trends, chart patterns, options, basics, A+ setups, risk management, trading plans, psychology, journaling, review process, everything you can imagine, all packed in this course. 5.5 hours crash course, self-paced. Okay, you have access to it, lifetime access to it. So you can review it at any time, take it at your own pace, complete it, and you will learn a ton from that course upon completion. All right, so I have all the names so far. Okay, for the folks in the Discord, guys, live bootcamp ticket. Again, I didn't announce the date on the bootcamp yet. We've hit some a couple of hiccups, couple of delays, but eventually we get released, and you guys will have access to that if you do win. The last giveaway that we did do was one of our spy strikers did win the giveaway for the bootcamp, so you will have access to that as well at no charge. Okay, at no charge too, you'll have access to it, free access. Okay, so we got Manny, we got Vin. Thanks, man. I did it first. Okay, thanks. I did good today. First day I found your channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Doris 3025. Again, guys, first time viewers, make sure to like the video. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe as well. And share. Share with your trader friends. Share with any other traders you may know. All right. No problem. All right, so we have all the names until Vin. Let me do one last check. Brandon B. Got you. We got okay, Bola and Lily. Okay, we got Bola. And Danny, I should say. Danny. Okay, let's see if any other names coming up. We got James. 2 winners today. 2 winners today, guys. 2 winners today. Two winners today. Okay. Put that here. GX Power Hour. Any Power Hour traders? All right. That sweet spot is between that 330, 345. Thanks for the update, Jake, as always. All right. So, a few seconds left. Going once. Got Danny, last name. Got Brandon B, last name in the Discord, and last name on YouTube is James. Going once. Going twice. Let's spin the wheel. First 2 winners win. Okay, the first winner is Aaron. Aaron is the first winner. Congrats, Aaron. Send me a DM in the free tier Discord. Use the code FOMC. I will send you the link to join the free tier Discord. You can send me a DM there. Second winner is Brenda. I believe Brenda is in our community, so congratulations, Brenda. All right, send me a DM in the Discord. You're already in the Discord. You're already a member, so send me a DM. Just say, hey, I won the giveaway, and also provide me your email address. And then when the boot camp comes around, I'll add you to the list, and I'll send out that boot camp link to the boot camp for you at no charge. Congratulations, Brenda. Congratulations, Aaron. For Aaron, you want to send me the DM to this free tier Discord here, right? Absolutely for free. Okay, that's the way to claim it. Try sending that DM within 24 hours. Okay, so that's the only way you can communicate with me. Send me the DM here in this Discord. Okay, let me get that link for you real quick. Any questions before we wrap up, guys? We went long today. We've been live since 9 a.m. Eastern. Okay, so we have to put the work in today. On a day like this, it is worth the time. All right, so we got to get all this stuff covered. So again, send me the DM there, Aaron. Claim your prize. Use the code FOMC. Use the code FOMC. And Brenda, she's already in our community, so just send me the DM whenever you get a chance. Any questions before I wrap up, guys? We're gonna wrap up the stream here. Okay, see if we can reclaim that territory, grab those lows, and push back higher. I have no interest at this point. So 2 trades, 2 regular trades, 1 lot of trades, stopped out, 3 trades on the day. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last trading day of the week. Friday is a holiday. Market is closed. All right, so treat tomorrow as Friday. If you're done for the week, if you're green up to this point, you guys know my challenge to you. If you're closing on your first green week, okay, tomorrow I challenge you not to take any trades. So you can go into the long weekend being green, okay? On that note, guys, thank you for tuning in as always. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.
When the charts went dark, when the road got narrow, he was there. Jesus is the answer. Oh, Jesus is the answer. Oh, when the charts went dark, when the road got narrow, he was there. Jesus is the answer. I spent years chasing numbers on a glowing screen. Thinking one more win would finally make me complete. Running after green candles like they could save my soul. But prophets make a poor God when they're sitting on a throne. Build my house on sand. Watch the tide roll in. Learning every earthly kingdom has an end. Some valleys look so deep, I couldn't see the light. Some storms got so strong, I couldn't win the fight. But every time I thought my story might be done, I felt the hand of mercy say, my child, keep walking on. Not because I'm worthy, not because I'm strong, but because the shepherd never leaves his own. Jesus is the answer. The anchor in the storm when the market starts I sat alone. There's fear inside my chest. Questions without answers. Battles without rest. The shadow of death felt close enough to touch. But Psalm 23 kept reminding me to trust. So I walk through valleys dark as midnight skies. I will fear no evil, for you're right by my side. The rod and the staff, the comfort and grace, the God of resurrection meeting me in that place. I've seen doors swing open that no man could have locked. I've seen peace show up when logic said it could not. I've seen mercy, life story I could never write, turning broken chances into testimony and life. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the way. The anchor in the storm when the market's about its way. Through the highs and lows, through the joy and pain, the car still stands when everything else fades. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. He's the day and now, the King who walks beside us through every valley found. If you're tired of running, if you're carrying change, if you're searching for purpose in success or in fame, the good news is simple. The debt has been paid. Jesus took our place upon the cross that day. 3 days later, the stone rolled away. Death lost its victory. The grave could not stay. Whoever believes, whoever will come, will find forgiveness in the Father's Son. I still trade, I still work, I still plan and prepare, but my hope is eternal and the outcome is dead. Because fortunes rise and fortunes fall, Christ remains Lord over all. The market can give, the market can take, but eternity rests on a different stage. So when the candles flicker and uncertainty grows, I remember the one who's already in control. The Lamb who was slain, the King who will reign, the Alpha and Omega, forever the same. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the way. The anchor in the storm. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. Forever and ever. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the way. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. Though I walk through the valley, you are with me. Shadows surround me, you are with me. Through the valley, Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. Forever and ever. Amen. Amen.
Yeah. Smart action on the boards tonight. SPY strikers in the building. We're gonna take it back to the roots. Options 101, but make it rhythm.
Option scenario. Option scenario. Learn the game before the candle stereo. Pause and puts, spreads and barriers. Freaks in the shadows trying to marry up. Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Premium burn can embarrass you.
Trade with a plan, don't gamble, warrior.
Price action first before hysteria.
Yeah. Monday morning market look alike.
Young trader Joe trying to learn how to survive.
Open his app, seen green and red flicker.
Thought options meant getting rich quicker.
OG stepped in like, slow down, son.
This ain't lottery tickets.
It's just not luck.
He said a call means you're bullish on price.
You think stock going up?
Then call Sound Eye.
Buy one contract.
That's 100 shares.
But theta eat alive if you
unprepared.
Joe said
so bit thinks price gon' fall.
OG nodded slowly like
yeah, that's all.
Calls for the upside.
Good for the drop.
But timing and volatility.
Control the clock.
Hey.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
Option scenario.
IV spikes can terrify ya.
One bad trade
can simplify ya.
Discipline the only thing qualify ya.
Then the room got smoky, jazz got low. Charts on the screen started moving slow. OG drew symbols on a legal pad. Said these freaks turn good, trades bad.
That'll tell how fast
option move.
Near 1.0.
Then limit stop move. That's time, decay pressure. Every single day your premium get lesser.
Vega.
Volatility emotion. When earnings hit premium. Deep as ocean. Gamma.
Acceleration force.
Price move hard.
Delta shift core.
Show looks just like man, this complex.
OG lab.
That's why risk come next.
Slow down branching.
No chase every move.
Market makers testing.
If you really smooth.
One can the rise.
Another one fade.
Protect your capital before another trade. Risk management.
Protect your soul.
Small position sizing.
Keep your spirit whole.
control.
Then margin call, there come collect the toll.
Yeah, now Tuesday hit and the market got wild.
Joe came back more disciplined style.
OG said single leg,
Cool some fun,
but spreads how to survive.
rough climbing, credit spread collect, premium first.
But the fine prints keep account from curse.
Debit spread con money up front, but cheaper than naked contracts hunt.
Behind condo,
If market goes sideways,
strangle or straddle on
on a Explosive Friday,
covered calls, my long-term holder.
cash secured puts for patient soldier.
Don't started seeing the structure clearer. Stop that getting emotional.
Track got nearer,
Meanwhile, pill,
while EMA crawl,
me finally learn.
while beginners get lost.
Yeah.
Option scenario,
Option scenario,
option scenario.
option scenario.
Candlesticks become your oracle.
Support resistance historical. Every setup,
Ain't honorable.
option scenario,
Option scenario.
option scenario.
Trade journal look like memorial.
Until you build the system audible, then consistency becomes
Territorial. Now Friday glow, market bells ring. Joe ain't rich, but learned everything. OG smile line, that's the first win. Most blow accounts before they begin.
understand probability.
And flow,
Don't overly
just because it glow.
wait for confirmation.
Not anticipation,
Patience be
impulsive speculation.
technicals matter.
Volume trim,
Once psychology decide,
the end.
Joe Pat Charles
Tenders back slow,
finally understood the game.
ain't YOLO.
It's discipline.
Risk, process, execution.
That's the real option.
Scenario, best spot strikers.
Smart option trading.
Learn the foundation before the fireworks. Trade smart, dominate the charts.
End of the week now. Market's still breathing. Agree to take your whole account if you let it. Friday ain't the day to prove something. It's the day to protect something. Ramp down Friday, keep the wrist tight. Small size, clean mind, live to trade life. Only one bad play, take the whole week. Slow feet, calm breath, discipline speaking. Ramp down Friday, market move slick. One bad candle, make a grown man quit. Take the base hit, don't chase that high. Pay yourself first when the week run dry. Seen traders up green by Thursday night, then revenge trade Friday. Now they count on the ice. A whole week solid, then emotion took real. Now they forcing every setup that don't even look real. Market got rhythm, gotta move at the pace. Friday got traps hitting all over the place. Low volume fake ups, lunchtime drift. One headline drop and your whole trade shifts. So breathe when you enter. Patience you enter. Don't need templates just to feel like a winner. Sometimes the best trade, really no trade. Close the laptop, protect what you made. Cause the market gon' open again Monday morning. No need for heroics when the candle's still forming. You already won if you stay disciplined. Consistency worth more than adrenaline. Ramp down Friday, keep the wrist tight. Small size clean mind, lift the trade tight. Don't let one bad play take the whole week. Slow feet, calm breath, discipline speak. Ramp down Friday, market boot slick. One bad candle, make a grown man quit. Take the base hit, don't chase that high. Pay yourself first when the week run dry. Everybody wanna screenshot profits. Nobody posts when they overtrade losses. Ego in the market get humble real fast. Especially Friday when momentum don't last. So cut the size down maybe half the day. Protect the mental, let the pressure fade. Cause overconfidence dangerous too. Especially after a strong week carry you. Green week cool, never serve the game. Don't agree, turn sunshine into rain. This game marathon, out of quick limp. Survival first before championship. Trade lighter, think sharper, move wiser, not harder. A sniper don't spray every candle he see. He wait for alignment in her probability. So if the setup weak, let it breathe. No FOMO, entries off social feeds. Cause peace hit different when the weekend clean. No stress on your chest when the profits redeem. Yeah, some of the best traders know when to slow down. Friday ain't about getting rich. It's about staying rich mentally. Protecting your edge, protecting your peace. Yeah. Ramp down fighting, keep the wrist tight. Send all sides clean, man, live the trade life. Don't let one bad play, pick the whole week, slow feet, calm breath, discipline speak. Ramp down fighting, market boot slit. One bad candle, make a young man quit. Take the base hit, don't chase that high. Face hell first when the wheat run dry. Trade safe, trade smart. Trade safe, trade smart, trade smart. Mama used to ask me why I stayed up so late. Staring at them candles like they choosing my fate. Laptop light glowing all across the room. Trying to make a way before the rent come due. Had dreams bigger than the town I was in. But pressure make it hard just to trust within. Everybody see the wins on the green days. Nobody see the tears on the red days. Nobody see the losses I was hiding inside. All the nights I questioned God in my whole life. Would've quit 100 times if it wasn't for faith. Cause David had valleys before giants got slayed. It ain't it funny how the strongest look calm, even while they're carrying the weight through the storm. Used to think success was catching every big move. Now I know survival just mean knowing when to lose. On the red days, I still pray. God kept me through the heartbreak. Walk valley, fall giant, still standing even through the silence. And one day we gon' smile at all this pain. A special miracle from the rain. Yeah, Grandma said, boy, don't let money control you. Kept the matter more when the world don't know you. That hit different after blowing them trays. Humility came after ego got flamed. See the market teach lessons like scripture do. Pride come quick when the winds get huge. And one bad week make you question your gift. Like Peter in the water when his cloak gets slipped. Friends stopped calling cause they didn't understand. Why I sat alone in charts and trading plans. But every dream requires sacrifice and pain. Even Joseph had presents before the rain. Now I see allowances wasn't really losses. God was building wisdom through every process. Had to learn patience, had to slow down. Had to lose myself before I got found. Through the valley, I learned who I was. Not every closed door mean failure. On the red day, sometimes God protecting you. Sometimes the loss ain't punishment. Sometimes it's preparation. Oh, on the red days, I still believe. Even when your market took from me, 'cause giants still fall when faith's stronger than it all. And someday we gon' tell the story proud. How God pulled us from the valleys out. Hold on, you're too close. Don't quit now. Don't quit now. Hold on. You're too close. No. Don't quit now. Don't quit now. Yeah. 5:30 in the morning. Drives blowing, coffee cold. Another trader chasing the market. No structure, no discipline. Just emotion. Until everything changed. Yeah. Shockwave 15 changed the way I see the charts. From chaos to structure every morning when it starts. One system, 1 hour, now the pressure comes. Used to taste candles, now I wait till price confirm. No more gambling at the open. Check with your feet in motion. Master trade in the open. Now my mindset different. Used to trade with emotion. Now my execution scripted. Used to wake up anxious, forcing every move. Twitter saying break out, so I junk with no proof. Green 1 minute, red the next candle. Account swinging wild, couldn't handle the gamble. Fake breakout, stop one. Flush down. SP wild with both sides. Now I'm emotionally shut down. Revenge trading lunchtime, trying to make it back. Oversized positions, turn my focus black. Every morning, same pain, same cycle. No rules, just dopamine and survival. Watch another trader's post profits online. Meanwhile, my confidence dying inside. Market open, sounding like war in my head. Hard racing every candle, turning red. 4 more inches off a 5-second move. No patience, just hoping the market approve. Then chop hit, and the profits disappear. All week drink, then Friday bring fear. Couldn't trust myself. Every click was emotion. No consistency, just random commotion. Slow down. Wait for confirmation. Patience brings clarity. And retry one. Then I found structure inside the chaos. Shockwave 15 gave the market a language. Or be highs, or be lows. Suddenly the drop started speaking in code. 9:45, opening wings like no more random entries. Chasing every pop, midpoint clean with the borderline snap. Now I know exactly what price react to. Roll confirmation, keep emotions out. And test what conviction about. Trade assistance, you guiding every move. Now the system filter what setups approved. Dashboard glowing gold, over that black. Market sing sure when momentum intact. Gets me why QQQ hits a lot. Now I'm trading with context, not a gambling mind. TP1, TP2, wonders breathe. Risk management, finally KBP. Smaller size, but the consistency grew. Cause discipline pay more than lucky move. Shockwave 15 changed the way I see the chart. From chaos to structure every morning when it starts. One system, 1 hour. Now the pressure gone. Used to chase candle, now I wait till price confirm. No more gambling at the old. Now the levels speak clear. Shockwave 15 in motion. Confusion into gear. Master changing the old. Now my mindset different. Used to trade with emotion, now my execution scripted. Now the market open calm when I sit down. No need force trades. Must have been involved out. I wait for alignment. Patience my head. One clean set of worth more than 10 revenge. Used to think more trades. Then was success. Now I know protecting. Capital was best. Straight glider. Think clear. Move smarter. Consistency the real flex for a trader. No chasing breakouts. Now I let confirmation do the job. Price above EVA with momentum clean. Now the market feels slower if you know what I mean. One system. Repeat it every day. Mastery came when I stopped taking play. No more hopping indicator every week. Had the edge built from discipline and repeat. Shockwave 15 gave clarity to me. Turn the charts from noise into probability. And the piece hit different. When you go green, now my wrist was mining through the whole thing. Yeah. Anybody can catch one lucky trade. But consistency. Consistency built different. That come from structure. That come from patience. That come from love I vision. Shockwave 15. Concentrate in the open. Shockwave 15. Takes away every design. Shockwave 15. Turn the future into gear. Master trading the open. One system, 1 hour a day. Trade safe, trade smart, and let discipline lead the way. Tinker babe sound softly. Government discipline. Breakers over greed. Structure creates freedom. Market close, bell rings.
Yeah. Smart action trading. Spot traders. We ain't chasing hype. We chasing structure. Look. I came from the bottom where the charts move reckless. Everybody online selling dreams, no direction. I was studying candles while they flexing their possessions. Now the whole team eating off discipline progression. See, the market don't care about emotion or your ego. One bad trade turn a winner to a zero. That's why I move calm, real surgical with the reload. Waiting on the setup, patience sharper than the needle. None of me, yeah, the pressure start building. Everybody over trading, I'm just watching how they feeling. Shockwave on the chart and the moment start revealing how the levels line up and the confidence appeal. I used to chase every move, now I'm focused on precision. Cut the noise out the room, made destruction my religion. Took losses on the chin, turned pain into tuition. Now the whole playbook different when you trade with a vision. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, we ain't rushing for the bands. That's my strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart action trading, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, we don't get when we prepare. Every boss another lesson, every win come from awareness. Trust over noise, that's the motto every day. Consistency the mission, we just level up the play. See, I done seen the fake gurus come and go quick. Screenshots look good, but the lifestyle don't fit. We was in the trenches, really building through the losses. Learning risk management before I ever taught profits. Now it's live streams, game plans, market breakdowns. Everybody's locked in, why don't you can't stake now? AI tools, flow data, levels mapped out. Trade assist engine got the whole team spaced out. Ever needed Mambos just to prove I got results. I learned to teach a trader how to never self-destruct. Cause one good system with discipline enough can change your whole life when the pressure gets tough. That's why the movement bigger than a Discord or a trade. It's a mindset shift, watch the confidence get raised. From beginner to advance, every lesson get engraved. Entropy refined, that's the way greatness made. Structure over noise, yeah, we mean for with a plan. Traders build slow, we worship for the band. Structure over noise, yeah, we moving with a plan. Real traders build slow, they ain't rushing for the band. Spot strikers in the building, put the discipline in hand. Smart actions later, yeah, we teach them how to stand. Structure over noise, new tiempo y tu pe. Every loss another lesson, every leg go from awareness. That's the motto, everything. Consistency, the mission. We just level up the place. Yeah. Forex trading. Shockwave 15.
Let's buy strikers. Trade safe.
Smart action trading. It's by strikers. Stay the course. Stay the course. The fruit don't grow the day you plant the seed. Stay the course. The market can bless you. The market can humble you. Stay the course.
Green candles dancing, got the whole room alive. 3 wins in a row got me feeling like I can fly. But I've seen euphoria turn a blessing to a curse. When confidence outruns discipline, things get worse. When the streaks whisper, you don't need the rules today. That's the same voice that slowly pulls the wise astray. The market don't care about the wins from last week. It rewards preparation after highs that we seek. Smart action trading. That's why strikers on the score, learning how to stay grounded when the days turn green. Because the danger ain't the losses everybody fears. Sometimes it's success that blinds your eyes and clouds your ears. I used to chase results, now I focus on execution. Because consistency is built through process, not emotion. Every chart a classroom, every candle got a lesson. Every session starts reminding me to stay invested in progression.
Back to the process, back to the way, back to the habits that carry the day. Green days come, green days go. Wisdom decides what remains when they go. Back to the process, back to the plan. Forever a student, that's who I am.
I remember empty rooms and talking to myself, building brick by brick when nobody else helped. Now the numbers look better, the blessings got larger, but success can become an even tougher teacher. Because pride grows quietly, it don't knock at the door, but slips in through winning streaks and starts asking for more. Proverbs on the desk, coffee by the screen, reminding me humility is stronger than it seems. The fool says,
I'm thinking it out.
I arrived, the wise man keeps learning, keeps the curiosity alive. Every loss paid tuition, every win paid rent. Both of them teachers, if you listen to what they meant. The crowd loves prediction, I respect preparation, because tomorrow's opportunity belongs to dedication.
Back to the process, back to the way, back to the habits that carry the day. Green days come, green days go. Wisdom decides what remains when they go. Back to the process, back to the plan. Forever a student, that's who I am. Lord, if the blessings grow, don't let the roots go shallow. If the winds keep coming, keep my spirit walking narrow. If the doors swing open, keep my heart in place. Let gratitude grow deeper than the profits that I chase. Because euphoria fades, but wisdom remains.
Caterpillars revealed
When success starts to reign,
the ant stores grain before before the winter arrives. Preparation keeps her vision alive. Small steps repeated become stories we told. That's how ordinary days become silver and gold.
Some chase the spotlight, some chase applause. I'm chasing consistency, under the cause. Small action trading, SBI cycle standing strong.
Teaching traders discipline long after trends are gone.
The market will change,
the seasons will turn,
but every cycle leaves another lesson learned.
So when the green days come, I enjoy them with grace and show up tomorrow and return to my place.
Say no more back to the process, acting away, back to the habits that carry the day. Green days come, green day go. Wisdom decides what remain when they go. Back to process, back to the plan. Forever a student, that's who I am. No small action trading, my strikers take a course, stay the course. Plant the seed, my strikers trust the word, stay the course. Ever learning, ever growing. Small action trading, stay the course. Every striker, stay the course. Stay.
For educational and inspirational purposes only. Trading involves substantial risk of loss. Not financial advice. Matthew 25. That's top stewardship. Well done, good and faithful servant.
Multiply what heaven entrusted.
Fear, bury the gift. Welcome Matthew 25, red letters spoken. Kingdom parable, hidden truth open. MasterCard service be for travel abroad. Place resources in their hands before departing far.
To one servant,
5 talents to build.
to another 2,
according to skill.
to another 1 talent.
Measure was assigned,
Each according to ability at the time.
first servant went and multiplied quick. Second did the same with discipline, risk. The third got fearful, dug into the ground. Mary what was given, never moved around. See, the story ain't really only cash. It's stewardship, purpose, time, and craft. What you do with opportunities in hand defines the fruit produced from the plant.
Don't bury the talent in the dirt below.
Fear make people never
Truly grow.
market rise.
Market crash.
Still control your soul.
Stewardship and patience over chasing gold.
5 became 10.
You became 4.
Faithful with little now.
I entrust in more.
But the servant ruled by fear stood still. Never multiplied the gift or the skill. Young trader staring at the future's low.
Future's low.
Thinking every green candle guaranteed dough. Loaded contracts, hit no risk plan set.
Flip through the whole account, chasing internet flex.
Then he had
Well done.
good and faithful servant.
Then it hit deeper than surface work.
This faithful ain't gambling, records with greed. Faithful means protecting and managing seed.
Seeing, trading.
There's a difference clear between
Wise execution and emotional fear.
one trader over
Every
trade.
move in sight.
Another waits patient for setup diet.
One risks everything.
Time double overnight.
Another grows slow.
With discipline tight.
That's the parable inside the chart.
Patience and stewardship set apart. Cause multiply capital.
Staying strong.
Not emotional entity.
And soul.
This is education on purpose only. Trading carries risk, move wisely, homie.
Never risk money.
You can't afford to lose.
Every trade decision
Belongs to you.
past performance.
Don't guarantee gain.
Even strong system.
Can it do a pain?
Study, practice, protect your peace.
Real well built through consistency.
Till the master came back after long delay. Asked each servant what they made.
First said 5 became 10 through work.
Seconds 2 became full
Through pressure hurt. Master answered both the exact same grade.
well done, good and faithful servant.
You were faithful over a few things.
I will make you ruler over men.
But the third said I feed and hid what was mine.
Never took responsibility with time.
See, fear can't freeze potential still. Just like greed here over trade skill. Both extremes can lead to loss. Wisdom works in or through every cross.
In markets and like
That principle stands.
be faithful with what's inside your hand.
Not everybody calls to flip overnight. Sometimes calls come little by spot. Don't pay the gallon in the dirt below. Protect the seed and watch it grow. Train and test discipline deep in soul. From wisdom and patience, sustain control. By the 8 who became 4. Faithful stewardship, open doors. Happy 25. Chapters still like happy 25. Lessons timeless, multiply wise. Happy 25. 14, 30. Parable of the talents. Educational and inspirational purposes only. Trading involves substantial risk. Manage risk carefully. Protect your peace, your purpose, and your capital.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to love June. Thought every breakout was forever. Till the cycle taught me patience. Inspired by the market seasonality breakdown. I used to love June.
I met June back when the candles moved slow. Summer breeze blowing while the future stayed green glow. She wore red and green glasses, made her moving averages. Talking Fibonacci, whispered through the algorithm. Said,
Maybe that's a midterm, yeah.
Don't get caught sleeping. The market give it quick, then it take it every weekend. I laugh.
Young trader with a dream and a laptop.
Thought every breakout candle make the top pop.
Back then, AI was the new gold rush.
Every tickle brand and every dip I bought up.
NVDA,
In the heavens,
that spike is an odds.
everybody on the timeline yelling.
Bye, bye, bye.
But June looked nervous when the yields went higher. News anchor screaming while the bulls breathe fire. She
Told me
the starboard glitters where momentum bends.
summer stars free.
But it don't always trend.
I ain't listen.
I was chasing as it moved on the 1-minute chart. Revenge trading losses with emotion in my heart. Thought discipline was something old head say online. Till liquidity swept me like through times at 9.
I used to love June.
Thought the market only moved one way. Green candles in the sky all day. Till the cycle came and took my peace away.
I used to love young. Midterm winds started changing tone.
Now the chart feel colder than before.
But the smart money already knows.
Then she showed me history written in the tape. Every 4 years the market changes shape. Year 1 shaky.
Year 2 full of stress.
Year 3 the blessing.
Year 4 excess.
Said watch the pattern.
Jump.
Slump then pump. Q1 got the traders acting drunk. Summer come around and the volume dry up. False breakouts heavy, their accounts died up. She pointed at October like a prophet in the rain.
Hey.
Said the strong survive, draw down pain.
Cause the election cycle got a rhythm of its own. Wall Street dancing while the weekend's gone.
I started seeing things different.
Stop treating,
Trading like a lottery ticket.
started respecting levels, waiting for reclaim.
Understanding every chart don't deserve a trade.
Now I watch spread,
Not just hype online. Watch bonds and volatility
with the dollar signs. Cause even in bullish times, the market breathes.
and every parabolic move eventually needs release. Respect the trend,
But don't worship the candle.
Summer got traps in designer clothes.
Patience pays more than prediction.
Yeah, you call me on the futures open like you'll finally learn how to set up gold. And I told her, now I wait for confirmation. Less dopamine, more preparation. The young bull still screaming new highs forever. But I remember 2022 pressure. How fast euphoria could turn to fear.
How what headline can change the whole year.
Still, I ain't very just wider now. Learn the market humbles every crown. And if the summer pulls back with fear in the air, that might be the blessing for the ones prepared. Cause year 3 historic where the money expands. Comes to action rally like a promised land. So if June get ugly, I won't panic at all. Sometimes a setback just setting up to fall.